What's up and welcome to Kind of Funny's DCEU in review. As always, I'm Tim Gettys, joined by the Nitro Rifle, Andy Cortez.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby.
The big dog, Kevin Coelho. Oh, God.
I can't see it.
I'm going back to being green.
The big man, Greg Miller.
Dark side.
Yes. And of course, the producer / seducer, Nick Scarpino.
Andy, I thought I got a Coke Zero, but what I really got was a cherry Coke Zero.
Oh, you're in for a treat,
I'm
big dog.
Very excited about this.
You're
this
in for
is exactly
a treat,
what I
baby.
needed for this
Oh,
review.
cook it up.
There
We go. You'll love to see it. And also, you'll love to see that intro. Shout out to Carter Harrell and Cameron Kennedy for the updated DCEU intro. So damn cool. Making Kevin Martian Manhunter. Kev, let me see that. Let me see that Martian Manhunter. Little Martian Manhunter.
The world needs
thank
Kevin
you.
Coelho.
Thank you. God, this is horrifying. I do not like that at all. But this is Kind of Funny's DCEU in review, where we rank and review every movie in the DC expanded universe. Greg, which one is it?
Extended, isn't it?
Expanded.
No, that can't be right. No, that can't be right.
Whatever it is.
You caught me off guard. I wasn't listening to you.
Oh, it's what we're doing.
Right?
Extended.
This is our beautiful show where we rank and review different franchises. We do 2 a week here on youtube.com/kindafunny. You could also get it on roosterteeth.com as a video. If you want it as a podcast, search your favorite podcast service for Kinda Funny Reviews, and we'll be right there for you. If you want to get the show ad-free or watch live as we're recording, you can go to patreon.com/kindafunny, just like our Patreon producers, the nanobiologist, and Sven McHale did. Thank both of you. Today, we're brought to you by BetterHelp and Babbel, but we'll tell you about that later because I can't wait to talk about Zack Snyder's Justice League with a runtime of 4 hours and 2 minutes, boys. 4 hours and 2 minutes. To meet the mandated runtime, more than 90 minutes of Snyder's footage was removed from the original cut, but the results still adhered to the basic outline of the story. There's estimates that Whedon's cut only uses about 10% of the footage that Snyder shot that we see in this movie. Snyder stated that only 4 to 5 minutes of new footage was shot during additional photography for the Snyder cut. It was released on March 18th, 2021, a couple years after the November 17th, 2017 release of the original Justice League. Snyder has expressed his interest in screening the film in IMAX theaters to no one's surprise once COVID-19 is under control. Snyder has said for the theatrical release, there will be a 10-minute intermission halfway in the movie to let people go pee-pee.
Go pee-pee.
This is once again directed by Zack Snyder and music by Tom Holkenborg. Who is that, Greg
That's
Miller?
a fake name.
That's a DJ Ziz Zab Zab. Junkie XL.
Junkie XL composed the film's score. He had previously completed an entire score for the theatrical version of Justice League before being replaced by Danny Elfman following Snyder's departure and Whedon's arrival. When Holkenborg was rehired to score the film in early 2020, he decided to start and make a brand new score for the film, which consists of 54 tracks and is 4 hours and 20 minutes long, and somehow managed to give Wonder Woman an even more obnoxious theme song. A budget of $70 million, which is in addition to the $300 million that the original took to make. So the $70 million is just for this cut right here. A box office of $657.9 million for the original movie against an estimated break-even point of as much as $750 million. Deadline Hollywood reported that the film lost Warner Brothers over $60 million, and that's not even including what they're talking about now. The cut was filmed in and released in an open matte 1:33:1 aspect ratio. So there you go. Andy Cortez, what do you think about Justice League, the Snyder Cut?
Kevin, what were you going to say first? Go ahead.
I just why is it so tight? It's like every shot is this big, like as big as our squares are. I think these are probably 4:3 or the 1:3.
I think I have more space.
Ratio.
Or Nick and Tim do for sure.
It makes me feel so claustrophobic.
God,
Well, what's interesting is they're not. I actually don't think they're tighter. I think they're actually wider,
taller,
this way. But generally, what I think they did was for the theatrical release, they cropped in on that frame.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the shots that you watch in the Whedon cut, and I could be wrong about this, but I think that's what they did. I think he just actually is using the full all the information on the sensor.
Open map,
'Cause-
like that's
yeah.
where that comes from.
Yeah,
So
it's
the
full
open
frame,
map, you would take
basically.
it and then you add the bars on top of it.
Yeah, the bars on top and bottom. So what you're seeing, actually, you're actually getting more frame in this, which I thought was fascinating. As to whether or not it adds to the movie or services the action of the plot, I don't know. But I thought it was a very
vision.
interesting choice. Yeah.
Andy Cortez.
What did I
What'd
think
you
of it? I wasn't expecting a whole lot, and I think that Zack Snyder pulled it off. I think it's really damn good, and I wasn't expecting it to be. I think it is one of his best movies because I ended up watching the full thing last night. I know we're not doing the full thing tonight, but I thought it was pretty. I'd say close to amazing is what I would say.
Kevin.
So I've only watched half of it because I thought that's what we were supposed to do. And so
No future
far-
spoilers for the second
No
half of
future
the movie.
spoilers. No future spoilers.
future
Well, I
spoilers
mean,
for
like
the second half of the
things have been changing, little things.
Sure.
But yeah, so far I've actually been surprised how much I enjoyed all like the extra stuff. Where it's like, yeah, I know they're giving us a lot, but I kind of feel like it works.
Greg Miller.
Yeah, I like it a lot. You know, I'm the guy who liked Batman v Superman, obviously, though. So, like, I take it with a grain of salt, I guess. But no, I enjoy this. I enjoy the changes. I enjoyed the unified tone to it, I think, where there are, you know, I think, you know, Whedon's cut tried to inject so much color and levity and try to put jokes in there, which then didn't work with the juxtaposition of what was already filmed and what he already kept and stuff like that. Whereas this having that Snyder BVS tone throughout, I think works and sets it up interesting. There's a lot of stuff I don't like about it, but I thought the additional stuff we got, and just talking about this first half, I enjoyed a lot. Like, granted, I'm a glutton for DC shit, right? Like, I want more of everything, but I like Cyborg a lot from this movie. I think he's still emo all the time, but I enjoyed getting to know more about him. I enjoyed seeing more backstory for him. I enjoyed the soliloquy we get here with Flash and Iris a little bit, and getting to see him use some of his powers in a cool way and see what a normal day for Barry kind of looked like. I enjoy those additions, and I enjoy the tone so far, and I like it a lot.
Awesome. Andy, I'm going to go back to you for a second because I feel like a bit did not play and did not work at all. But before the show had started, Nick walked away.
Because Nick was just sitting here fuming.
The idea came up of like, what if we all just pretended we fucking loved this movie and Nick wouldn't know? But I don't think that came off enough.
No,
so now it's just kind of a muddled mess.
You're
and
right.
That's where we are. But you know what? A muddled mess is appropriate for this. But Andy, what did you think
What did I
about
really
Justice
think?
League?
Okay, what did I really think? Yeah, sorry, Nick. We're gonna make it seem like you were the only one that wasn't.
I was
super
saying
into
when
it.
Nick got mad about specific things, we would all be like, "Oh no, that was great. What are you talking
Got
about?"
it.
That's
So
what
you
I
got
meant.
it.
I didn't mean the opening.
Okay.
We'd all be like, "It's the best movie of all time."
I was really like, wow, you guys really like this movie. I'm like,
This is why this joke, like, I was like, all right, this is gonna suck, because like what I just said, I actually meant, where it's like, I know it's giving us hella. It is more format like a TV show. He is super up his own ass about how fucking all these shots of like, oh, let's slow down time and let's just be cinematic for a moment. But I do like how much time each character is getting and being developed. And like, yeah, maybe make a movie for each one and then build up to something like this. But whatever, you didn't do that. Like, this seems like a decent compromise.
All right. I'm kind of all over the place with this movie, just like I think the movie is all over the place as well. I think it is better so far, but not by a whole lot. I think the tone being the same Zack Snyder tone really helps out, particularly because I went to go back and watch the old version and seeing the sequence of, ever heard of, the strongest man is strongest alone, and then cuts to Ben Affleck and he goes, that's not the saying at all. Why would he say that? That's not the right saying. And that's Joss Whedon trying to inject his sort of quippy humor bullshit that just didn't really work out in that movie. I prefer Zack Snyder's tone in this movie. I honestly do. I don't think it's leaps and bounds a huge improvement. However, I think I still think it. I'm kind of with you, Kevin, where it's like, yeah, sure, we're getting more character development, but make it a TV show like this. You don't get to say, hey, I fully developed the characters and then add on 2 hours to the movie. Like, that's just not really how it works, because of course you were able to develop them more if you have 2 hours extra time.
We've had movies that run like a really long time before, like what Quentin Tarantino's Last one was super long, right?
Sure,
They had, like, a
but
3.5
I mean,
hour
we've
version.
also had Guardians of the Galaxy throw 4 characters at us that we all kind of immediately understand and really enjoy.
There's better
So
stories, like, and
yeah,
movie making elsewhere.
I'll say so far, chapters 1 through 4, I think it's an improvement, not a huge improvement, however, to the regular Justice League. Although popping on the old one, I'm like, damn, I miss this color. I miss kind of how things were colorful and not super desaturated and 300 looking, you know?
Nick, what do you think?
I'm sort of with everyone else, right? I think that he fixed some stuff and he messed some other stuff up. And so the best I can say is this movie is definitely different. It's not going into this, I just assumed it would be just a hot mess, and it's a lot more coherent than I thought it was going to be. I think it explains things in a way that I think is a lot more straightforward than the Whedon cut, obviously, because you have more time to do that. But I can absolutely understand how if you were to watch this, you would say, hey, like I understand all the creative decisions that were made for the theatrical cut and why they were made. And I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but I get they were like, hey, we want this to be more exciting. We'd like to see Batman sometime in the first, 20 minutes of the movie instead of the first hour and 20 minutes of the movie. Because he obviously is, an important character to the franchise. So I understand why they would go back and try to do all the things they tried to do for the theatrical cut. But what I was actually pretty impressed by was that this wasn't like, I kept grappling every single few scenes of saying like, is this better than the theatrical cut? And I think it's just different. I think it's I definitely appreciate the tone. I actually will disagree with Andy. I like the coloring of this movie better because I think that's what it was intended to be. And the coloring for the theatrical cut always felt very artificial to me. Sort of like a thumbnail, like a Tim Gettys thumbnail where it's like, it was just never meant to be that saturated in terms of like, fucking crank it to 200. Let's go.
It's like Kylo Ren shooting at Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, exactly. But I will say, I think that it suffers, it benefits and it suffers from all things that are Zack Snyder. In that, I think
Yes,
Kevin, for me,
so
it definitely Kevin hit the nail on the head. Why is there so much slow motion in this? Actually, I think this whole thing would have been, instead of 4 hours, I legitimately think they could have carved 30 minutes off this movie if they had just not used any slow motion in the movie at all. Like all of the stuff for every scene that I think he nails, there's another scene right afterward that I'm like, why is this so long? Like all the stuff on Themyscira is a perfect example of it. In the theatrical cut, it was fast as shit. People were getting thrown off their horses. We're in and we're out of the scene. And then all of a sudden she's like, we have to shoot the arrow to Diana. And then the woman's like, well, the man's not going to know that. And she's like, no, but she will. And we're like, oh, we know who she is. And it's cool. And then they shoot the arrow and it's cool. And this one, they're like, we must talk about the arrow and what this means and why there's two of them for some reason, which is weird in case the first one missed. I'm not quite sure.
They had the box and the bow was strung inside. Like no one would store a bow that way. That's not good for the bow. You know what I mean?
But so
That's
for
crazy.
like, but so that, yeah,
What's
that
good
was
for the
like
bow is
weird.
good
But
for the
then,
gander.
then Wonder Woman walks up to the place where we get the scene where she walks up to the place where the arrow is, and I'm like, oh god, this is going on for so long. But then she goes down and puts the arrow in the wall. And I was like, oh, I'm into this. This is pretty cool. And then
She
get a really long
drops down in her high heels. I was like,
right, and I was like, oh shit. So there's like, it's so weird because every scene, there's like one scene where I'm like, ugh. And then there's in that same scene something that happens awesomely. Another example is we get to see Barry, a day in the life of Barry, right? He's interviewing for a job. And it's kind of endearing to Ezra Miller. He meets Iris for the first time and we get to see her, which is super cool. And then we have this amazing scene where she gets in a car wreck and it starts and the music kicks up and he pushes through the glass and I get chills. I'm like, this is so amazing. And then as he starts running, the world's worst song starts playing behind him.
Oh
And
my
I'm like,
God.
You just ruined it. You just ruined
Terrible
this
choice.
moment.
Also,
it's just so weird.
Dude, the
That
music
moment-
choices. The
They are
music
so
are
bad.
choices. There are
They're
choices
bad.
here.
Yeah.
Well, Aquaman's gone into the sea.
No, okay, no.
Like, what the hell's
Here's-
going
I
on?
mean, No.
It's so long.
Oh, wait. Oh, are you talking about the girl scene?
The
in
girls
middle?
were just
Oh
singing.
my
Yeah.
god.
Sweater. You
And
just
it
saw
started
sweater.
for so long.
I jokingly,
Fuck.
I jokingly was like, "Oh, she's gonna sniff the sweater," and then she sniffs the sweater, and it's like, "Oh,
She had
it's creepy now."
that-
She had to,
Aqua
man.
Velvet.
That sequence way too goddamn long. But when he's walking down and Zack Snyder replaces Icky Thump with a different song
Yeah.
and it's slow motion, or just like Nick said, slow motion all the time, and the waves are crashing and he's walking down the dock. And it really felt like, I was telling Elise Williams this, it felt like the end of an episode for the HBO series of Justice League. And he's walking down and that kind of like folk rock song is playing. And then I expected, boom, cut to credits. And then like, you know, the next chapter would begin or whatever. But he just jumps in the water and then talks to Willem Dafoe. It was just, it's such a weird,
but
it's such a weird thing.
I like the Willem Dafoe scene. I think Willem Dafoe kills it. And then we get to Amber Heard, and she's got a British accent. And you're like, that's weird.
And that was,
I don't think Willem Dafoe
God,
is.
it is the whole
Weird.
thing about
Not-
this universe and this thing of just like, I was like, this isn't the accent she has in Aquaman, right?
No.
Like,
I think what happened was she just wasn't in the theatrical cut. And so when they got to Aquaman, they were like, you can just do whatever accent you want. You don't have to do the British accent.
Yeah. Well,
you know?
yeah, the rules were off. By
It's
then, yeah.
such a mess too because even just
But she was in the theatrical cut for the
canonical-
record. She was in the theatrical cut for the record.
But
But she didn't, but they must have
canonical
reshot those
elements
because
of
she didn't
this-
have an accent, though, right?
I don't remember.
I don't think she did.
I mean,
I don't think
they
she
don't
did
talk in bubbles in Aquaman either. Like that, it's weird that they make choices in this movie that like the directors of both Wonder Woman and Aquaman are like, no, the Whedon cut is not canon to our timeline. This version's canon to the timeline. And it's like, well, it's clearly not. Like there are so many like, isn't Mira's dad alive in one and dead in the other? Like it's
He's
weird
alive in
shit
the next
like
one.
that.
I don't know if does she mention he's dead in this one? Oh yeah, because she's like, yeah, your mom took care of me or whatever, right?
Yeah.
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 So
Great
it's
point,
like
great point.
that's kind of weird. But yeah, for me,
It was. I mean, it's more that you got to check all that at the door, right? Because Wonder Woman's like, I turned my back on man 100 years ago, except for in 1984 when I was helping them all out and I got on TV real quick. But I wasn't on TV, but it was my voice. But I went back and helped more people.
But there's another perfect example, like the Wonder Woman scene is so much better set up than it was in the theatrical cut.
The bullet blocking and all
Yeah.
that stuff with the bowler hat man. Oh my god, that scene fucking kicks. And
It
that's
was so
where I
much
love
better.
I love the
Except-
juxtaposition of slow-mo of we see how she sees it, and then when they'll go back
Yeah.
to normal time and it's her going super fast motion.
I hated
Yeah.
the way that looked. That looked really cheesy.
that
to
looks
me.
really
Oh,
dumb.
And I think it was the way it looked like when people are at punk shows and they're like punching in the air and stuff. It looked really awkward.
I
to
just
me.
I just meant in general the actual setup for it because there was a moment in the theatrical cut, and I could be totally wrong about this, but because I wasn't watching it that closely the couple times that I've seen it. But we're inside the bank, and then it cuts, and it feels like she's standing on Lady Liberty from like miles away, and she jumps. In this one, she's standing on top of the building she's about to go into, which I was like, that makes way more sense. Like that's better in my opinion. But then you look at the beginning of that scene, guy gets out of truck, right? Knocks on truck. Doors open, guys with guns come out. He walks past a guard who saw him get out of the truck with the guys with the guns, and the guard looks up and goes, "Oh no, I don't know what to do." Pulls the gun up, and then the guy shoots him in the back with the silencer. I'm like, you didn't see the guy get like release those? It doesn't matter.
Jobs, they're distracted. all
For
the
every
time.
scene that he knocks out of the park, there's something in there that just makes me go, "Oh, this is such an interesting choice that probably should have been edited around." But because he doesn't have to edit anything, we're getting all the good and all the bad that is Zack Snyder.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think that's
right with Nick when it comes to this because I am enjoying the hell out of this so far just because of morbid curiosity, and I think that it is delivering entirely. Greg, what's up?
Can we get a quick round robin? Who all? I watched the entire movie. What's everybody else's?
I have
whatever it
not
is?
seen the second
I
part.
stopped
watched
after 4.
chapters 1 through 4. Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to kind of
cool.
keep it
Cool.
part 1, part 2. So
Yeah. And so far, like I'm enjoying it. I'm really interested in watching the rest, but it's not because it's good. It's because it is so fucking weird. Like I'm struggling to put into words how I feel about it because it simultaneously feels like nothing we've ever seen before and the most familiar thing ever, where it reminds me of music videos. It reminds me of PS2 intro cutscenes to games where it's like there's a lot of cool stuff going on here, but it's fucking weird and nonsense. And with this, I feel like at best, it's good. At worst, it's atrocious. But most of the time, it's just kind of somewhere around the like, it's happening, and I'm watching it. And I was talking to Kev a little bit about this, but like, this doesn't feel like a movie. It doesn't feel like a TV show. It kind of just feels like an art piece.
Yeah.
And a really, really weird art piece at that, but it works. Like, because of that, because it is so up its own ass and it is so reliant on our understanding of the story of this movie being made. Like, it is only fun for me to watch because I have seen the other Justice League and I have seen all the other movies and I've seen the movies that come after this.
Yeah.
So how it all works together, it's weird that this might be the only time in history with a movie that we are able to look at it through the lens of knowing what happens after and then it changing to adapt to that in some ways, but not others. And through that lens, I'm like, this is very fascinating. And
It's fascinating.
There's it in that sense. There's a quality to it. In that sense, it's like, okay, cool. Like there's a lot here, but with a lot, that means there's going to be a lot of bad. And God, there's a lot in this movie. The amount of characters when Martian Manhunter showed up, I was like,
I
Finally,
laughed.
right? You were like, yes.
it's
yes.
hilarious. It is so funny that it's
The world
Martha.
needs
They
Lois
make
Lane
Martha.
too.
Like, oh my God. Like, it's just such a weird thing that I'm like, there's already enough characters that don't add up here. Like Kevin was talking about character development. I don't think it's there. I just think there's more slow-mo scenes. Like, we get more of these characters.
There's
Well,
definitely more
I think you
backgrounds
get-
and stuff.
Well, you
But
get
my
very,
thing is, like,
you
when
get
we
very
get to
surface level.
It's
character
so
development.
surface level. And it's just like
Sure.
Aquaman, like, being there, joining the team, all this stuff. It's like, it's weird. And Flash's character doesn't work in this movie. Like, in the Joss Whedon version, it worked because it's quippy and whatever.
He didn't believe in himself, right? He had a little bit more of development where we have that scene in the theatrical cut where he's like, I don't know how to do this. I'm not a hero.
Yeah.
And Bruce Wayne goes, just save one of them. And, just go in there and save one of them. Start there. And it's endearing because he's like, it's mentoring. It's just a different character in this for me. But to paint this more in a positive light, we get a lot more Cyborg in this. And I think that actually makes so much more sense because Cyborg is the only person that can actually tell the audience what the fuck is going on with these mother boxes because he's integrated with one of them. I think that was a very, very smart choice, and I think that's very sorely lacking in the theatrical version. So I like him being a bigger presence in this because I think it makes more sense. Having said that, though, Snyder doesn't really understand how to do backstory for people in a way that ingratiates you to them. And so he's very surface level and he's very like what you see is what you get. Subtext is not Zack Snyder's a specialty. And so all the stuff we get with him, with the mother and all that stuff, it just kind of feels weirdly out of whack and like it should have obviously been its own movie. And then we get that moment where he's like, we've got to make this guy a hero. Right? We have to make this guy we have to make people know that he's a good guy. So let's have him
Robin Hood.
Let's have him rob from the rich and give to the poor and basically commit a financial crime for this woman who we have no idea who she is and we'll never see again.
Well, keep in mind, too, like in that conversation the mom has with the dean, he's like, listen, your son's a certified genius, but he can't go in and change his friend's grades. And you're like, yeah, that's accurate. And the mom's like, this woman like lost her house or whatever. What were you doing for her? And it's like,
like,
no, that still doesn't justify changing her grades. Like, I mean, there's got to be some other way to help her, right? Like, I don't know.
Those sequences, what it reminds me of is, like, Destiny coming out and then saying, if you want the backstories for these characters, we put out some web videos to go watch on the internet. And that's what all these little moments remind me of. It just seems like the stuff that they got rid of on the cutting room, that got stuck on the cutting room floor for a pretty good reason. Like I like that I like a lot of Cyborg's sort of motivations, right? Like we start to understand why he feels the way he does.
Right.
But I don't think we needed to see the bank scene. We didn't need to see all of that information with it all displayed and like, the world is at your fingertips, Cyborg, and then the sequence where
Victor, like this, the strength is the tip of the iceberg. Like you could launch nukes, and I'm like, fuck, do I want this kid with the ability? Am I cheering for the guy who's pissed off at everybody and wants to launch nukes?
But also very angry.
And there's also a thing I also want to mention, and I know that it's not like they reshot a lot of these sequences because they said so or whatever, but. With Ezra Miller and with Ray Fisher, Ezra Miller, I think at the time of filming it was 25, maybe 24, but he still really comes off to me as a 34-year-old trying to play an early 20s, late teenager type of character. And same with Ray Fisher, where Ray Fisher I know is in college and he's a college football player, but it really feels like even in the sequences where he isn't Cyborg yet, it still feels like I'm a 35-year-old trying to play a college student. When he's in his car with his mom and he's talking to her about he wasn't at the game today, he comes across too much like an adult, like this guy who has a family of 5 and he just got fired from his job. Like
I felt like that.
The characterization isn't youth enough. There's not enough youth there.
I assume that shot was a reshoot because he looks older than he does in the rest of the movie. In that one scene, because that's a close-up shot of his face, and I feel like we spend a lot of time, and it's like he looks older in there. So I don't know. I have no idea whether it's is or isn't. I didn't think he looked that old in the original.
I'm with Kevin on this one. I think some of the reshoots did actually make him look a little older. I'm going to take back what I said earlier that Zack Snyder can't do backstory. I think he can, but I just think this is not the way to do it. And I think this just feels very shoehorned in. And we all know that all these movies should have come before this movie, right? We should have seen the Cyborg movie first. We should have seen the character development, because then you really could have developed. I mean, at the core of it is the relationship between him and his father. Him being like this sort of Robin Hood-like character, it's too much. It's all just too much thrown into the pot, which is this whole movie is.
Absolutely, and with that, Nick, like, you know, it's impossible to talk about this without talking about the MCU in some way of like why this doesn't work for us. And I think that it's not just, they didn't nail what Avengers 1 nailed. This movie is attempting to be Avengers 1, Age of Ultron, and Infinity War all in one. It is trying to be Avengers 1 of getting the team together for the first time. It's trying to be Age of Ultron of here's Martian Manhunter and all this other stuff, elements that are teasing future projects. And it's Infinity War of like, here are these mother boxes, and like we need to collect them all from all the different groups that we've known from the other movies. And they put all of that into this one movie that didn't have the backup to get here. So what this movie is a lot of answering questions. Like, I think that what the Snyder Cut does well is answer questions from the Joss Whedon cut of like, that's why. Like, that's why this happened, or this is what's causing that. But it's like at some point, this movie starts asking new questions and answering them immediately. So every scene feels like it's asking a question to then immediately answer it, to just move to the next thing. Yeah. And it's bizarre. But again, it's a weird art piece. Andy, what's up?
I know at one point Greg has mentioned, because, you know, we brought up our criticisms for what we think the movie's going to be and why we are worried it won't work. And then Greg has mentioned before, no, that's part of the plan because Snyder had this and this planned. And so I know probably we're going to say a lot of shit in this episode that is definitely inaccurate, because Zack Snyder's probably said, no, that wasn't supposed to happen. We were supposed to do this and that. But like when I went back to watch when I went back to watch the sequence where they are fighting against the Amazonians, against the Green Lantern people, against Zeus and Hades or whatever. When they're doing that, when the Age of Heroes moment. In the old version, it is Steppenwolf getting his shit kicked in, and in the new one, it is Darkseid.
Fuck yeah.
And I don't really understand, like, was it always supposed to be Darkseid, or did Zack Snyder change that for this?
Yeah, well, I think
it was always Darkseid. Whedon's the one who got rid of it, because this is the whole thing where Warner Brothers yanked up on the stick, right? They were like,
got it.
Fuck no, we're done. This is our chance. Get rid of him. We don't, because this is the reason, like, you know, people have been like, why does Zack Snyder's Justice League end on a cliffhanger? Spoiler alerts, it's going to end on a cliffhanger. It ends on a cliffhanger because they were going to make Justice League Part 2. That was the plan. And so when WB had their chance to get out of that plan, they yanked up on the stick and were like, get rid of Darkseid, put in Steppenwolf, and have it just end here. Have it bring back Superman and have it just be the fucking end of it. Tim
Gettys.
Greg, have you seen the leaked stuff of Justice League 2 and 3 that came out? Of like the screen, not screenplays, but like storyboards and stuff? Snyder stuff?
I mean,
I think Greg did,
years ago, I knew about the shirt. And
the stuff from like a month ago, this happened.
I haven't seen.
I got to find the stuff and send it to you. We need to do a show about it. It's fucking insane.
No, like, I know what the plot was going to be. Like, I know where we were going with this. I know what Nightmare leads to and all that jazz.
Yeah, it's crazy shit.
To me,
it's fun. It's fun because you guys don't. No, well, you're gonna fucking get some of that in the next half, Kevin. You know what I mean? You read half the book here. I want to know real quick. If you don't know what's coming, I think it's gonna be interesting because it was one of those things. Like the shirt. If you're a big Snyder fan or whatever, that laid the whole thing out, and he talked about it. He's talked about here, there. There was like a moment that's coming up in the second half. Where I was like, I was like so into it. 3 hours in, I was like, oh fuck, I forgot about that. That was like a plot point. That's cool that they're actually doing that.
I forgot that Superman was in this movie.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing though. When we first see him, when they're explaining the mother box thing, and he's like, are we all thinking what I'm thinking right now? And then Cyborg like puts Superman on the thing, and it skyrockets up, and we hear the music. I'm like, fuck, that was hype. Yeah. And there are those moments in this, but I mean, Andy, to go back to the Golden Age or Age of Heroes, that fight. Yeah. I thought that was better done in the theatrical cut. This one goes on forever, and it sounds like Wonder Woman is reading a fucking history report from 8th grade. And then this person did this, and then this person. I'm like, bro, too long. But I mean, seeing Darkseid there getting his ass kicked, I think was a terrible choice. I think keeping it Steppenwolf the entire time was a smarter choice. I don't think it worked in this. I think it takes that big baddie and kind of just is like, well, someone already beat him, so what does it matter? Why, when and if Superman comes back? So I think the escalation of bad guys was a really important thing that Whedon did, that they're now dialing back. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Having said that, I think Steppenwolf in this is so much cooler and so much better as a character than he was in the theatrical cut. And when I first saw him, I was like, oh, it's just change for change's sake. But the armor is cool. Having it be its own character is cool. Having him actually be like kind of a sad, like tragic character is a lot more compelling than just having him be this generic bad guy. And I think the overall design of him is way better in this one. For sure.
I couldn't disagree with you more. I love the idea that like Darkseid is the big bad, and the Age of Heroes. Like, if you want it, we can dive into it here. We can wait till we get to the plot of like how. It's not like he fucking misplaced his car keys. He had the anti-life equation and then got dragged on a ship, and they're like, well, the mother box is turned off. We can't find that world anymore. I'm like, what? Like, why did you fly that far away?
It's like Lost in Space. They didn't fly away. They teleport to another universe, Greg. You know what I mean?
Okay, how did they get there in the first?
But did he not know? Did he not remember Earth?
They put in
There'd be some
random numbers,
dominated planet trail to get us back to Earth, isn't there? Doesn't matter. I love the idea that like I honestly like the Age of Heroes fight way more in this. Obviously, I'm just a sucker for Darkseid, but I loved him coming down and smashing and having the anti-life equation there. I loved when he hacks off the Green Lantern's hand this time around, right? And the ring comes up in front of him, and he goes to grab for it and gets shot with the air, and then it zips away. Like again, that Steppenwolf cut off the ring in the other one, and it flew past him or whatever. But just there was like stuff like I liked how long this went. It's one of those rare things where I liked the action in this film. Usually, if you've seen a DCEU or an MCU in review, I think a lot of times I just kind of glaze over while people punch each other, but there was a bunch of different scenes here where I actually really enjoyed the action.
What is it about Zeus that just looks so fake?
He was twice the size of everyone else.
Yeah. He looks jacked. Like someone from. It looked like what I assume he wanted to do for 300, but like didn't have the technology. You know,
it did look. Yeah, I mean, I think that's
like crazy.
Immediately, what it reminded everybody of 300, but the character just looked way too video gamey.
Well, I mean,
he had like glowing hands.
The
and
overall
shit.
look of it.
He also.
I thought that sequence was cool.
I thought it was cool. I thought Zeus like having this young Zeus, like he looked too young to be Ares' dad. Also, why did they change the actor for Ares?
Oh, I don't know. All I know is I just remember thinking like
that's not Zack Snyder's Ares or some bullshit like that, right? It's the same thing. Sure. And isn't it? Yeah, I don't even fucking know. Because that guy was a guy at one point in Wonder Woman, right? And then Ares took over, or was he always Ares?
No,
they're all
Martian Manhunter. He was a guy.
The world needs Lois Lane.
Yeah, I just thought
Hey,
that
man,
I
he's in
think
the
that
movie.
that
We did it,
sequence
guys.
was. I think the sequence was not done well from a storytelling standpoint, right? The whole point was supposed to be like these, like Darkseid comes and then all of these three realms come together to fight, but we see them all already there on the island. And you're like, well, they're already together. So I don't know. I liked it being briefer. I liked it being sort of a footnote, and we see it as a flashback, and we see the characters that you get to see Robin Wright pen again. I thought that was a cool moment in the first theatrical cut. Robin Wright, excuse me.
I do the same thing
every single time. So I liked it being a little bit more brief, and I liked her just kind of sort of explain, because we get it, right? We understand. Someone came, we beat him back, and now we don't have those forces anymore for some reason. I guess all the gods are dead, and we need Superman. Cool. That's all I need to know. And the mother.
Did you not hear the song sing about the gods being dead?
Oh, is that? I'm sorry. I think I might have tuned out some of the. I might have auto tuned out some of the songs.
Yo, speaking of the music though, I really want to give a shout out to Junkie XL for just being like, okay, if Snyder's gonna go fucking buck wild, I'm going buck wild. Electronic, weird 8-bit video. It looks like a video game. We're gonna make it sound like a video game. Fuck it. And real talk, I enjoyed that shit. I love it, and I love how obnoxious the Wonder Woman theme is. They play it 10,000 times, but now the intro of it is the.
Yeah.
What the
Amazonian. Yeah,
like,
what?
and they play that like 15 fucking times, and it just then segues into that. I'm like, good for you guys. Good for you. You know.
How about right when the what are the paratroopers? What are they called?
Yeah.
Parademons.
Yeah.
How about when they're introduced? Their theme is a scream into and out of every single scene they're in. It just starts with a scream and ends with a scream. I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's go.
Stories, dude.
Those guys are to me exactly how I feel about this movie so far, which is those guys are undeniably better told than the Whedon cut. Because in the Whedon cut, they just show up and it's like, who the fuck are they and what's going on?
Smell fear.
And in this, it's like they explain who they are, and I'm like, well, this is stupid. So
Yeah,
I
but
don't
like,
know
that's
which one I
the thing.
prefer.
They're dumb, right? Like they're like zombie characters that exist to be killed. So it's like they were given that.
But like seeing him like,
but it's cool that we have
like,
an explanation.
in some crates and stuff looking for shit. I'm like, what the hell? Sometimes you're like this mindless zombie creature, but sometimes you're just a dude that lost something.
Yeah. What'd you got? I dropped a Cheeto back there. I got to get it before my mom comes home.
Where's this stupid fucking thing? Jesus Christ.
Let's get to the plot.
Plot.
Everybody!
Oh, you can't yell. He can't do that.
I know. It fucking sucks having
got
to
a
work.
wife.
He's got a wife
Your house.
working, yeah.
She's on a
Finally
important
get
call.
Snyder cut. You
Lucy's
get
done some
everything
shit.
you want. Can't even scream.
I hate it.
Unbelievable.
You know
Poor
what I
life we
mean?
live.
This is the worst part of COVID.
Yeah.
Let's start here where Batman v Superman ended, ladies and gentlemen. Superman has given his life for his world, Lois Lane. He has driven the hateful spear into Doomsday's chest. Doomsday has driven his own spear into Superman's chest. And I appreciate ripping the Band-Aid off right away. Because in Batman v Superman, I remember sitting there, settling into my seat with my soda and my popcorn. Lights go down, movie starts up. I'm like, all right, yeah, okay, Martha, sure, what? Okay, yeah, well, and then we got to, and the bats raised me up to the light. I was like, what the fuck is happening? That, they gave me like 5-10 minutes right before, not probably like 5 minutes, 2 minutes before Zack Snyder made me go, what the fuck are you doing? Instead, right here,
we hear the reverberations throughout the universe, and it's like this is the direction they're going with this. Okay,
like an
you
hour.
can literally hear it throughout the world. Okay, sure, that's how we're doing it. Okay, whatever. Yeah, and I was telling Jen because I watched the first half again today, and she came out and she timed it at like she's like, this is more than 4 minutes long of this thing echoing.
See,
and I'm like,
this is what I'm saying when I say Zack Snyder has no idea what subtext is. He read in the script that it was the shout, the scream heard around the world.
Yeah,
and he was like, I get it. We got to see it. We got to see
Sound
a
waves.
scream
Sound
echoing around the
waves.
world. And the writer's probably like, no, that was metaphorical.
No.
Right?
yeah,
That was
no, it's like,
metaphorical.
nah, but it'd be cool if we show it,
That'd be
right? And they'll
fucking
be like,
dope. Like they're underwater
No.
and you can see it underwater, abs.
wait, so
Fucking
like,
Zack Snyder.
yeah, it's a quick question, Zach. So
Abs.
like, we went out of our way to make Aquaman not seem like a weird guy who can talk to fish, but you want to start this movie with Superman having the Aquaman effect from Super Friends talking to fish. Yeah, okay. All right. And it's like one of those things where I was, even on my first viewing, impressed that by the end of this segment of the sound going, I had gone through all the range of emotions to where I just accepted it. It goes on so long
That
that
is
it
the
starts
Snyder
and you're
cut.
like,
The whole movie
this is
that.
outrageous.
Yeah.
This is outrageous. What are you doing? This is dumb. It's still going. Oh, okay. Well, now we're
But
talking to Atlanteans. All right, that's neat.
it's
And,
so
it goes,
sad.
and then it's like, oh, fuck, that's right. We're in Themyscira and the fucking voice. It's still going. All right.
It's everywhere, man.
Yeah, all right.
Superman.
That's how we're
But
doing it.
I mean, this is what's so sad, right? And this is exactly what we're talking about. Where like for every cool thing, there's another thing that makes you go, "What the hell?" The opening image of him being speared and like screaming is awesome. I'm like,
Yeah.
wow, that
And they do like
one,
the spin around and it's like
yeah,
in
I'm like,
slow
that's
motion
so
and like lightning
fucking
crackling.
cool. And then the echo has to keep going. But like, I think Zack Snyder I will say like a lot. I really enjoyed a lot of the imagery in this movie. I liked a lot of just if you just take it at face value, mute it, and you're just looking at the photography. I think a lot of it is really, really cool in this. And
Well, that's
that
a
one shot
long-running-
really fucking got me.
That's like a long running thing, right? Janet Garcia, get out of here. What are you
What's
doing?
up, Janet Garcia?
Get out of here.
Hi.
Get out. Why are you? You're not the Snyder Cut. Get out of here. Yeah, no, I think that, there's so many people who've said that in the run up to this, and I agree with it as well, right? Of like, Zack Snyder knows how to make a pretty frame. He knows how to make a pretty image, right? And it's everywhere else that there's problems in terms of storytelling and pacing and yada, yada, yada. But yeah, I think I agree with you, right? Up until the weird Aquaman super friend effect. You're like, all right. But Superman yells as he dies, and his voice goes around the world. We get to see Cyborg. His mother box wakes up for a second. He's like, what's that? Not my problem. It goes away. And then it goes into Metropolis, and Lex Luthor's talking to Steppenwolf, and he's like, what's that? Not my problem. And then
Did it seem like that? Did it seem like that footage of Lex Luthor was like poorly rotoscoped out from a different shot?
Yes.
That strikes me as either that was a reshoot or it was just the
I think they
super unfinished effect that they had to toss in.
I think they
That
took
looked
footage from the
awful.
other movie and threw it in there because they needed that shot.
That looked
I think
really
a lot of
bad.
that.
The
Bad.
underwater portion just did not look good. Where he's supposed
not
to
even
be
there yet.
sort of in this Superman juice.
Yeah.
We are there. Okay. Yeah. He's in the raspberry jam from
Superman
Batman v
juice.
Superman, the Genesis chamber, if you remember. The Genesis chamber.
Genesis.
And he's like, all right, cool, not my problem. Then it goes into water, and I guess maybe it gets worn down there, maybe not, because there's no real explanation. Correct me if I'm wrong, for why the Themyscira box wakes up, but it doesn't matter. The Atlantean one shakes a bit, and it's like, nah, not my problem. Snooze. All these mother boxes, they're snoozing. They don't need to worry about this, because again, why the fuck would they know what a Kryptonian is? Whatever.
But they can't.
And also, there was no Kryptonian protecting the world. It doesn't matter. It goes all the way to Themyscira, though, and that mother box goes ring-a-ding-ding, Andy, and it wakes up, and all the Amazonians go, ah! Because they've just been sitting around protecting it the whole time.
Yeah.
Atlanteans, they fucking toss it in a hole. Fucking America, we were like,
Humans,
this thing's from the Nazis. We don't give a shit. Give it. This guy's like, hello. I've noticed that this is alien tech, and that's alien tech. Different
But-
civilizations. And they're like, just check it out, Silas. Just take it.
What
Just
a
take it, do whatever
crazy
you want.
budget. What a crazy budget. Like some places can't even afford to have one security guard on deck, but this
I know,
thing,
right?
they've got the strongest people on deck 24/7, or maybe it's 35/9. I don't know how the Amazonians keep time, Greg.
Exactly,
But they're
yeah,
there,
exactly.
they're
Yeah,
ready
they're
for
insane.
in case anything pops out of it. Yeah.
35-9,
Unless their
Kevin.
hours have less minutes.
I love when we go into what happened with the boxes and like we see the Amazonians like forging it in steel and like smashing it and like putting it in a fucking special thing. And then we get the
Atlanteans are like, hey,
Atlanteans.
octopus, suck
It
this.
sucks it with an octopus, and then it gets to the humans, and they just bury it in a fucking hole. It's like a foot deep. And they're like,
Yo,
it's good. We're
Literally
good.
later, if I'm remembering this correctly, it's Cyborg buries it, and it's
foot
like
deep.
literally like if it
Yeah.
even.
Bro,
What
you
the
just
fuck?
reach in and grab that thing.
It's so weird, especially when you're a superhero.
Well,
Like,
not
it's
only
hard
does
to
he do
take.
that, but he does the thing that he had to do because I was like, "What the fuck is it?" Like I forgot because by the time we
Nick.
got back to him, I was like, "What's in the gym bag? Why does he keep carrying his clothes with him?" And he has to open it up to show you that it's the box. And you're like, "Oh, right, it's the box." And then
You
he
missed
throws it in.
beforehand. Nick, you missed beforehand when the humans are digging it under. The scene right before, one of the guys just threw it into the woods. He was like, "Let's just get rid of it." And they're
Yeah,
like, "No,
just
we
go.
gotta. It's
I
still
can
there."
still see Andy. I can still see it. It's far enough.
No,
It's
you
far
put it
enough.
down and took like a bush and just put it over it. And they're like, no, that won't. It's
Like,
not gonna work.
It would have been better if you put it in my grandma's room that you weren't allowed in. You know where all the plastic was. Like,
Yeah.
just put it over
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
No
yeah.
one will ever know what it is. Just put it
Put
in
it,
that room.
put it behind this tree. Like, no, but you could see it from other angles.
Yeah,
Just
you
'cause
can
we
go behind the
can't
tree.
see it.
There's another house over there. They can see it.
So from there, yeah, the mother box goes, everybody goes around it, and then we're kicked up to Iceland, right? Where it's we don't know at first, but it's Ben Affleck, it's Batman, it's Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
He's there with his goggles on, his things on, he's going, and he goes along the way through the snow and the mountains, and he comes up to the thing, and we look down on a small fishing village, and we get boom, part 1. Don't count on it, Batman. And he goes down, and again, like it's it's so interesting, and I of course don't wish that I'd watched Justice League 2017 again because I fucking hate the film. But I had wished I'd watched it before this, but with more time. Because I didn't watch it again because my fear was then it would just already trying to recap a 4-hour long movie. The fact that I just would not be able to keep it straight in terms of which is what cut and yada, yada, yada. But coming down here, I enjoy the changes again they made here. And again, it's the tone thing we're talking about, right? And it is more of a... It's what we talked about. I remember making fun of it in the Whedon cut in review, where like he's like, I need to talk to there's the guy who comes in the king tide and yada yada yada, and like we don't know him, and they just turn and there's a drawing of Jason Momoa on the wall. Like, seems like you're him, you know what I mean? And it's the same idea here that Batman knows that he's him, right? But there is more of like Jason Momoa being the translator, trying to stick in. He's like not actually involved in this and trying to stay out of it. Of course, until he doesn't, and gets thrown up against the wall, and the guy yells at him for insulting, treating him like children or whatever.
And
then,
Bruce Wayne knows how to speak Icelandic.
Of course he does, right? And he does that little Ben Affleck smile and wink, and he's
Love when movies do that. Love when a movie does that. When you realize the person knew the language all along. They knew what you were saying. They knew what you were saying.
I'll say I like the setup for this a little bit more because they have a little more context for why he's riding a fucking horse around Hoth. And it's like they're like, oh, they have that one line where he's like, oh, well, no helicopters could get in here for 7 days. So that's and
no
that
ships,
shows
right? Yeah,
the
the icebergs in the
determination
harbor.
of Bruce Wayne of being like, fuck it, I just got to get on a horse and do it. Which
But again,
maybe they
that's a
set up.
perfect example, though, of the answering questions that like
That
only
didn't
they're
need to be
asking.
answered.
It's
Yeah.
like, why is he on a horse? Is not a question that we should be asking about Batman in a Justice League movie.
That was always a little bit weird. Like if you're going to go back and rewrite that scene, maybe just have him have a cool piece of tech that does it. That's better than a helicopter. But I digress. It's a cool visual. It's cool visually. And I mean, he has all sorts of cool shit. But, you know, he can't, again, he's got that shit, but he can't get it to work until the team comes together, which is another element that I thought was kind of cool.
I like the
Cyborg's going to talk to it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, who wants to fly? What the fuck are you talking about? I liked it though because it was. I liked first off, it felt a little bit of a nod to Batman Begins in terms of Bruce Wayne climbing the mountain there, right, and the dedication we talk about Bruce Wayne having and the commitment to what he's doing. But then like him on the horse and shit. Like I love shit like that from the comics where Bruce Wayne / Batman has to go do some weird shit to get there. And like again, the question nobody's asking, sure, but I like the idea that like it also was when Momoa is talking to the guy in Icelandic, right? Of just like he climbed the mountain. Like what kind of psychopath can come that way? And it's like again, the dedication of who Batman and Bruce Wayne is.
But I like that. But this scene always still bothers me, and it bothered me in the first one. It bothers me in this one because it basically it does not give Aquaman his due. It cuts from him getting off the horse directly to a shot of Jason Momoa, and then he's translating.
You want a bigger reveal of that?
Yeah, I mean, to me, this needed to be the Spielbergian, like, I'm looking for this man, and then you hear his voice before you see him, and then the crowd parts as the camera dollies in, and you just see him like from behind go, it's like, it's none of your fucking business, right? And then walk out, and then we have that moment. It needed a bigger hero type hype up moment, but instead, he's just oddly translating for these people, and then we get a scene later where he's just super fucking rude to him and like slams the guy down. He's like, tell him to fuck.
Different village.
Was it a different village? So he only likes this one village. But
remember, as Willem Dafoe says, you're out there doing good deeds, but you never stay in the same place twice. You never sleep in the same.
Well,
place
you never
twice.
sleep in the same place twice, but you can go back to the village and have a cocktail for Christ's sake. I mean, Jesus, you can swim in the fucking ocean.
You know
I don't know. I just always felt like they never paid Aquaman any sort of like fair due for this particular scene. It's a bad.
Yeah, it's because Momoa's he's always roaming in those areas, and he's like, these ladies keep singing wherever I go. I need to get away from these ladies.
There's a moment where there's a moment where every time he gets to the ocean, he takes his shirt off and throws it. And I'm like, how much money do you spend on shirts?
He's picking these things up.
Keep throwing them to the ladies in the crowd and then jumping out. I'm like, just be shirtless. You don't, cold doesn't bother you.
Shirts.
When he comes to the shore, that's when they're giving him a sweater or a shirt.
Give him the shirt. Give him the shirt.
Why
are
he's
you giving him a shirt?
Right? He's doing
because
all
then
these
he'll take it off. It'll be super exciting again.
Give him the shirt.
We get to see him.
It's so creepy that she actually sniffs the shirt. You know, like
I'm gonna say one thing right now, though, guys. Fucking A. Every time Jason Momoa takes his shirt off, every time.
Andy, hit the song.
Good looking man.
Were they born in labs? Now it's time to rank those abs.
Welcome back to Rank Those Abs, ladies and gentlemen. A podcast within a podcast. We're just gonna say it. Jason Momoa is the fucking GOAT. That's it. GOAT. Period. Put those where you want. He looks so good in this movie. It's actually makes me hate myself and hate all of you. I don't know why. It just makes me hate everyone.
All of us too.
Yeah, all of you.
All right.
That's it.
Cool.
All right. Well, Bruce reveals himself. He gets thrown up against the thing. They go outside. They have the conversation we were talking about earlier. A different take on it, obviously, as many of the conversations are in this Snyder cut. The strong man, strongest. Ever heard of strong man, strongest alone? He's like, you ever hear of Superman? He died fighting alongside me. Jason Momoa was like, yeah, exactly. Like, I don't want to fucking work with you. See you later. But he gets that final thing of like, you crazy, Bruce Wayne, dressed as a bat. You crazy, Bruce Wayne.
I love it.
Hey, you're a fucking fish man. Don't be calling me crazy. All right, I'm here trying to save the goddamn universe.
Crazy.
And then we get the weird singing we were talking about. Yes, of the woman who then sniffs the shirt. And again, it's weird no matter how you cut it. But like, I would have cut it just a little bit sooner. Because it is like a full-blown song and a sniff and it breathes.
Greg, it is exactly what you were talking about with the Scream, where it starts and I'm like, oh my God, I want this to
power
end.
through it.
And then you power through it. And by the end of it, you're just indoctrinated. You're like,
you're on Spotify. You're looking for it.
Like,
weird Aquaman singing. You know what I mean?
It was when the second woman came
long.
in that I was like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Sorry, Tim, go ahead.
No,
I feel like all of these things being as ridiculous as they are and happening for as long as they do is what makes this the Snyder Cut. It's what makes this the vision. Like without that, it is just.
You've nailed it. I think you nailed it at the top of the show that like this doesn't feel like a TV show and it doesn't feel like a movie. It feels like an art piece. And it is. Yeah, but again, like it's so much influenced by the entirety of this story that to get to this point and be like, all right, you win. Do whatever you want. He's like, cool, right. I'm making it for IMAX. But it's going to be on HBO Max. It's going to be made for IMAX. God damn it.
But whether or not we like that, and this is the question we'll have to all decide, right, is the value of this movie, to Tim's point, is comparing it to the original, right? And comparing and contrasting. Does it make it a good movie though? Does it make it a good
The answer is
narrative?
no to that question.
Right.
I want to say that we all thought the singing was weird, right? And I think Tim, I totally disagree. I think it should have been way shorter. But it's when Homegirl in the back starts harmonizing that I was like, what is going on right now? Like this shouldn't be happening.
Andy, they all come together and they start like walking, and you're like, are we
Are they
going
gonna kill
into
Bruce
like,
Wayne?
a late 80s like fucking music video right now? Like, what is happening in this movie?
I had to
video,
pause it and just kind of like I don't know if I'm ready for the rest of this, and we are at this point 15 minutes in, maybe. I don't know.
We're
We got a
still
brisk 3 hours 45 left.
Yeah.
wet behind the ears on this one.
Then you get a quick scene. You want something quick, you're out of it. We get to see a quick shot of Martha. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know this. It's Superman's mother. She, of course, is at the gravesite looking like she's saying goodbye to Jonathan Clark. She's got her thing all built up. You got her U-Haul there. She's got her truck. Looks like she's saying goodbye. Then she drives out of town, it looks like, and drives past the house that's been foreclosed on. And then, of course, spoilers later, it'll just be, I just moved closer to the diner. I'm like, well, what was the dramatic going to say goodbye to your family then? But okay, whatever.
Like,
Nick, you
actually sounds like
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say that actually sounds like a smart move for you. You know, you're just a one
You don't need
person.
this big
and you don't need
house.
all
What
that
are you
space.
doing? Not to mention this house got smashed by Zod. You know what I mean? People
It's-
know.
yeah,
The
it's
jig's
got
up that
some
something's going on in this
foundational
house.
problems.
Yeah,
I was gonna say I didn't realize she was at a different spot. So when I first watched this, I was like, "Is the graveyard right behind the house? Did they bury all the Kents like right in the farm back there?"
I mean, wouldn't
and also,
that make sense though?
are-
Family plot.
yeah. Oh, it does. But then who's gonna buy that house? And if so, do you have
Superman's
to keep...
body's in the back. I'll buy it.
Oh, that'd be cool. What would you do with the body, Greg?
No,
Probably
nothing.
reanimate it with a mother
Respect
box. You know what I mean? Me and Kevin would get it going. Kevin can get enough
I
jewels
like
into
a
that box to reactivate Superman. Yeah.
I was like, I think the problem is we need more jewels. We need more mega jewels.
You'd be like,
We need more
Imagine,
kilowatts.
imagine this reboot of Weird Science where it's me and Kevin reanimating Superman.
It just cuts and he's just zapping Superman's nipples for no reason. They're like, hey, no, this is the best way to get it through.
Turn over Ranger Danger. It's got the things coming off the battery to his nipple.
Kevin, it's
I
got
have
no
lost
brakes.
the thread. I have lost the
Mother
thread
box
to
laying
all
on
of
his
this.
head. You know what I mean? I'll strap in, Andy.
God.
Go pour yourself some recap juice. You're not even. There's no light at the end of the tunnel for you.
We haven't even gotten to the
motherfucker. You're
second
trapped
part where
in here
people
with
start
me.
Gregorian chanting yet.
So after that, we go to we get a nice scene here of I'm always down for more Jeremy Irons and Ben Affleck. I'm always down for more Bruce and Alfred here,
100%.
right? And so
Yes.
this is
Oh, yeah.
Bruce coming back to the plane after and getting to tell Alfred that he found him. He found the Aquaman, and then of course he won't there. But we had a fun conversation where Jeremy Irons like, can't we go look for a meta-human in Cabo? Yeah, in Nick.
I'll tell you the thing that ruined this scene for me.
Oh, here we fucking go.
just enjoy it.
I'm going to
man.
tell you something. Guys, don't put a bad wig on Ben Affleck
Oh God,
when the
Andy,
wind's
hit the
blowing.
song.
When the wind's blowing, okay?
No, keep filibustering because I have
Because
the actual thing.
Was it a
yeah.
wig?
He gets out, and obviously you're like, this is something happened here. This is a
don't know.
reshoot, or this was happening later because Ben Affleck looks completely different than he looked in the rest of the movie.
Sure.
Second all, he's wearing a wig for the most part, I think, in this movie. But this one was like, we lost his wig. Go get the J. Jonah Jameson wig from fucking Spider-Man 2 and throw it on his head because it's got a widow's peak that goes all the way down to the fucking middle of his nose. And then the wind starts blowing, and I'm just like, just put a hat on him. Bruce Wayne wearing a beanie or something like that. Ruined the scene for me. Ruined it for me.
Okay.
I love you so
And,
much.
all
Nick,
right,
but
just repeat
a
everything
wig
you
is
said.
what did that.
Repeat everything you said. Is it a wig? I don't know. Wigging out with Scarpino.
It was definitely a wig, and it was terrible.
One thing I really do like about the DCEU is Batman, and I like that they do a good job to me of having this character with a backstory that we don't know, so we're filling in the blanks ourselves, and that's cool and that's interesting because we get to do a good job with that, even though they don't.
Here's my thing, and this is specific to this Justice League and the other This is specific to Justice League is what I'm driving at. I adore Ben Affleck as Bruce Wayne. I love that, and I love the relationship with Jeremy Irons as Alfred and all that jazz.
Agreed.
In Justice League, his Batman doesn't do it for me. and I can't really tell you why. I feel like he always looks stiff. He always looks out of place in the shots. In Batman v Superman, he moved around in like the fight scene, obviously, when he went up against all the people who had Martha was great. And even when he was interacting with Superman, when he was in the big armor, I guess, like I didn't have these complaints there. Maybe when he skittered up the wall like a weird spider in that opening scene, right? But like, I felt like he looked limber enough. Whereas this one really feels like Ben Affleck in a costume, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's just
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think you're right. And I think a lot of the action sequences didn't do it justice, no pun intended. That's why I didn't love that original scene that we didn't reshot like that. That put him in where he's on top of the rooftop with the guy who's like, they come at night. I know an odd amount about these things that no one's ever seen before, but I know about them. On these rooftops looking. But I think that had better action than some of this stuff. And it's so weird. I'm gonna be so fascinated when Tim actually watches the side-by-side breakdown of the action sequences and then tells me the highlights of them, because I'm never gonna do it.
Sure.
But like, it's the scene in the water tunnel thingy, the underground, under the
where Steppenwolf and crew are holding all the people.
It just felt like it had so much. It had just had a different energy than the other scene, and I don't know if I liked it more or I liked it less because of that.
It's just different.
Just different.
So yeah, they get on the plane. They're they didn't get Aquaman, but they'll keep trying, kind of thing. From here we get to go to Metropolis, where this is the Gods Are Dead song. As Lois Lane gets coffees, she gets 2. You're like, oh, what's that all about, right? And she goes to the Superman Memorial and gives one to Jerry. Nick, who's Jerry? Who's Jerry?
Jerry is
Mark McClure is who we're
okay.
looking for. Jimmy Olsen in the 1976 Superman.
Oh,
Also a
I
nice
didn't know
cameo.
that. That's cool.
He was, I didn't catch, I don't remember this at least. I probably caught it at the time and made the same reference. He's on his IMDb, he's listed as Officer Ben Sadowski. This is for Justice League 2017. Here you'll notice she calls him Jerry, and later on, spoilers, I know I said no future spoilers, I'm sorry everybody. Later on, he'll have a Schuster name tag, being a combination of Jerry
cool.
Siegel and Joe Schuster, the guys who created Superman. And this is what I'm extrapolating from it. I could be wrong. Let me know if I am. Anyways, Lois has her coffee, gives it to Jimmy Olsen, and is like, she's like, oh, you're back, you're here. I'm here every day. He died. So she sits there just staring and drinking her coffee at this fucked up Superman memorial or whatever, right?
But I will say, I think this is a better scene than what they used it for in the theatrical cut, which was the ridiculous montage. Like all those shots from the montage, I think are better in this because we have a lot more context in there. I think they hit on a better level.
I like Lois. I think they do a way better job of showing a grieving Lois here, right?
Yeah. Well,
like,
I mean, the lead up to her walking up to it, and we know where she's at because we've A, seen the movie before, and B, we know the universe, we know what she's doing. But I like the way this scene was shot. She hands him the coffee. She goes, "Yeah, I come every day," right? And you're like, "Oh, she's at the memorial." And as she walks up, we get that nice reveal as the camera's kind of pushing up with her of the actual Superman memorial for the first time. And that hit. Sure. I was like, okay. That I feel that. That's good.
Jumping off of that memorial, we go to the memorial in London, baby, where one of the fucking bridges has the Superman S up there mourning their fallen hero, of course.
Looks cool as hell.
Looks super fucking cool. And this is where, the bowler hat dude and his gang of terrorists who want to send the world back to the Dark Ages, they roll in. We already kind of touched on it, right? They get out of the van, they blow the dude away in the street, they go in there and take down, it's not a House of Parliament, but there's lawyers in wigs. Maybe it is the House of Parliament. I don't fucking know too much about it. I'm not going to bring in Lucy on this one.
Let's not act like we know, yeah. Forget.
You know what I mean? Let me, Andy, while we're here, let's not act like we care, all right? Frankly, however you guys want to prosecute your criminals over there, you want to wear wigs, go for it. I'm not going to judge. You know what I mean? That's how you want to do it, but I don't have to learn about it either, right, Kevin?
Yep, we don't gotta know.
Nick said it earlier,
why
but
do they wear wigs? Like I want to know real bad.
I don't know. Wigging out with Scarpino. Nick, why do they wear wigs?
Yeah, that's a really
London?
good question.
It's a relic from leftover in the days when it used to rain a lot, and then the powder would hit the rain, and then it would sop it all up and go pop, 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 squeeze it out. You have a nice little juice for yourself later.
I think
Wow.
he's lying. Yeah, he's
That's
lying.
awesome.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's
juice.
real.
That's nice.
I don't think that's true. No.
Earlier, Nick was talking about the scene compared to the Whedon cut of the Wonder Woman action scene, and I agree that I really like the build up to it because, like, when the action starts happening, you're like, okay, I understand this now. Like, this makes sense. It's not just out of nowhere Wonder Woman doing all this like
Standing
cool
on
moving
this
around
thing, yeah.
shit, and the standing scene, which was ridiculous. But Greg, this is definitely a question for you. Like, these bad guys with the we want things in the old ages or whatever. Are they related to the main bad guys, like the plot at all, or is it just?
No, they're just bad guys. This is literally just, hey, Wonder Woman's doing superhero stuff. This is what she's been doing. Yeah.
It
like,
seems like
guys-
a weird ass bad guy plot. for
is.
not being the plot of the movie. And it's
Yeah,
just like,
it's-
oh, it's just a scene we're doing to get a fight scene and introduction to Wonder Woman. But that seems like a really big plot.
But like they were also.
Well, I mean, their plot
suicide
doesn't make any
bombers, right?
sense, right? Like, yeah, they're just suicide bombers. They're going to blow this thing up.
Yeah.
They're not actually going to take everything offline, right? They're going to take
But
out
what
a
Tim's
couple city
talking about
blocks or
is
some
like
shit, right?
the escalation of what their goal is seems like it should be the plot of the movie. They should be like, or a plot of a different movie where like these are a group of fanatics who are like willing to sacrifice themselves to like prove a point. That is a huge thing. They should have just been bank robbers. Like, why not just have me bank robbers?
Exactly. Because that's the thing is like, it's not just doing superhero shit.
It's too
Bank
epic.
robbers are superhero shit. This is like
Yeah.
a Wonder Woman movie we didn't get to see.
Right.
Well, yeah, in Zack
And-
Snyder's Wonder Woman, she's fighting fanatics.
Fuck, you're right.
Yeah,
Good
they
point.
wanted to send it back to the Dark Ages, but there was the thing that if they blew it up, they might reactivate Steve Trevor's body, and then she'd have to figure out what to do with the wishes and the cube.
Not
and stuff.
again.
She'd have to kill him, like actually beat him to death this time.
I want you to know, as I was prepping for this, as I was prepping for this today.
Sorry, Steve.
I was in the shower thinking about this in review and recapping all that, and I started laughing to myself of when we did 1984, and we talked about me and Kevin had that bit we ad-libbed of like Zod coming back on TV, and Kevin's reaction being like, honey, come here, we're about to get some wishes. What a stupid fucking plot point. Anyways, yeah, one.
I was just saying, I can't believe we haven't mentioned the grapefruit thing that happened before we started streaming and
Oh, when
recording.
Greg barfed up a grapefruit.
Yeah,
We'll get
it
to that at the
doesn't
end. That'll be the
matter.
post show
It
for.
doesn't matter. I'm sorry.
That's your epilogue,
I just-
everybody.
I
Stick
was
around for the
reminded
post
of-
show. Me barfing up a grapefruit.
No, we didn't record it. It's gone.
No, I know. I'm aware it's gone. I just meant this story for him. Anyways, yeah. So they come in there. You know, they shoot that guy. They come in there. They shoot some stuff in the air. They have a bunch of kids and a bunch of lawyers with their powdered wigs that'll make juice. And they're all on the ground. And the guy calls down. He's like, "We'll call down with our demands soon enough. Don't you worry about it." And he hangs up and he's like, "Oh, back to the Dark Ages." And he's got his little thing and his little key and his little bomb or whatever. And I don't think this bomb would be that powerful, but they say it's pretty powerful.
I love when the SWAT guy's like, I got a shot. Should I take it? And the other guy's like, no, there's more of them in there.
I'm really anxious.
I really like.
This is London. We don't get to use guns as much.
You can't fucking shoot one guy. They'll blow the whole thing up. You fucking moron. You know what? Go home, Steve. You're on fucking Snyder duty
done.
today. You go home and think about that.
You see him like walking like with his backpack and like, wait, well, Steve, what happened? Like, I got sent home.
They try to shoot the guy again.
Yeah.
Fucking woman on that roof.
Yeah.
Eight guys in
Meanwhile,
there,
yeah,
Steve.
Wonder
Why would
Woman
you
is
do
up on the top, and then this is with the introduction of the new song. I was like, okay, this is
Andy.
where we're going. This is what we're doing this time around.
Did it not remind you of when things start going down in Halo?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. Great point.
Oh my god, though. Like, Nick, what was your reaction when that song first played? And then what was your reaction when it played the 17th time?
I mean, everything's sort of a blur right now. I'll be honest with you guys. So I don't. It didn't stick out to me as much as it stuck out to you. So because to me, I was focused on remembering the more egregious offenses, namely when a moment between two characters that is actually touching starts playing, and then somebody starts singing in the background, explaining exactly what's happening in that moment, and I'm like, I didn't fucking need this. She's flying through the air because that guy dropped a hamburger on.
Save it. You're not even that scene yet. You're not even that scene yet.
I'm like, oh my fuck! Who watched that and was like, yeah, we fucking really nailed this moment.
Zack Snyder, and that was the thing is nobody could stop him. There's no stopping him now. He's too powerful. It's like in Spider-Man 2 when they pull out all the cables and Doc Ock's like, it's too late. The fucking thing's going. We got a sun on Earth now. We got problems over here, Spidey. Same idea here. You know what I mean? Warner Brothers, anybody, they try to pull the plug. Snyder's the sun. The power of the
fucking love you
sun
guys.
in the
This is
palm
a
of my
blast.
hands.
Wait,
You know what I mean?
so I want to talk about this next scene that we're about to get to. You're taking too long to get there, so I'm just moving us there.
I'm trying to get there. Then Nick's bringing up things from 4 scenes from now.
So Wonder Woman kills everyone, like murders these people violently.
Don't waste it. Don't burn that moment for me, please. Wonder Woman is on top after the crazy song. She drops down, and she busts in, and the countdown clock's there, and we go into slow-mo as the clock's in, and she's doing like the boom. She's just looking dope as fuck. Boom, like dodging bullets.
Ew.
Ding, ding. ding, dodging bullets, right? And then we come out of slow-mo, and then we get the fast-mo. And Andy didn't like the fast-mo, but I loved the fast-mo.
I love the fast-mo.
Ding, 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 ding. And it was like,
Like
holy
fucking
shit, this is
stupid.
fucking awesome. And she's kicking people into walls, and she's flipping dudes. And it's like, oh my God. Compare this action scene to 1984 swinging around the fucking mall trying to take out these guys in this clown-like fashion. This was so cool, I thought, personally.
This
loved
wasn't that different than the Whedon cut, though, right? Like all that action was the same. It just didn't have the screaming song.
I
think
feel like in the Whedon cut it goes faster. I
thought it breathed
faster.
more here, yeah. And again, I did not do a side-by-side comparison, and I don't remember talking shit about it in the Whedon cut, so I'm not trying to whatever. I thought this just worked where it was put and how it was put and what they did there. And then it gets to the end, and the dude is like, I don't believe it. She goes, believe it. And then with a room full of lawyers and children, she goes, and it's like, wait a second, this is how you beat the god of war.
You won.
This is
You
one man,
won.
Wonder Woman.
He also pulled a bomb.
The entire wall of this building. She's flying down on the cops, and then the guy's hat. She turned
bowling
this man
hat.
to ash.
She just pulverized this man.
This is like a video game when you have the special meter filled and you didn't use it on the boss. There's just some slub over here, like just destroy him.
I just
God,
in my
I didn't
brain
even
after
think about
this,
that.
I thought they were gonna
kids.
I thought they were gonna cut back to the fucking kids and have their ears be bleeding and have, you know what I mean? Like, fuck, what the fuck was that? Not only that, but the guy was reloading and she moves at the speed of light.
Yep.
I was expecting her to just pop up to him, grab the gun and be like, no, you're
Like do the
done.
Superman
I'm a
thing, like-
hero.
Yeah.
Nope.
Bend it. I'm a hero. You're going to jail. But apparently in Zack Snyder's universe, you can just do whatever the fuck you want as long as you're a hero, and that's fine.
There's no
you can commit murder.
there's no Sokovia
you can commit
Accords here. No
financial
Sokovia
fraud.
Accords here.
You can log into an institution's back end and change records. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
Nothing
I would have
matters.
loved for the cops to be like, wait, don't you have that lasso thing to like ask him for more information?
Listen,
about
he was
the...
about to reload.
right.
But you just got
Diana,
all the bullets. If you ran straight at him too, it would have shot you. You would have been fine.
So let me get this
Had to use
straight
it, had to
here.
do
So
it, had to do it.
You disarmed the other 5 guys by letting them shoot bullets at you and then using your gauntlets of truth or whatever the fuck they're called
Gauntlets of truth, that's
to
right.
deflect the bullets. But then this guy had something special, so you had to fucking pulverize him and turn him into just a
And cause hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage to this
Yeah.
House of Parliament or wherever the fuck we are. You know,
You
the
missed-
cop cars, they're fucked up out there with the shit on them.
Do we talk about the part where she grabs the case and jettisons it
we
into the
didn't.
air and then throws it up into the air? And then because Zack Snyder loves slow motion so much, we watch the fucking suitcase bomb, the suitcase spin in slow motion for 30 seconds. It's just a fucking suitcase. That's all it is. And it's spinning slowly. And I'm like, oh my God. And then it cuts to her slowly going up as it's spinning, looking at it.
So she vaporized this dude. The cops outside are like, what the fuck just happened? Why didn't we let Billy shoot him at least? You know what I mean? We have a body.
Steve's in the back. We're like, I told you.
Did she just send him to another dimension? We're not sure. And then, yeah, she turns around. She's like, all right, everybody, cool, right? And like, if we take away the murder that just happened, like, I really enjoy this scene too of like her going
Great
like,
scene.
are you guys okay? Are you okay? Yeah. And then one girl who's not okay, she's like, what's wrong, princess? And she's like, the girl's like, can I be like you someday? She's like, you can be anything you want to be.
You can't.
And then she goes, she's like, no, Wonder Woman.
For reals.
Let's see if this works. Oh, shit. Back away slowly.
She like definitely killed other guys in this thing. Like one guy she grabs and just throws against a wall that's like 15 feet away.
Oh yeah,
and
they're
he, like,
super. They're on ventilators the rest of their life if they make it out of this.
So like it would make way more sense if the little girl that was like sitting there looking like she was about to cry just looks up and starts like wailing because of what happened in front of her is fucking terrifying.
The pure, terrifying shock.
But instead
if
she's like, I want to be
this
able
were
to kill
a real
people
movie,
like a god.
yeah, wow, that looks
Hey,
real fun.
I
I'd
agree
like
with
to do
everything,
that.
but I enjoyed the fuck out of this scene. Like I agree with everything we're
I
saying.
did
It's so
too,
much
I
fun.
did
To,
too.
it's so much fun to get it. And Everyone's outside like, what the fuck? Why? You're gonna stop him 900 other ways.
Imagine if you're a cop and someone says,
"Don't you take your tier off and throw that like a boomerang too?" You've seen that? Why didn't you do that?
Great. Imagine if you're the head of the SWAT team outside and you're like, they have guys. Here's the breakdown. They have a bomb in there, so let's just make sure it doesn't. And you're like, well, go home. Call Steve. See if Steve needs a ride home.
And then she comes out, they're like, "Oh my
went off.
god, we thought the bomb blew up in the air, but it blew up in there, huh?" She's like, "Yeah, that's exactly what happened. There's 2 bombs.
Sure.
I didn't realize
Let's
it.
go
I
with
didn't
that
realize there was 2
narrative.
bombs.
Yeah.
To save the kids."
He had a shoe bomb.
It's crazy. Kids. Anyways. From this, we go back to Themyscira, where, because if you remember, in our own, that's where this thing started. The one mother box woke up, was like, "What's going on?" Right? Queen, whose name I can never say right,
Hippocampus.
No, that's not right. Queen Hip. She shows up, and she walks in. She's like, "What's the fuck up with the box?" And like, "Oh, it's just fucking doing its thing, but nothing's really happening. Don't worry about it." Like, "Oh man, that's fucked up." And then the box has a crack in it or whatever, and it's lit up, and then it goes boom when it's done. Yeah,
Maybe it's
Tim.
going back to sleep.
Themyscira is one of the coolest locations in superhero lore, but like movies specifically. I love it. I think the idea is so cool, and it is really the one established thing because we actually got it in other movies, and it's like, oh, this is an interesting, cool thing we're doing here. And I agree with Nick. This scene goes on too long, but I'm okay being in Themyscira for a while.
I agree.
I'm the same way. Yeah.
I thought
I
this
like how
was
long
the
it goes. I
most.
love it.
I thought this was the most entertaining part of this whole sort of first act or whatever you want to call it, chapter 1, 2. I forget where we are, but all of this sequence, I enjoy it being longer because I enjoy the world, and I think it leading up towards that sort of climax of that scene it's so badass.
Yeah, I just don't like the way it's paced. I think that the original one, there was a impending feeling of doom as they were being chased, right? You felt the way it was directed and the way it was edited specifically, you felt that there was something right behind them that was about to get them because Steppenwolf was chasing them. In this one, as the queen runs out, I forget the actress's name. It's Connie Nielsen. Yeah, I think. She was a great actor. As she's running out, she's like, fucking close the doors. And then they stop and she has like another conversation with someone. I'm like, no,
Yeah,
fucking
she tries to
run.
save that
Like,
kid. Yeah.
what are you doing? This fucking monster's behind you and it can't be stopped. And then the doors close and she goes, cool. And we stop. And then the whole thing slowly falls into the ocean. And she's like, cool, I guess everything's okay. And then Steppenwolf pops up and like, no, it's not okay. And then we get the action. I just liked it a lot better when it was like, this thing's on. What are we gonna do? I don't know. And then boom, we're into the actual, the meat of it.
Connie Nielsen, you were right. Yeah. I like this a lot. I think, yeah, it's long, but like the entire movie's long and self-indulgent, and I like that for certain. I don't even know. We'll go on a case by case basis. I was gonna say I don't think there's one I didn't like. We'll figure it out as we get there. But like for this one, I like Themyscira, and I like seeing how the Amazons react, and I love the moment. The tube opens, Steppenwolf and the parademons come down, right? And he's like, I'm here to show you whatever, introduce you to the great darkness or whatever. And he makes a comment about them being afraid or whatever, right? And she's like, daughters of Themyscira, show them your fear. And they all go, ah! And I was like, that's fucking cool. You know what I mean?
We have no fear. And I was like, that's pretty fucking dope.
Yeah. And then it's, like you said, this weird, like, again, slow-mo of her trying to get out of there. Like, at one point she, like, starts, it looks like she trips. And I was like, oh, and then it's like, oh, she ran up the wall, but it took too long to get, it was like, whatever.
Yeah, that was
She gets out of there, smash the thing, kill the thing. All right, they start smashing. And then, she turns around for this other person. I'm like, you're leaving so many people trapped in this thing. Like, they knew the risk.
Trying to
just
save
get the
this
fuck
person.
out. Yeah, exactly.
You're the
She eventually
queen.
gets
Like,
out.
the queen has to make
closes.
those choices, unfortunately. And that, it didn't work.
Falls in the water, like
I
you
do
said.
love the Zack Snyder fucking imagery of all the Amazonian women just like slow-mo swinging the hammers. I would think that works well.
They've done the same effect that they did
They're
in 300, where their abs are like just insane and like,
They look great. And so, like you said, Nick, the thing falls in the water. It looks like it's over. They're riding away with the mother box, but guess what? They aren't. It hits Steppenwolf. He comes back out now. This is where you get to see his armor really shine. The parademons are out there. They're chasing. He's throwing fucking horses at people.
Just fucking throwing shoulders into horses left and right.
Yeah. And I love the part where they just started like hitting him with all the arrows, right? And he just stands up and like goes, and his suit just like eats up the arrows, spits down the sticks.
I do appreciate this sort of the way the suit works. Like I enjoy seeing it kind of moving and animating on its own when he's just sort of in sequences. But it's still really, at the end of the day, looks like a bad guy I would have drawn as an elementary school kid.
Sure.
Like as a kid, I would try to draw a villain in Mortal Kombat, and it's like put spikes all over the dude's body.
Man.
Yeah, that's kind of what it just comes down to me.
I think you said it best in the context like last week, where you said it looks like one of the things that would be on the side of the graphics card box.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like a early 2000s, late 90s ATI
Generic.
Radeon graphics card. Like that's kind of what he looks like, unfortunately.
But he looks more menacing than the previous version, right?
Yeah.
He's got more character for sure.
I mean, again, it's this thing of like, if you really, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I think his suit fits more with what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
That's great, Andy. Where
God damn.
the
How
way
did you
he
do that with
looks.
Andy, hold on a second. How did you do that with your eyes? Did you crop them and
Listen,
move them out? Yeah. all right.
smell your mother's box on you.
Oh,
Jesus
no.
God, don't talk
No,
about my
that's
mother's box
me.
ever
That is
again.
really
But
Smell
I-
your mother's box.
I do
No,
enjoy
stop
the narrative
saying it.
thread, even though it does look like a character you would have drawn as a kid or whatever. He looks like that. So do the witches or whatever their names are that control the mother boxes or have the mother boxes. So do the mother boxes. It's clearly like this line of technology that even extends out to Cyborg. That's the reason he has like the weird metal flaps and stuff.
Right.
Again,
It works
it's just silver CG, so it's like whatever. I appreciate that there's something like that there.
I do. I wanted to mention there's a close up we get up later of Steppenwolf where he just looks doofy, and it's usually when he's talking to Homeboy through the block of whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
who gives
he's
a
talking
shit?
to
Fucking
Assad.
love that effect.
Yeah,
I thought that
Assad.
was
Yeah,
cool.
Assad. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool too.
But when they have the close up of him, and we are supposed to get this vulnerable Steppenwolf, right? We're supposed to see the side of him that is kind of scared and feels ashamed in a way, but the facial capture just kind of makes him look like he just has this doofy looking face,
I like
and I really want to like freeze frame it and just make that like a reaction shot because
He looks
I
like
think it looks lame at some spots.
A squirrel's not the right animal, but some woodland creature looking up like for a treat.
I don't know. Never mind. I was gonna say it reminds you of the the creature that John Leguizamo voices in Ice Age, but maybe not.
Madagascar, yeah.
Eyes too
Yeah.
far apart.
They get away though. I'll get you to the scene you're talking about, or one of them. They get away. They boom tube back out of there. The queen's there mourning some of her dead, and she's like, "We have to light the ancient warning fire or whatever." From there, we go to black, and it's part 2, the Age of Heroes. If you're keeping track at home, that's right. Part 2 of 4 is where we are right now in review part 1.
Only an hour 16 in. Only an hour 16.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if it's actual what it is, but clearly Steppenwolf boom tubes to what I'm calling Chernobyl for the rest of the movie. I'm not sure if it actually is Chernobyl or is it supposed to be some other nuclear
It
disaster,
seems
but that's
like
the
it's
idea.
based off of it, right?
It's
That's the
toxic.
idea. He gets there. It's toxic.
It's toxic.
That's good.
Shout outs to
Did
the
anybody else did?
family.
And Tim, I'm looking to you. Did you
What?
immediately? It's toxic. I'm slipping under the days that you bought it better than.
That would have made it so much better. And God, I wish they just did that. Just put the song into. What a weird dialogue choice for him to have there, though. It's toxic.
Hey, that's what they're telling us. They're telling us why there's no people there and why nobody will come looking.
Yep. No people.
They're
This is
answering
good.
questions no one asked him. That's the
Yeah,
point. You
yeah,
can't have
right.
it both ways. You can't have it both ways because then we'd be
Hey,
sitting here going like,
I've
why
tried.
did anybody come to the nuclear test site? Anyways, it's toxic. That's good. There's a piece of metal there. He shoves mother box into it. He's going to do the unity here. One mother box enough is that it starts making Chernobyl into his fortress, his stronghold. It's making it more like Apocalypse, right? He then orders off the other parademons to go find the other 2 mother boxes. And then he's like, I wrote it down. He will be pleased. He will see my worth again. Of course, talking about the one and only dark side. And again, setting up where we're going with this character of Steppenwolf, right? This time, what his deal is and why he's doing all of this. From there, we're back to Bruce and Alfred. They're on the plane. They're looking for Barry. For me, this was
Where's Barry?
This is the first scene for me that I was like, oh, this is clearly a reshoot, right? Like Ben Affleck looks like he's down a ton of pounds and looks just older, but I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. That's just what I thought. Not that it would matter, right? What this scene is used for is that Ben establishes like a little bit of his motivations. Not that you really needed them, right? But like Bruce is like, I made a promise on his grave to Superman that I would do this together. I need to bring us. I wrote this quote down. I need to bring us together to make this right. That's his whole shtick, right? From there, we're back to Metropolis. It is Silas Stone, Victor's father. He is leaving his lab, grabs his little tape recorder. You don't understand why yet. And on his way out, he says goodbye to the maintenance dude or whatever. The maintenance dude's like, see you tomorrow. I'm sure I won't die immediately. And Silas is like no sooner out the door, and then there's like a wrestling in the office. Maintenance dude goes in there, opens up the thing, finds a parademon there sniffing around a box. And he's like, "Whoa!" And then we cut away from that. From there,
Before
now
we come back,
Sure.
let me tell you about our sponsors.
I'm gonna take a pee break here. I'm gonna take a pee break.
Die, right? That maintenance guy doesn't.
No,
die.
I know, but he's gonna, he's getting kidnapped or whatever.
Oh yeah,
He's one of the
He's gonna be scared. He's
soon to be
gonna-
9. The Metropolis 9, as we'll call them for the rest of this film when it happens.
Good.
I'm gonna pee. Andy, tell me about the sponsor.
Are we actually?
I'm trying to rewind. Well, no. First off, I'm trying to rewind and trying to see if this actually was a reshoot. I don't think it was. The scene where he's finally shaving his beard is a scene that Greg thinks was a reshoot. I don't think it was. Although I do know that recently shots have or not shots, but Ben Affleck was in an interview recently of some like Zoom podcasting thing, and he has lost a lot of weight. And
Really?
I'm kind of worried.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know.
Put on
Kevin.
like 40 pounds of fucking muscle to be Batman.
Yeah.
That's just hard to. That's hard to keep off, man.
No, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like
Keep
there
on,
have been
excuse me.
sequences of. I feel like he's just. I don't want to say that he's an overweight dude, but he's a fuller figured
Well,
guy,
he's
right?
Very, he's a very big guy. He's like, I think
But
he's like
no,
6'2",
but in
6'3".
this recent Zoom interview, he looks very, very skinny. Hopefully, it's for a role. I hope it's not anything else. I don't want to
Skinny Batman.
think too
Coming
much
soon.
about it.
Zack
But
Snyder's
yeah,
Skinny Batman.
in the shaving
Bat.
scene, this is where he's like, have you found the kid yet? And then, what's his face? Alfred says possibly, and he's like, if I had a nickel for every possibly I've ever heard from you. And he goes, well, you'd be even more insufferable.
Yeah, that was funny.
Nick,
I love
just want you to know I appreciate you so much that a couple days ago there was the Andy talking about skinny pop popcorn, which reminded you of NSYNC's song Dirty Pop, so you did the skinny pop. Now I said skinny Batman and you turned that into NSYNC's song Dirty Pop, which is like one step too far, but I appreciate the logic there.
One step too far.
It really is just like how many. What's the word I'm looking for? How many degrees away from Kevin Bacon are you? That's sort of the thing we're talking about here.
I can
What are
be
you talking
17, 18, still get back there.
I think Ben
Okay.
Affleck looks thinner and smaller overall in that.
In this
scene.
scene? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. So you agree with me?
Yeah, I agree with
I'm looking at the old version,
Thank you.
and I'm gonna take a screenshot. I'm gonna look at the new version, take a screenshot, so I could say,
is it
Greg,
easy to
it is
switch between
definitive.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Andy. I appreciate that.
It is definitively.
Andy, can I get a ruling from you on one other thing?
Go ahead.
Like I understand it's Thursday and it's 12:53, but it's DCEU in review. Can I get a recap juice? Is that fine?
Yeah.
Oh my
absolutely.
gosh, please
All
do,
day
Greg.
recap, Jesus?
Bro, let's
Oh,
go.
crack one open, big dog.
I literally
love a
scheduled
beer
out my
before 1 p.m. while I talk about Superman.
Just bear in mind, everyone, we are only 12 minutes into this movie right now. Yeah. We are 12
We're not even
minutes
halfway
into
through
this
the
movie.
first half.
No, we're more than that. Come on.
Oh my god. Anyways, he grabs his thing. Okay, guys, go.
39.
Amazons. The Amazons now. They're gonna do their whole thing Nick was complaining about earlier. They do their whole. It looks like a funeral, but it's not a funeral. It's them getting the magic arrow ready to fire off and warn the people of man. Right, where of course the man won't understand because it's been 5,000 years since it's been used, but she will. So they light it, they fire it. It flies out of the Themyscira, flies out of the bubble. You know what I mean? To go all the way through. I think this is still really cool. I like this a lot. The leaving Themyscira, what the idea is here, the fact that they have these like built-in things of what they would need it for.
Maybe when you go back there, though, drop your mom a cell phone. Give her like the unlimited minutes plan. Just drop
And
her a
that's
cell
the
phone.
thing, you know what I mean? Like, what are we holding on
But she
to? Go
can't
talk
go back
to each
there,
other.
Remember, she's not.
Yeah, I
allowed
know.
to
That's
go
what I'm saying.
back
But
there.
come on, go back. Who cares?
Just go back.
Yeah, because like I feel like they're the only ones making the rules, right? The old gods are dead.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
they left for a
What are
reason.
you afraid of? What are you?
Yeah,
afraid-
exactly.
they
A man
left?
already stepped foot on the island too. It's fine. Who cares?
Sure.
Anyways, either you let people evolve, and you change with the times, you become outdated. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying over here.
I can
Themyscira's gotta get it
confirm.
together.
I can confirm it is a reshoot.
Thank you. I don't need any of this, like,
look
you
a lot
know,
thinner.
Catholicism not getting on board with gay marriage. Get the fuck out of here. All right, get your shit together. I don't. The Pope over here. You see this, Cav? You saw this?
No, I didn't.
It's a big story a couple weeks ago, right? Or a week ago.
Francis not good.
No, like this week. Yeah. Anyways, he fires. It lands over there. We then go to Paris. You know, right across the old English Channel from London.
we.
Thank you very much. And we go to the Louvre, where Diana works and is, you know, taking care of some stupid statue. It'd be cooler if she was working on a Vigo painting. If they ever reshoot this again.
Every time I see
Right?
this scene, I think the same thing.
God, could we just have some Vigo in there? Would it be so rough? Have him back there? That's what she's working on.
be
She just-
so
she starts
rough.
Can you
taking-
imagine, Greg, if there
Greg.
was a Ghostbusters reference?
You can't have
fuck.
everything in this fucking movie.
Greg, I'm
What?
with
And
you.
somehow
Let's do it.
they just net it together that, yeah, Superman or this DCEU is also the Ghostbusters universe.
Can we have her
She's
playing
like-
Patapon? Jesus Christ, you know.
I would love it if she takes pictures of him, and then when she's done, she's like, I've had better.
I've worked with better.
I've worked with better, but not many.
Does this movie win the award for most locations in a single film? Because it's utterly insane how many different places there are around the world. Shout out
Yeah.
to Zack Snyder.
I
man.
lose track.
It
pretty immediately.
definitely wins an award in my book for explaining the most amount of things explained in a movie, whether or not they needed to be explained or not. Like, I didn't necessarily need to know the backstory of one of the arrows, but I'm glad I do.
You're a monster. You know, what did you do this weekend? Nothing. Oh, that's what you always say. Ha 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 ha. And
Where do you go, Diana? Where do you go?
some other guy comes in and he's like, oh, you know,
This is
defunding
creepy
and
old
layoffs
man.
and now arson. They turn on the TV. And
I hated it in the first one, and I hate it now.
out in Greece.
Oh, what's happening? Oh, the news is gonna fucking tell me. You're
Yep.
Wonder Woman.
What,
Damn
she
it.
doesn't, she
You
doesn't
should
have
know.
magic sense. You wonder what do you want her to
But in a
do?
think
movie, I mean, look, not that I would rather this, but in a movie that starts with like people hearing fucking Superman's dying breath, it's like you're telling me that Wonder Woman finds out about this magical shit from the news.
Yeah, CNN.
And that's where she finds out that, yes, there's a fire burning right now at the Shrine of the Amazons, to which Diana says, invasion. She knows what it means. From there, we jump back to Metropolis, where Silas Stone is returning to work in the Superman ship in their little base there. And we come in and meet Ryan Choi. You're right? Is that how I pronounce that? Choi, Choi, I believe. Right? They say it in the film.
Sure, yeah.
He's the Atom, or he will be the Atom in some incantations of the DC iterations of the DC
He's
universe.
got that stupid line about the prom date, right?
Yeah.
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 I don't recall the prom day.
He
line.
says,
I don't
he
even know who
says
you're
it's-
talking about.
He says the hottest substance on the planet. He goes, that's the same thing I told my prom date.
She
Yeah,
still
yeah,
dumped
She
me.
dumped me.
He's the
what
guy
you're
we're
saying.
talking about, Ryan. Or I'm sorry, the guy we're talking about, Tim, is the guy who works with Silas in
assistant,
in the thing. He's whenever he
Gotcha,
goes back
gotcha.
there.
Yeah.
Anyways, investigators are there because obviously a whole bunch of people are missing, and there's a huge hole in the fucking ship or the whatever station. And they're like, "Hey, what was in this fucking box?" And Ryan, of course, can't keep his fucking trap shut, and he's like, "Oh, that was already missing, right, Silas?" He's like, "Yeah, don't worry about it." And then the guy's like, "Who the fuck are you, by the way?" And he's like, "I'm a civilian. I'm working with the DoD. I'm working on alien shit. Come over here with me." And they open up.
The
The
guy's
guy's
honors?
oddly
Yeah.
cool. He's oddly, oh, okay, I guess it's missing. No, this super advanced piece of tech just
Well, then
you
they
don't know where
open
it
up the
is?
thing and they show the Superman ship, which you would know is on the other side of that wall. It's kind
Yeah,
of big
it-
fucking news that this thing
That's
landed.
not a reveal, right? 'Cause
No,
he's
but they try to
"Do
make it
the
a
honors,
reveal, yeah.
please. And then it's just
Yeah,
like,
yeah, And they're like, "Yeah, we know this. This thing killed 13 of my friends. Like, I'm aware.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a single father right now because of this fucking thing. I'm aware of what's here."
There's helicopter footage and drone footage that has shown what is happening.
It's more
here.
weird that Star Labs has investigators going around. This is Black Ops, whatever, doesn't matter. And they're like, okay, cool. They get off track about it, and they show a sketch of what one of the survivors in quarantine saw, and this thing he saw, and it looks a lot like Batman, but it's not. It's a parademon. We know that. Silas doesn't know that. Silas goes home. He gets there, and Victor is there brooding out the window like he was in the last movie, but now we're about to get stuff, explaining more about Victor. And he's like, yeah, the box isn't safe anymore. There's monsters out there looking for it. Victor's like, yeah, you would know something about monsters, wouldn't you? You created one. He doesn't yell. But he's actually saying. He's saying he's the monster. And
But he's like this.
"Oh."
Oh God. Okay. Yes, Victor. I created a monster. Let's get through this. We have to have a conversation.
We've
about,
talked
"I'm
about
a
this before.
You made me a monster. I'm like,
I mean,
Nuance,
that's
man.
if we want to jump to the Wonder Woman scene, right? And don't get me wrong, I understand, Victor. You know what I mean? Your mom's dead. That sucks. Dad didn't come to the game. Boo hoo, fucking who. But then when she's like, you have these gifts, and he's like, does this look like a gift to you? Good acting by Ray Fisher, because he kind of turns around like a hunchback of Notre Dame. Does this look like a gift for you? And he'd be like, yes.
sequence.
Me
You
too.
have super strength and can fly and can dial into
Also,
anything in the world.
you were dying.
You don't have a
Was
dick.
that
This
or
sucks.
dead?
I get it, but let's get
Oh.
over it. Yeah, you're alive, right?
You don't know that
If
he
you don't want
doesn't
to.
have a dick. Like he might
Well,
have
he's got a
robot dick
robo
connected-
dick, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but connected
Maybe it's
to
like a
his
little
brain is
USB
good as a
cord.
real dick.
But look at how many jagged edges he had. You think that robot dick's that's gonna hurt
Oh,
anybody?
I bet
that
you
touches it.
no, it gets smooth as glass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Smooth as
And it
glass. I think
it's
vibrates
just a
more
little
than you're
port.
used to.
God, I hate that whole sequence because he is moving around. It's like they just took the mocap data from General Grievous.
Oh,
Go back and
God.
watch that sequence.
He's
And
sobbing.
yeah, just go back and he's just like this hunchback dude, kind of looking like he's broken. It's like I hated the way he looked here. I did not like that.
Are we talking
Andy-
about in the scene with Wonder Woman?
Yeah, the Wonder Woman scene. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Andy, real quick. Also, I opened up the movie and I jumped to a random point, but it ended up being the point where Steppenwolf is like staring up, like kind of like that look you were talking about, and he looks a lot. He looks a lot like John Leguizamo's character from that one movie.
Ice Age.
You nailed it. You look just like it.
crushed it.
Meanwhile, in Greece, Wonder Woman goes to investigate the fire that's now out, but the arrow's still there. She sneaks past everybody, and she gets the arrow. She looks at the arrow. It's got some ancient writing on the arrow. She then goes, there's a secret door behind like a merchant stand or whatever. She does that cool like boom, jump. She lands in high heels. Fucking dope as hell.
How is
and
that
then-
cool? How is that dope?
It
I
just
like the
looks
noise, and I didn't
cool.
see it coming. Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
cool. Yeah,
looks
I like
cool,
the
Tim.
noise.
I want you to
It's
do
like
me a
she's
favor,
wearing
Tim.
heels.
Tim,
Yeah.
do me a favor. Get up on
She's
one of your
fuck-
chairs back there and jump down,
Yeah.
and we'll see if
I
it's
don't,
cool.
I don't want to do that.
I don't want you to
But,
do
like,
it either. I don't
this
want to
scene
ask.
was so distracting to me because it's like, so why would they just let this woman like walk around this site? And
Well, they
she's
didn't
not
let
going-
her. She's
She's
sneaking
not
around. She's sneaking around. She's Wonder
Did
Woman.
you get that
she,
from when
she
she
didn't
went
look
like this?
sneaky. She looked like she was just walking in high heels,
Yeah, you
ready
walk
to
in
jump
the
off
best-
fucking things.
Hiding in plain sight is the
Yeah,
best way to sneak around at
Gal
places where the
Gadot
cops
cannot
go.
hide in plain sight anywhere.
She's hiding in plain sight, man. She's wearing an all white dress and high
here
heels.
we
She's
go.
hiding in plain sight.
Jesus. You calling Gal Gadot? Who you calling?
Fucking cousin.
Cousin
Ksenia.
Phil.
Hello.
Auntie May.
Hello, is this Chloe? Echo Chloe?
Yes, it's her.
You're on Kind of Funny in Review. Andy just referenced Colonel Grievous in relation to Cyborg from the Justice League. So I needed to call you and get a ruling.
Lieutenant Grievous.
How do we feel about Cyborg as a robot? Like I know we all know you got this weird thing for robots. Is he a good robot? Is
do.
how's Cyborg look?
I mean, yeah, he's a cyborg. He's not my type, though.
It's because he's a cyborg.
Too much human.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's too much
Okay.
human. He's not enough robot.
exactly.
Borg.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it. I get
Me
it.
and Kevin were having a conversation too about like you've seen Justice League, of course. I'm sure multiple times. You know that Cyborg's got all these jagged edges and stuff, right? Can he make himself smooth?
Can he make himself smooth?
Yeah, because I was saying like
The phallic thing.
I was
I don't know if I
phallic,
like
yeah,
where
in a
this is
phallic way.
going.
Because I was saying like, listen, this is going to be painful for anybody who gets involved with this. And Kevin's like, no, he can make it super smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a known robot / cyborg thing? Is that something that happens? You're the cyborg robot expert.
That's true, but I'm not as well versed in the DC cyborg.
Okay, then let me turn it around. General Grievous, can he make smooth robot parts?
You know, sure. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You answered a good question there. And turns out I was wrong and Kevin was right. I appreciate that.
Okay, yeah, of course.
All right. Congratulations for being on the Twitch front page yesterday. What's your Twitch handle?
Hey, thank you. My Twitch is Echo Clo.
All right. Good. All right. Cool. All right. We'll talk to you later.
All right, cool. Sounds good.
All right. You having fun?
Having a great time.
Is it really cold
Craig,
where you are?
Craig,
Because
let
you're.
her go.
Let
Oh,
her
sorry,
go.
we gotta go.
She's
Sorry,
in the
we're like
middle of
9 hours
something.
into the Justice League. I gotta go. Bye. Where were we talking? What is-
Did you just want to talk about Chicago?
I was trying to get there.
Oh,
You know, I was trying to get there.
Yeah.
Oh. So she opens up the wall. We go in there, and this is where we get like the cave paintings of Darkseid and the battle that came before that we've already kind of talked about, but we'll get to in a second with the show. You know what I mean? So we go through, we do the whole thing. Congratulations, everybody. From here, we get the Aquaman interlude. This is where Aquaman, I say, shows up in a different village. There's a guy who's out there in his boat drowning. Aquaman saves him, stomps into a new bar, throws him down. Everybody gives him the stink eye here, which is why I don't think it's the same place where people are singing and sniffing his clothes. They throw him down there. He takes the whiskey, he'll pay, whatever, blah, blah, blah. He drinks it. And then, like, this is, I think, meant to show us that, you know, Aquaman is a wandering soul. Aquaman, you know, has no home. He's, you know, he's like the guy
Superman
from
in the
Brandy.
first one.
Exactly. A lot of that. Yeah, a lot of that.
Yeah.
Nomadic.
You're Nomadic,
The guy
yeah.
from
Did you see that
Brandy.
movie Nomadland? I
Oh,
saw
the
that movie.
song.
Also,
No
he
Man
just
Land?
has a very, very complicated relationship to shirts. Does he
Yeah.
want to wear them? Does he not want to wear them, Tim? Why would you even bother wearing a shirt? Like, why come out of the water, put a shirt on if you're just going to take the shirt off and go back into the water?
No shirt,
All
no
I'm
shoes,
saying.
no service, dude. You know
That's
what I
right.
mean?
Yeah, you got to get in there and get the booze. You know what I mean?
You know what?
That's
You're
how it's gonna
absolutely
be.
right. This
Yeah.
this
Nailed
bar is a lot of things. This
And
bar is a
again-
lot of things, but they adhere to the laws of no shirt, no shoes, no service in fucking Norwegian, whatever the hell they are.
guarantee it, Nick.
Scandinavia,
You walk
whatever.
into one of these bars again, different place. It might be.
They're like,
Maine.
you're wearing Vans, sir? Get the fuck out. You need to wear a hard-soled shoe right now.
This song choice here, much better choice than Icky Thump.
I disagree. I just
I-
feel like this
You're making
one.
I thought
This,
that
song,
I
Icky
thought this
Thump?
worked out better. I feel like the Icky Thump choice was way more of a Whedon like.
is that the one that sounds like the White Stripes?
It is.
It is
It's
the
Jack.
White Stripes.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
Jack
White
White.
Stripes. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like the energy of that one more. I thought this one was like when you don't have that energy, this just feels very self-indulgent because the scene goes on. It's beautiful, don't get me wrong, and him smashing into the water is great. But it's just I don't know.
I feel like
really
that's
understand why
Zack
this is
Snyder
happening.
though. Like, but again, I would have loved for the chapter to end here or part 2 or whatever the hell. I wish it would have ended on that song as he dove into the water and just like bam, done.
Instead, it doesn't. He
no.
swims underwater and he does a little bit of Aquaman stuff, but then he does this weird like little kid thing, like he's like looking for Christmas presents, where he swims up to a rock and like looks around it, and there's the statue of the former king of Atlantis with the thing, I guess foreshadowing, of course, and when he kills that giant crab thing that he talks to, and I think is James Judi Dench, and then she's over there, and then he gets the cool armor. Anyway,
Was
doesn't
it
matter.
really Judi Dench?
It was one of them, right? Was it her? Who's Sound of Music lady?
That's
Julie Andrews?
Julie
I think it was
Andrews.
Julie
Yeah.
Andrews.
Julie
It was Julie
Andrews,
Andrews.
yeah.
No, Julie Garden.
Although
was,
I stand by the fact
yeah,
that Judi
that's
Dench could have been in Sound of Music and fucking knocked it out of the park.
He would have
Judi Dench
crushed.
can
Are
do
you
anything.
kidding me? Dame Judi Dench in Sound
I've
of
always
Music?
thought if that movie sucks, put Dame Judi Dench in it. She'll fucking elevate it.
It's a hard word to say, right? It's a weird
Dame
thing to say.
Judi Dench. Yeah.
Dame
Cats.
Judi Dench. Anyways, he swims up close to it. Volko, of course, the Green Goblin, Willem Dafoe, he swims on in there, right? He puts up the bubble, and he's like, the man who would be king, Spider-Man. He's like, you know what I mean? And he's like, it's a
These
little bit
bubbles
of...
bother you guys though a little bit,
Of course.
because I was like, why are the bubbles so small? It cuts to this wide shot, and the bubbles this tiny. I'm like, just what?
No.
more space in this bubble. Give me
No,
more
it's
space
not
in the
the-
bubble.
It's not the point of. It's more of why is there a bubble is the problem that I have with it. You
Oh,
could
'cause they can
talk
talk in-
underwater. I don't.
Can they talk underwater? Because in this movie, when they communicate with each other, it sounds like Flipper. They're like,
They do
So
do
it's
that,
very,
yeah.
very
Yeah.
weird. I don't think we ever see a person have a conversation with another person in the water. I think
In
they
this
need
movie,
the air to
no.
actually be able to talk in
Wait,
this
did
in
they
this
really
version
do
of
the
it.
flipper thing?
I remember
Yeah,
hearing
yeah,
like
yeah.
echolocation.
Yeah, when they're making the real run on the Atlantis
Oh, he did it good?
box.
The
Yeah, do it.
only read on this that I can kind of headcanon by is that they want to have like a private meeting. You know what I mean? They don't want other people
cone
hearing.
of silence, cone of
Yeah.
silence sort of thing.
I like
okay.
that.
Tim,
I like
that's
that.
really smart. That's really smart, Tim.
I like that. I
As
like
we
that.
saw with Superman scream for 7 minutes, like by the time a human voice gets underwater, it goes really quiety. You know what I mean? It did, because the mother box is like, did I hear something? Must have been a whale. And goes back to sleep. You know, and it's like Porty.
Just wakes up, eats, poops, goes back to bed.
So yeah, he lays out all the shit that he needs to, right? Of like, you should come down. It's your birthright. You're the real king. Yada yada yada. Your mother made me I promised your mother I'd take care of you and all this shit. It's not for you to pick up her trident. And he won't. And he throws it on the ground and he throws his little jersey down there too. He's like, these are Atlantic.
Jersey.
Come to try it.
And he's like, listen, man, I don't know why I think you're the only guy who could do it, but the mother box we protect isn't safe. It's going to be everybody's problem, up and below. You need to come protect it, right? Because it's going to be, you need to take up the fucking thing. And he's like, I'm Jason Momoa. I ain't fucking doing anything. It's like, fuck, all right, cool. So that's that. We then go back to Steppenwolf. This is where he phones home. This is where he hits up Desaad. Again, for me, Greg Miller, growing up on DC, this is fucking awesome. Calls Desaad, right? Desaad's all fucking pissed off at him and just shitty to him, right? And whatever. And it's like...
This effect looked awesome to me. I don't know.
I love it. I love this weird phone call thing.
Fucking rad.
Dude, and I'm jumping ahead, and the recap juice is kicking in. But when he talks to Desaad later on, he's like, dude, the fucking anti-life equation's here. And Desaad starts talking in the alien tongue of Apocalypse, and then goes away, but then all the parademons drop to one knee, and he looks back and Darkseid forms. Oh my god, is that fucking dope? You know what I mean? Like, cool. What a cool moment.
Would have been cool if we didn't earlier in the movie see Darkseid get his ass handed to him by everyone.
He killed a lot of people before,
he kind of went out
like
like
Greek gods hit him, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. There's two Greek gods.
He actually hit him so good he got knocked out. Yeah.
I want to say something right now. I want you to know from the second half of this movie, but I won't. So I want.
Well, that's why you shouldn't have watched
it.
You should have waited for us.
Yeah.
You're right. That's what I should have done, Kevin. I should have waited for you guys. You know what I mean? I can't go out and enjoy something. I'm here 1:30 in the morning, having the time of my life.
Greg, I want to pause for a second. I wanted to just say I'm very happy for you. I'm glad you got this. You know what I mean? You worked hard.
Look at how much fun are we having? You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
You guys, I've listened. Oh, Mission Impossible is a good movie. All right, you're done. It's 45 minutes. You're in and out. Here, how many hours we've been going? We're talking about
7.
Volko, everyone's favorite DCEU character.
And we don't know what accent Willem Dafoe's doing.
Burner to the curb. Anyways, it's the call to Desaad. This is where he gives him the report. And he's like, yo, this place fucking sucks. They're all primitive people, and there's no way they will ever be united. Like, let's just roll, Big Daddy. We got it. We got this thing. And then Desaad is like, cool, like, listen. And then he kind of just shits on him, what you'd expect from him. But he's like, listen, man, like, oh, if it is an old Steppenwolf, the guy who could be a Darkseid side, but he fucking got his pride got in the way. And Steppy's like, dude, let me just come home, all right? Yeah, I betrayed Darkseid, but it's cool now. And he's like, cool, you owe 50,000 planets. And he's like, fuck, this is a lot like the hit PlayStation Vita game Freedom Wars, where you had a whole bunch of years on your sentence in the Panopticon. Yeah, Kevin.
Do they explain what he did?
Like, no, I don't. That's never. They say oh, you mean in the second half? No, I'm gonna rewatch it, but I think no. It's just the call with Darkseid. You get a little bit more right of him being like, it's the pride thing. I think he tried to help some of the bad guys that were against Darkseid, not the bad guys, but like also bad guys, like kind of overthrow him, kind of thing. From there, it's Bruce working on his big old jet that'll be the troop carrier. Diana comes in and he's like, I spent $1 million on that system or whatever. And she's like, oh, you got your money's worth. And it took me almost a minute. And she throws on the shades and it's like, deal with it. You know, remember that meme, Andy? Mm-hmm. Deal with it. And it's like, the shades come in.
Glasses come down.
Here's where we get the thing Nick hates. We get the recap of the Age of Heroes, right? Where we see the old gods teaming up with the Amazons, teaming up with man, teaming up with the Atlanteans, teaming up with one Green Lantern, Guardian from the Star, to go fight the invading. And this is where Robin Wright pops back up to stop Darkseid.
It's just, to me, that I think that Gal's read of the actual stuff was a little bit like lacking. I think there's just a moment where it kind of feels like she's
that I understand
her house and had 5 minutes to turn this VO in and was like, just somebody turn on the Zoom mic and I'm gonna just do this real quick.
So much of this movie feels like this scene where it is just kind of like things are happening and there's a VO explaining a montage as it's going on, like whether it's, Cyborg's origin story or this or like the beginning of the movie with the Superman stuff. And it's interesting. And that's where I think like the artsy stuff kind of comes in, where it's like it seems like there's very little actual traditional plot movie style in this. And most of it is just kind of like every scene by itself is the backstory to a different thing that adds up eventually to tell a story.
Sure. But yeah, it's the thing we already talked about on how much you want to spend time on it. Darkseid came here, right? He smashes the ground. He sees the anti-life equation like etched into the surface of the planet. Everybody goes to war. They had to unite even though they didn't like each other. It's a long time ago. They fight for a long time. I think it's really cool. A lot of good stuff happens. I geek out, of course, for Darkseid lopping off the Green Lantern's hand, and then the ring flying away. Go find somebody else who has, will. The boxes are doing their fucking thing. But when Darkseid catches, the axe to the collarbone, right? He's like, ooh, ouchie. And he lays down, and then they all drag him out, and then the witches start falling, and they drop the mother boxes, and then everybody's like, yo, peace, we gotta go. And they jump up in the ships and
Joe, peace, we gotta go.
Exactly. We got to get the fuck out of here. And I wrote this down so I wouldn't get it wrong, right? The boxes are left behind. They fall back to sleep, and then they fade from the view of the enemy. To which I already joked about this, but like, what? Like, this is, you were talking about, over-explaining or explaining things that weren't, like, how did you get to Earth? How did you forget this is the planet you left off on? I just don't get that personally.
Greg, they have a random button. They have a random button. It goes through the whole multiverse, but it doesn't go backwards, just forward. So they've been hitting it. Haven't hit it again.
It also kind of gets to the motivations of Darkseid in general, right? Like, and like, what's the point? What is the point? You got hundreds of thousands of planets. You're just trying to overtake them all. That's
it's classic bad guy stuff, right?
That's your bad guy. But I mean, I don't know. But that's that again. This is the big thing that differentiated him from like a Thanos, where like with Thanos is the reasoning behind doing what he was doing. You're like, oh, yeah, okay, that's interesting. That's unique. That makes sense. Weird.
Yeah,
but
this movie makes me feel stupid a lot. And like the DCU does often, but it's just like there's so many terms and things that they throw at us where it's like, okay, there's the anti-life equation, there's these mother boxes, there's Darkseid, but his name's spelled weird, but there's also Steppenwolf, and he's under. It's just like there's a lot, and they throw all of it at once. They just keep throwing.
It reminds me of Man of Steel.
Yeah, totally.
Man of Steel.
I think we're talking about DCU.
Yeah, DC as a whole. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Man of Steel had a lot of the same sort of word and buzz words of like, the mother box and anti-life equation and all that shit. Yeah.
Again, like, as somebody who adores the MCU and somebody who grew up loving DC Comics, and I still obviously love DC Comics, and I would still say a DC person at heart, right? Like, that is one of the main differences in the universes. Is that I will never be able to fall all over myself and compliment the MCU enough on the way they introduced everything to get us to Endgame, so that my cousin Jody, you all know her now, when we were going to see it, was telling me how much she loved Iron Man, and she understood, like, when we left that theme, she understood time travel and like stuff that like Mjolnir. I remember.
People care about Mjolnir. They understand Mjolnir.
I remember growing up and be like, there's no way to explain a Green Lantern to somebody, right? And then you get to MCU and they're able to do all these complex things. Whereas DC's EU, for better or worse, and clearly worse, is very much like, cool, have you read all this DC stuff? Do you know what a mother box is? Do you know what our interpretation of it is? This is what it's going to be. Let's go for it. And it's like, yeah, that works really well for me. It makes me get all excited and stupid, but like, I totally get why you'd feel stupid, Tim. And that sucks. I wish people didn't feel that way about it. I digress. Diana explains the whole thing. They left the boxes. They went to sleep. Yada yada yada. Everybody locked their zone up, which we already talked about. They fucking Atlanteans are like, here, octopus, eat this. Men are like, hey, I got a hole.
6
and then fucking Themyscira is like, put it in this thing, guard it at all times. We have this system. We'll knock out these pillars, and in the end, it doesn't fucking matter, of course. So whatever. Who cares? From there, ladies and gentlemen, we go to a black screen for part 3. Beloved mother, beloved son. We start in Central City, where one and only Barry Allen is trying to get a job at a pet store, and he is a scatterbrain, goofball. He's got a resume in his pocket that's torn up and crumpled up, and all these other things. When he walked past Iris, who isn't introduced as Iris, but we know from everything else. They share a moment, as Kevin Smith and Ben Affleck would say in Chasing Amy. He goes about his thing. She gets into her car. There's a dude trying to eat a fucking cheeseburger lunch on the road. There's a dude walking a hot dog cart. She accelerates out of her parking spot. She makes eye contact with Barry. They do it. Ladies and gentlemen, wear your fucking seatbelts. I don't care how classic your car is and how cool it is as a convertible. Wear your fucking seatbelts. Why is she starting out of this parking space without a seatbelt on? I don't know. And it makes me question how smart Iris is.
Attention to the road.
You're doing the thing where you just stopped off for coffee, but your office is right down the block.
No, Nick.
Stop. Nick, don't be on the side.
This is not the lane you want to be in.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm not saying you should do it. I'm just saying occasionally, like, I'm gonna drive with my knee, eat my bagel.
That's the opposite of the message that we're putting out.
So close.
That's the opposite.
If you want to know how lame Greg Miller is and how much I follow the rules, if you're in a car parked waiting for someone, put your seatbelt on. Because even though you're not moving, somebody else could easily sideswipe you and fuck you up. Don't do that.
I never thought about it that way.
If you're in the
Greg.
vehicle, wear your fucking thing. Nick, here's the thing. You go down, not that big of a loss. You do whatever you got to do, all right? But everybody
You're
listening to
halfway
this
out.
who has their whole life in front of them, not another maybe good 10 years.
Okay, I see where
maybe
we're at here.
15.
Oh,
He wasn't sure where this joke.
Oh.
Wasn't sure what route we were going to take to that one, but we got there in the end. That was
got
good.
you. I
it's
got you.
interesting that there's 2 points in this movie where they're like, "Hey, pay attention to the road," because the dude drops a hamburger. He drops.
A beautiful looking burger, if we're honest, right? I'm hungry right now, but what a beautiful
Good
looking
looking
burger.
Walmart.
Sing
my
the burger
goodness.
song.
Sing the burger song, Nick.
Hey, you just bought that hamburger. Did you drop it on the fucking floor where you don't even have floor mats in your ugly, dirty truck? Hey, why don't you pick it up? It's probably still good.
Oh, there's more.
Just look down there. Just look down there and reach. Oh no, you just killed 3 people in a hot dog cart. It's a hot dog cart.
And so yeah, Barry sees this
No,
all
there's a
happen, obviously.
reprise. There's a
He can sing about me recapping it. Barry sees all this happening, and so puts it into slow-mo. And even though the song is whatever, right? I think all the song choices in this movie are whatever and weird for the most part. Like, still, the visual of Barry scooting his feet and the shoes just exploding in slow-mo, I fucking love. He runs and just, pokes the glass and it breaks like surface tension on water. He gets out there, grabs Iris, but he plants his feet and the asphalt rips up. I was like, this is fucking awesome. And
then it just gets creepy.
Yep.
Yeah,
Leave
no,
this
yeah,
woman
yeah,
alone.
yeah.
And it's
I'm
like
with you.
you had the choice to cut this or edit this.
Yeah.
It's like, and they
Could
still put this in the movie. I was
You didn't
like,
need to
oh, man.
I'm gonna caress her face. I'm like, oh god. And then
You
also
don't know
like
her.
when he grabbed the meat stick, I was like, what? Where's this going?
Yeah.
I was like, yes, he gonna eat this
What's the
hot
plan?
dog in
What's
this.
he gonna
in
do with this
that,
fuck?
that
Like-
had a cute moment, I think, at the end.
Did it? No. This is a perfect
dogs?
example of answering questions that we're not asking. Well, it's like, oh shit, what's he gonna do with the hot dog? And the next scene, oh, that's what he did with the hot dog.
I thought it was fun. I thought I was like, oh, look at that. He gave the lady,
I like the entire explosion. I like the
Trying to get
entire
the
thing. I
job.
like her say it is creepy in the center, where he grabs her and he's like staring at her eyes and shit, like you're talking about Tim. Like, yeah, no. But it does. He puts her down. He runs back in there. Yeah, and then it's like, oh man, that was crazy. But look how good I am with dogs. Says I have a hot dog, and it's like, first off,
Start
those
next
dogs are
Monday.
probably gonna get this shit. Number 2, where are your shoes, sir? You had shoes when you came in here. Why are there piles of broken shoes in front of me?
That's what I was gonna say. The shoes are still in front of her. They just exploded.
Exactly. Why did my glass break from the outside or the inside out? Like, there's so many more questions. You should have run away from here. You should have given me a fake name or something. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
I think more egregious than any of it was just the music choice, though. I think it was equally as creepy. I thought the hot dog thing was dumb. It started off so cool, like what you mentioned at the start of this in review, Nick. What was that, 5 hours ago when we started?
Yeah.
But
Oh my God.
it starts
Have
off
some fun with your
amazingly with the
friends.
breaking through the glass. I thought all of that was so badass, and I got those goosebumps. And I thought the music choice was just so bad, and it just didn't match with anything. And it really is just, it's sequences like this that make me think Zack Snyder thinks that he's way cooler than he really is.
It made me angry because it was a legitimately great moment. I was like, wow, you actually legitimately, and then the song kicked in and I'm like, you just love to punch me, buddy. You just punched me right in the gut on that one.
So like all that stuff just happens. We talked about. From there, it's our friend Steppy. He's coming out of the ocean with some parademons.
Don't
and
call
there's-
him Steppy, please.
Hey,
He's
everyone.
my
I
man
can't
now.
handle it,
Sorry,
Greg.
This
we're
is
too
my
deep
friend
into the
Steppenwolf,
we're
but
too
we call
deep
him
into the review.
Steppy.
We're too deep into the review. Steppy's the man now, and he's just beating the shit out of these Atlanteans. And the one mouthy Atlantean's like, no true Atlantis, son or daughter of Atlantis would ever tell you where the fucking. And he's like, I don't fucking need you. Now, I think this is a slam dunk, but I haven't Googled it to make sure. Kevin, I'll let you fact check me on this. He then has the little robot thing come down and clamp onto its head. That's their version of Starro, right? Because I popped for this fucking thing being Starro, and I was like,
Starro?
holy shit.
Starro?
Starro?
What is that?
Starro.
Say
Starro's
it more. Say it
again.
more,
Say it
motherfucker.
again.
Starro's the Justice League villain that's an alien unto itself that you've seen it before where I've always wanted to do as a Halloween costume where it latches onto their face and it looks like a starfish with an eye on it.
Oh, I
think
Googled
that's what
Justice
this is,
League.
and I think this is their version of it. And if it's not,
doubt
it was. It's cool enough to me that that's what I'm calling it.
I
I'm
think
sorry,
I
it's
Tim,
doubt
you
it,
raised your-
Greg.
robot.
I doubt it actually is it because Starro supposedly is in the Suicide Squad.
Maybe it's
So-
But
left over
again,
from this.
this was I was gonna say this is years before, right? And Zach wouldn't have changed his mind for this
Yeah.
and whatever. For me, it looked enough like Star that I was like, that's fucking cool for me. But what it does is, of course, reads their mind, and thank you. That's where the Atlantean thing is. Don't need you. Steppy just tosses him aside. You know what I mean?
And the most like
I
out of
mean-
nowhere, this movie gets like brutal, where like he throws him into a rock and it splats his brains.
Yeah,
and he's on the
yeah,
thing, just
dope.
kind of like half alive.
They say
half
out of
dead.
nowhere it gets brutal. Remember, Wonder Woman did evaporate a man.
But we didn't see that.
A
You know what I mean?
normal
Like,
man.
You didn't see the man suddenly become fucking vapor.
Sure, that's fair. You didn't see that. You're right. Real quick, we get a scene of Lois back home mourning. She's got a little trunk. It's got Superman's bloody cape in it. She's got a bunch of his press pass. And she's like, man, I miss Clark Kent. From there.
That's her whole character.
That's it.
in
Yeah,
this thing,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Eventually we'll get to it. Oh, don't spoil it. I guess it's coming up here.
Tim, when you
know,
lose
the
someone you
big
love,
scene.
you think about them a lot, all right? Come on. Have a little sympathy, for God's sakes.
Kevin
Who
and the
knows
turtle.
how long it's
Tim.
Lost a turtle.
10 years from now when I go,
No, I
you're
still
gonna
have
miss
the turtle.
Oh, okay.
Nah, we'll be fine. It's different
Now
than that, Nick.
it is. Hold on. This is my first time I need to pause.
It's a nice moment. You know what I mean? A little quiet for a second. This is our intermission for Kind of Funny's in review part 1.
Go take a pee, everybody. Take your pee right now. If you need to take a little poop, go ahead. But take us in there.
Boop, boop, boop.
You pooping right now?
I mean, I can go
coming
into the
out?
bathroom and try.
Not
but-
you, the listener, the viewer. We're back to Bruce and Diana. They're catching back up on all the supers. This is where Bruce is like, yeah, couldn't get Aquaman. You know, he does the funny line, right? Of like, yeah, he's kind of in. How in is he? Is he more in or is he more in or less in or whatever? He's like, he's not in. Then they have the moment where they touch hands, trying to touch the mouse. Like, oh. It's like, yeah, double down on that.
Yeah.
They agree though. Bruce Wayne's gonna go to Central City and get Barry. Wonder Woman will worry about the fourth, the Cyborg. From there we jump to Cyborg, and this is the backstory segment for Cyborg. He is still in his room, still moping about Gotham City, looking out the window. He sees some kid who's playing football. And he's like, I remember when I played football. In fact, doodle-doo-doo. And we're back to him, going out there, and he's got a huge game. And it's snowing, Andy, and they're playing. It looks like they're playing for the Steelers, but they're not playing for the Steelers. And they're like,
This is a college football game, 1000%. A lot of people.
No, I know it is.
Drunk and hungover in the crowd already. They've been tailgating since fucking 9 a.m. right now. And apparently in this game, it is midnight, and their electricity problem at the stadium.
Yeah, not a lot of lights. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is where it all gets intermixed, right? Where he has this huge play and he runs in for the touchdown. He looks up and mom's there, but dad's not. But at the same time, we're also told another narrative thread, which I already referenced, of the whole like, your son's a certified genius, but he can't change his friend's grades. And she's like, well, that friend her parents were losing their house. What would you have done? And he's like, nothing. I wouldn't have changed her grades. Like, that's bad.
Why
Maybe
does
we
that
can,
matter?
yeah, can we give her like a semester like for free or something? But I wouldn't have gone in. And so then it's back in the car on the ride home. Dad isn't there, and he doesn't love me. And he's got the tear, and he does look way too old to be having this conversation. Again, I think Ray Fisher does a great job as Cyborg, especially in this movie. I agree. We talked about it earlier. He looks old in this thing. And he's like, well, whatever. Maybe we can get a cheeseburger. Oh, no! And car hits him. From there, we're in the hospital.
Pay attention. You know what I mean? Like, don't drive and not pay attention to the road. This wasn't going to happen.
Well, this wasn't her fault. It looked like the truck ran.
No, bullshit.
Light.
But like she was looking at him.
Kevin, they made it very clear. She's a doctor. She's a doctor.
She's a
She
doctor who
needs to
doesn't
be a
know right from
doctor
wrong,
or drive-in.
Do you want me to
Yeah.
stop this whole thing and go watch for this fucking scene and see whose fault
Yeah,
it is? Fine.
yeah,
We'll
yeah.
do it.
She's
Get
a
your
doctor who
doctor
doesn't.
and
Hold on,
traffic
Andy.
rules.
Are we
Andy,
sponsored by
she's wearing her
AAA?
seatbelt too?
Andy,
What's up,
is
Kev?
she or is she not a doctor that doesn't know right from wrong because she wants to allow her son to like break into stuff and change grades? She
All right,
thinks
I'm watching
that's what
right
the right
now.
thing to
Everybody,
do.
if you want to watch with me, I'm at 1 hour and 20 minutes on the dot.
I wouldn't
They're doing
trust
it.
her trying to
They're
fix my
going.
body.
They're driving. I don't know how much further. He wanted to be here. You
She
always
looks
say
right.
that.
She looks
Ma,
right. She's
you gotta
talking to
stop
him.
making excuses. They're in motion the entire time. So are you saying she ran the red light? Or you?
Yeah,
Someone ran a red
possibly.
light. We're not going to point
She
fingers.
possibly
I know
ran
he's
a red
proud
light.
of you.
It may have
But
been
it's
Nick.
Both are victory.
At a certain point,
hey.
later
He's
though,
crying. He's crying.
he tells his dad, he's like, if you had been there, mom would have never died. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I didn't get that
that's-
you don't
either.
know that.
fucking
No, you don't know
stupid.
that at all.
You don't know that
at
because
all,
you
yeah.
died. Both people, everyone in the car died.
Right.
So
No.
if
Kevin,
If
I'm
Dad had
in
been there, all of
120
you would've died.
33.
Uh-huh.
120 33. There's another car also going through the intersection at the same time she is. It's clearly this truck's fault.
Well,
Which
clearly
way-
there's
which
two
way
people
is she
running the red
looking?
light.
Which way is she looking?
Yeah, Greg.
What do you
We
mean
don't
she's
know.
two people running the light? What
Is
do
she
you mean?
looking at the
Both
No, no,
cars?
no. Tim, I'm sorry. Okay, so everybody stand by. So there are two cars going like this, all right?
Two-
the
two paths
DeLorean,
diverging,
the
of course.
DeLorean is Cyborg and his mother. This
Okay.
Ecto 1 is another car. They're going like this, right? And as the
Yeah.
Ecto 1 clears the intersection, the Ecto 1A from Ghostbusters 2, it comes like this and smashes
that's
in.
confusing.
Comes.
There it is.
I'm sorry, I only have
No,
so many
there's too many-
Matchbox cars here, all
I
right?
can't track how many.
Greg,
Which Ecto 1 is Wonder
Which
Woman.
way is she looking?
She's looking straight ahead because she's leaving it. She's going through an intersection.
Goddamn liar.
You're a fucking liar.
What do you mean
Look at
I'm a
him.
liar? I'm
Look at
looking.
him
I already told you the
fucking
exact
lying.
time code.
120
How
what?
are we still
120,
talking about
24.
this?
120,
This
25.
fit-
She touches his chin.
I've moved on.
Yeah, I know. It's easy for you to move on, Andy, but not for me, all right? Somebody's out here saying that Dr. Stone is a bad driver, and that person is Kevin, one of the worst drivers I've ever met. And you're going to sit here and tell me
Take
that
it
I'm
back,
going to
you
listen
son
to
of
his?
a bitch. Take it back. I'm
How many
looking at
times?
it. She's driving, like, I just saw it 120, 30. She's driving for solid 5 seconds without looking at the road.
Yeah.
That's bad driving. I'm not saying the accident's her fault, but I'm pretty sure it is.
I get scared when I sneeze driving.
I
I
can't
always
close your
say
eyes.
too.
Big time, for sure, for sure.
Close your eyes.
You know, I hear that one.
Yeah. That's why I slow down. Put my seatbelt back on.
Enough about this. I'm right, and everybody knows it, so you can go
Nope,
check it as you
not true
want
at all.
to.
I want to hear about Martian Manhunter.
We're getting there. Okay. The accident happens, and then we jump to the hospital where the other Dr. Stone, Silas, shows up, and the other doctor who doesn't have a name is just like, listen, your wife dead, your son also gonna die,
Probably
because
gonna
he
die.
doesn't have any legs, genitals, or a left arm, and his face is also pretty fucked up too.
Like, how
And
are they
they're
keeping
like-
him alive at this point? That's what I want to know. Like, what, they were
Well,
like,
no, it gets better.
"He's
It gets
hanging
better,
on,"
right? It gets
but
way better because he
doesn't
walks
have
in and
any
he's like, "No,
organs.
I won't let him go. I won't let you die." At which point, the doctors are like, "All right, get a garbage bag. Let's take his son home. How does he get his kid out of here?
he has some sort
How
of
does he
like,
get from here to the lab?"
do you have a toboggan or some sort of sleigh that you can pull him over there with?
All right, put him in the trash bag. We're sneaking him out.
That is
you know
so
what I mean?
true. What I like to imagine, Greg, is that he
Yeah.
put him in those little harnesses that you carry babies in, like in
Sure.
the like those little
Sure.
things. But it's just like his son's torso, upper torso, and then oh my gosh, the sequence where he flies on the roof for the first time.
Yeah. So we
I
get out of
fucking
this, and
hate
now
the
we're
way it
back to
looks.
where we currently are, and it's Victor lays it all on his dad. This is your fault. Mom would be alive. Yada yada yada, and he won't look at him. And Silas like, listen, that's not 100% true. I try to save you because I love you, but even if you don't want to look at me, fine. Maybe you'll listen to me. And he puts his tape recorder down and he leaves. Victor plays the tape, and this is the tip of the strength is just the tip of the iceberg. Like you have the flight, you can control the fucking nukes, you can hack like Robin Hood and do all this shit.
How would he know this? And why do we need another character to tell us this? This is what I hate when this happens a lot in this movie, but like, he needs to figure that stuff out for himself. That is the journey that we go on with this character. Like a great moment would have been him walking up to the ship and going, "Wait, the ship's talking to me. How do you know?" "I don't know. It's just talking to me, and it's saying it needs a software update." And we see him do that, and that's how his powers grow. Having his dad literally just start narrating all the things and tell the audience what he can and can't do is just so fucking cheap.
It's
and then
lazy.
also, it's happening as he's trying to lift off for the first time. And it's like somebody watched Iron Man and was like, "We can do that." And then when they shot the scene, they were like, "We can't do
well.
that. We did not nail it. We didn't do it."
But as we said, he gets all his powers and learns what he can do, and he hacks into the ATM. And rather than just hacking into the ATM, they make it look like he's in the ATM, and he sees a visualization of everybody's money, and he sees his waitress who's trying to make ends meet,
right
but
there.
she's getting stiffed on tips, and he's like, "You know what? I'll take all the money from over here, and you're the Gotham City Bank's number 1,000 customer."
But do
She
we?
gets
But do we also get a representation of the like American currency versus Russian currency? Because there's like a bear and a bull fighting.
No, that
those
was
are the
the,
stock markets.
that's
Yeah, that's the
stock
stock
market.
market.
Stock market. Okay.
It made even less
Because
sense
like
than
Merrill
what you're
Lynch, I
referencing,
assume
yeah.
like, oh, the Merrill Lynch bull. Like that's kind of
No,
what.
no.
Like, I know that imagery.
It's a
You know what
bull
I mean?
market.
But
Bear and Bull, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the
Basically, what happens
Okay,
though is
got it,
Cyborg
got it,
is
got it.
established as the strongest character on the Justice League in the world right now. He can do all this crazy shit, and then a parademon shows up outside his window, and he's like, oh, he presses, oh! He's wearing his fucking gym clothes, looking like Nick in this sweatshirt. Oh my god,
I'm so
like,
cold.
tall
His
bear, right?
hand turned into a gun.
Yeah, and he didn't know how to do it. He's surprised by that. He's surprised by that. That's a defense
remember, 'cause
mechanism
he
as well.
can't control
Oh.
it.
But also,
We're not there yet. We're not there
how
yet.
the fuck did old lady and the little kid not see him standing watching?
Yeah, that's the
them?
other thing too. They're making it seem like he's like in the net, but no, he's like standing there looking at them at the ATM, and then it turns around and creeps out a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Parademon gets scared off by some homeless people and the police. Okay,
Wait,
sure.
real
Why not?
quick,
I guess.
Do we think that from now on that woman is hitting up every single ATM to do a transaction to be the 100?
No, I think honestly what happens is she lives for a good 2 days very happy until the police knock on her door and go, hey,
We've
you
noticed
have
you have a huge influx of money,
$100,000
yeah.
that got stolen from someone else's account and put into your account. You need to put that back.
You think the world cares way more about things than they do. No one's noticing that. That went under the radar. Some super billionaire probably lost 100,000. Won't know. Maybe someone loses their job for this. Very
I like to
unlikely.
think of it in the terms of the classic movie Hackers, where it's actually not stolen from one account, Kevin. It's just a half a cent from like millions of accounts.
Sure.
That
Like
goes
Office
to get
Space.
put into her. Yeah, you wouldn't notice it.
From there we go back to Barry,
Oh, that
who
was Office Space,
goes
not
to
Hackers.
see his dad, and they were referencing Superman 4, right? Weren't they? Yeah, the Richard Pryor scheme from Superman 4. We go back to Barry, who's seeing his dad in prison, and his dad's like, "Listen, just fucking let it go, all right? Yeah,
Superman
it's
3.
time. Thank you very much. Let it go. We got to fucking bounce. This isn't about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like this, you just go. Live your life. I'm holding you back. I'm a drag on you." And Barry's like, "No, man, I'm going to fucking prove you're innocent, Dad." And he's got a million fucking jobs he keeps taking on because he's got to make ends meet.
It's,
And he
it's
gets his-
funny. He's like, hey, you can be anything you want. Like, you're so smart, but you can't be a lawyer. Like, that's not
Yeah.
gonna work out for you. But no, that's a real role that he could take in the world, right?
Yeah,
Be,
yeah.
like,
He's
a
like,
defense
what are
attorney?
you up to? He's like, well, I'm trying to save enough money to go to law school. And his dad's like, you're wasting your life, kid.
It's like, that's a real
No,
goal.
I want to be a fucking lawyer.
That's-
I'm super passionate about getting you out of jail. It's going to lead me to this amazing career in law. Like, also, I
I'll
study
make money,
real
yeah.
fast.
yeah.
Done. Took the bar.
Barry
What?
bounces. Barry goes back to his weird warehouse squatters den or
fucking
whatever.
cool.
It's cool, but it's just like, oh, okay, cool. And he goes in there and he's got all the electronics and he turns on the light. And it's this is pretty much exactly what we saw from the Whedon cut.
I like this.
Yeah, me too. Bruce Wayne being in the chair. Bruce Wayne, Barry Allen. He's like, you say that like I'm supposed to, not be creeped out that you're sitting in my chair. Or I'm Bruce Wayne. You're supposed to say like you're not sitting in the dark in my chair. They have a little thing where he calls him out, or Bruce Wayne calls him out on being the Flash. Obviously, he's very much like, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. He's like, oh, this is the nice suit. You got these same panels as the space shuttles.
NASA,
Yeah. So you when you go through, you don't get the heat or whatever. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I just like competitive ice dancing. Very competitive ice dancing.
Yeah.
Eventually, though, throws the batarang. Barry slow motions, sees it, looks at him, sees. It's the same thing Tim hated from the last one. Sees it, looks at him, looks at him, looks at it, looks at it, looks at it. But, and finally grabs it out of the air and puts it all together and calls him out on being Batman or whatever. Cool scene. I know Tim. Are you in the same place you were from the last one, Tim? Of just why does this take so long?
Yeah, and also I enjoyed the Flash's character in the last movie, and I really think he's out of place in this one.
I do want to say that I like every sequence with Ezra Miller as Flash are so close to being really good.
Yeah,
And
I
there's
agree.
just always a line here or there that throws me off. Like I don't like the can I keep this, by the way? Like I don't really give a shit about that line at all. And then we get the possibly one of the dumber changes, I think, right here, where in the Whedon cut, they get to the nice Mercedes and we see that product placement of the Mercedes steering wheel with how the HUD looks and everything. And it looks badass. But in the Whedon cut, there isn't this stupid fucking like hip hop beat in the background. And in here there is. And it really just reminds me of the episode of Breaking Bad where they play the dubstep and show the two cars that Walt bought Walt Jr. That's what this sequence reminds me of here. In the Whedon cut, there was no cheesy music, but in Snyder cut, it's what? So what's your superpower? I'm rich, and it's playing the. It's so fucking lame. I just rolled my eyes like, fast forward, please. I don't want to see this anymore.
Yeah, and I do like the scene. I mean, we've already talked about this in the other Justice League, but of him eating the pizza, explaining how many calories he has to eat all the time. He's a black hole. They ride off.
Snack hole.
Oh, he does say that, doesn't he? From there, then it's a new scene of Wonder Woman and Alfred hanging out in their Batcave, and her trying to make tea, and Alfred trying to help. And she's like, "I got it," and then she's just not making tea the way Alfred does, and it's fun to see the Alfred character be like, "Okay," like you know what I mean? Like you're not doing this right. Yeah,
I'd have been like, bro, I'm a fucking 1,000 years old. Like I know how to make myself a cup of tea at this point. Staying.
I mean, honestly, all she had to do was turn to him and be like. And he's like, "Fuck, I'm sorry. Please don't evaporate me with the breeze." She's like, "I'll fucking do it. Let me make tea my way. All right."
Fucking blow you up. No one ever knows.
She sits back down to the computer, and it's Cyborg hacks in. It's like, and rather than to be the whole thing like in the Whedon cut was like, "Why are you looking for me?" Yada yada yada. It's literally just meet me here right now. Come do it. So she goes and meets him there. He's on the street. He's got his duffel bag, and she tries to connect with him on her loss. I lost somebody too, and I know what it's like. And this is the whole thing we were talking about earlier with like. Your gifts. And he's like, if these are gifts, why am I paying for them? And he also says the fuck the world when she's like, the world needs you, fuck the world. But then
why?
Crazy.
Though, like that doesn't make any sense. The world needs you, fuck the world, except for that waitress that I just helped out and all the people that I really want to help out. Like his character is just so fucking
And she
intense.
referenced that, of course. You asked to meet me, so I think you're working on it too, the same way I'm working on trying to be better or whatever. But then he bounces and he goes and buries the mother box in his own grave again.
2 inches deep.
Maybe 7 inches, maybe 7 inches down. A raccoon's gonna come by and get the fucking mother box and be all super raccoon.
Cyber raccoon.
I will say, so I haven't seen the second half of this movie, so I don't know where it goes. But I'm really excited to see how they handle the Superman thing, because I remember in the other one, having Cyborg and the Flash kind of just grave digging was really weird.
Yeah, because they never acknowledged it or whatever. They were just like, we're digging. This is neat.
And they had a weird conversation while doing it. It was like, oh shit,
Yeah.
this is awkward as fuck. So I'm excited to see.
I think
I'll get there. I'm close.
No,
I'm close.
I don't think I'm missing anything. It's now the weird scene. Oh, you guys haven't seen the rest of the movie. It's the weird scene all the same though of like Ryan at Star Labs being like, "Oh man, you were right. If we beam this thing with radiation or whatever, it heats up." And he's like, "Wow, that's neat. All right, see you later. I'm going home." And Silas goes home and then finds the whole place fucking wrecked, right? He's like, "Oh man." And then he goes to look for the box and then the parademon grabs him. Yeah, Kevin?
I was saying that was really random, right? They're like,
Yeah.
this thing gets really hot.
Yeah, I'm
It's
sure.
literally,
I'm sure
I mean, you want
want
to talk. I was going to say, you want to talk about like
second
so many, all of us have talked about, and Nick especially, like the subtlety of Zack Snyder and what he can do. Like he'll give you, what was it? I don't even know. 7 minutes of slow-mo of Ezra Miller running around and saving Iris, and then he's like, "Oh well, this will be an important plot point. Just shove it right in here, out of the blue." Like, all right, this thing heats up if you do this thing to it. All right, I'm going
It's
home.
the hottest. The core of this thing is the hottest thing on Earth right now, is what he said. And I was like, "That's weird. What does that mean?"
Well,
and then the
why do
scene
I care
ends, and I
about
go,
this?
"Okay, I guess I don't have to worry about that
And
ever
and then
again."
after this, we get Commissioner Gordon kind of looking at the picture of the parademon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Andy. Do you have somewhere to be?
Oh, Jesus
Andy was
Christ.
trying to help you, Greg,
I'm just
because-
trying to help
What?
out.
Why are you trying to
Andy's
help? I knew
help
exactly
out.
where I was. I knew exactly where I fucking was.
I mean, you
So,
paused there
so
for
when
about
you-
3 minutes silent a little while
Hey,
ago.
that was a long
time ago when I talked about Ryan and the Heat.
Jesus.
Don't make this Andy's origin story and make him really angry. I don't want to hear him say "fuck the world." Okay, he's just trying to help, Greg.
It's too late.
Ah,
It's too late.
He's here.
Lost it. Fuck.
It's Steppy. What is it? What do we call him? Steppy?
Steppy.
Yeah, it's
Steppy.
Steppy.
Steppy Andy.
Smell your mother's box. honey.
All right. Anyways,
Oh,
yes, Andy is
Jesus,
correct. We go to
God.
the GCPD where Commissioner Gordon is
Smells
walking
like
around. It's J.K. Simmons.
dust.
God damn.
Don't
What an
top it. You don't have to
underutilized
top it.
part of this film. What an underutilized character in the DCEU. Him looking through it. He walks in. He gets a giant thing of messages. The guy walks over and he's like, "Hey, man, flying monsters that look like Batman are attacking. Here are the things." And he has some good lines of like, "Yeah, Mom, why I shouldn't go to dental school. I should go to be a police officer or whatever."
I also like the line where he's like, they talk about it. He's like, you know who this looks like, right? He's like, dude, he's been fighting crime in Gotham City for 20 fucking years. Like, why would he start kidnapping people
Yeah,
now?
you think he went to Metropolis tonight to kidnap 8 people?
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll talk to him. And he's like, how? Which is like literally, I just established Batman's been around for 20 fucking years. How? How do you
What do you
think,
mean
you
fucking how?
moron?
What are you new here?
Is your first
Go,
day?
you know what? Go and you
I'd
call
put a
your boy
cigarette on his
Steve
face
and
right
go
there.
home.
Go with Steve, yeah, go with Steve.
And you go home. Here's what I'll say. The biggest, I think, one of the saddest things to come out of the series is that we will never get the Ben Affleck Batman with J.K. Simmons as Commissioner Gordon, because I like the visuals here. I like how this feels really cartoony and like comic booky to me in a good way, and I like it all. I like everything that they did with this part.
It's that thing of you know, who knows what's going to happen with the Flash movie, but it would be cool to see, like, you know, Michael Keaton's Batman interact with this Commissioner Gordon going forward, or whatever it's going to be, however that's going to play out. Who knows? Well,
we have this one. So, like, one of the criticisms I had of the Nolan verse or the Nolan Batman was that every time Batman did anything, he just would like walk in and out of a scene, right? So, like, every time when Gary Oldman would call him, Gary Oldman would just turn around and Batman was just like standing 2 feet away from him, like, I'm here, and so close that you could actually see who it is, unless you were complete and totally ridiculous. This is so cool. I love how he throws up the signal. And
we're not even there yet.
Oh, we're not there yet.
If you want, we can talk about it now. I don't mind.
No, we'll get there when we get there. I just like how they intro and outro Batman. He just does Batman.
Oh, totally.
Stuff
Oh my god, it's so
really
amazing.
cool.
Yeah. And again, fan service and being able to set up a shot. How do you think? And then from there, rather than go there, we get the demons dropping people off in their little holding chamber or whatever, that they're kidnapping people and putting them in there, not killing them, like I said earlier. Thank you, Kevin. We get Barry and Bruce returning in their plane, Wonder Woman meeting them, having a quick little interchange there, and then the bat signal happening, and Barry being like, "Oh, it's your thing." I'm sorry, it's your thing. That's you. We need to go. And he's like, "Yeah, I know." Then
I'm trying to like skip around here, Greg, because I have the movie up as well, and I swear I click 1 pixel and it's 30 minutes later.
Then this is where the Atlantean stronghold gets attacked. You know, they have their mother box because Steppy did Starro to the other Atlantean he knows. They all come in there. They just fucking people up. They kill a whole bunch of people. Mira tries to do it, but she gets fucked up. This is where I think when she does the, you know what I mean? She's talking underwater to people that way, like you were talking about, Nick.
Did she suck the water out of his face? Like out of his
She
mouth?
does, and some blood.
That's cool.
And some
Yeah,
blood.
that was cool.
That was
I
dope.
like
That was
awesome.
dope, right? Yeah, I like that a
Do
lot
more
too.
of that.
And then Aquaman shows up, you know, fulfilling what Green Goblin wanted him to do.
Like, it's definitely just a pause for a second. I'm sorry, we're going very long, but I love it.
We're having a great time.
It's definitely one of those things, guys. If I have to go fight Steffi, right?
Yeah, Steppy.
And it's just
Steffi.
you, me,
It's now stuffy.
Steffi, right? If Steffi is invading our real world and you guys are my team, right? And I'm like, we need some heavy hitters. And one of y'all knows someone that can literally suck the moisture out of a person's body. I'm like, call them up. See what they're doing. What are they doing?
Nobody
all
knows
of them.
that though.
As many of them as
like,
we can.
Literally, we saw Aquaman meet this woman, and like they had a 2-minute conversation.
Yeah,
So
but
he
he
doesn't know
fought
that
with
he
her, and he knows she can fight. And I'm just saying this.
guess.
Maybe we could bring a couple extra Atlanteans with us. These guys seem
You
like
kind
they
of
know
want
what
like
they're
the
doing.
end game thing.
No, it's a good.
Well,
call.
I'm
yeah.
just
the
saying,
portal's
like,
open,
this-
and like,
but-
oh, let's go.
We know for sure that we need Superman, but would it hurt to have
But
Amber Heard
just
come on the
to
team, like be on the
give
team?
A
You know,
give a little bit to the Justice League, Zack Snyder. I mean, that seems like that's Bruce Wayne's plan, right? He doesn't know that Aquaman has no ties with the Atlanteans, right?
right? But if I'm
doesn't know.
Aquaman, I'm like, I got to go fight this guy. Maybe I'll bring these other cool warriors. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
but
pretty
that's
sure
'cause you're not,
the
like,
dude
an
who taught me
asshole
how to
who hates
fucking
everything.
fight with a trident could come also wreck some shit for a little bit too, right? Like, where'd Willem Dafoe go?
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
He
too
fought
busy
really-
hanging
he
out with
fought really
Steve.
well.
He got sent home because he wanted to snipe someone.
This scene is violent though, man.
It is violent.
Yeah.
Like not only the blood getting
Cutting
sucked out
people
of his
in half
face,
and
but
shit.
just
Yeah,
all
people
the
are getting
people.
cut
Yeah,
off,
all
yeah.
of the
Atlanteans.
blood just going all throughout the ocean is a really
Yeah,
cool
also-
effect.
I guess these Atlanteans didn't last very long against them, right?
I will say though that this sequence is very very odd because when Steffi when Steppy is initially in the sequence, he is moving so quickly. He is moving so quickly through this water. He looks unstoppable. And then when they face off 1v1 with Aquaman, it looks like they both have never really swam a whole lot. Like they don't really feel fast anymore. But in this intro sequence, he's just fucking destroying people left and right, swimming to people, and
Yeah,
it's really bizarre that
The
how
Little
different
Mermaid
the
girl
sequences
like
are.
really beat the shit out of him. I think getting that much water sucked out of you probably
yeah, totally.
your brain's not making the connections as fast anymore. You know.
That's fair. That's fair.
Worst hangover of his life, you know.
It's toxic. It's good.
Yeah, he gets the box. He bounces away. Amber Heard has this weird conversation that doesn't match up with the Aquaman movie. We'll see both in terms of her accent and in terms of the content she says.
An accent.
Also,
But it's
how fucking dumb when he throws the axe at Jason Momoa he throws it at approximately 3 miles per hour, and it's just spinning through water. Momoa's just like.
And he's got like 5 moves. You know what I mean? Like he's not prepared for what he doesn't have.
I know he's out of his element, but good lord, dude, you got to be a bit more prepared than just like, fuck it, this is my only plan.
From there we go back to Cyborg, who comes home and finds that everything's smashed up and his dad's missing. And then he sees the bat signal go up in the air. Then we go from there to Steppy back at Chernobyl, where he puts the 2 boxes together. And then we talk to Desaad again, and Desaad's like, you got all 3 of them? He's like, I got 2 of them. He's like, fuck off, man. And he's like, listen, I got parademons. They got a whole bunch of people. They've been smelling people all day long. And they got a whole bunch of people that smell good, Desaad. And he's like, go interrogate those people. And he's like, fine, I'll fucking go interrogate those people. Then, ladies and gentlemen, part 4. Change machine begins. All right,
We're making it.
Also, Cyborg saw that his dad had been.
Yeah, he already said that. You gotta listen.
I swear to fucking God,
No,
Andy.
no, I already told him.
You're like, oh, let me get it jump started. We were already moving. We already passed the part, and then you show up right now.
That's
like
my
the
role.
horse just kicked you in the head, and you wake up and you're like, are we talking about Joss Whedon cut still?
I got my water and blood sucked out of my head. I'm sorry.
Did you guys just see Kevin?
No, what did he do?
He walked away.
That was the most insane fucking visual effect I've ever seen, and I cannot wait to watch this when it's live. He just walked away.
He still got his green screen shit up?
Yeah, he like glitched out of fucking.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Andy, why do you say it like that? Like you don't think it's crazy? All right, come on, it's crazy. Greg, Tim's right. It's crazy.
Jim Gordon throws on the bat signal. Then, like you're talking about, Nick, we get the thing where he's
Really
standing
cool.
there and we have the plastic tarp waving, and then it waves down, it waves up, and there he is, Batman standing up there waiting.
Fucking awesome. That's what
Even
you
better-
do if you want to be the Bat.
Batman drops down, and then Wonder Woman and Flash join him, and he does one of these things like, "How many of you are there?" And Batman, not enough.
Not enough.
They
Call up Amber Heard. No,
Exactly. She sucks blood and
She has a really cool power. So we don't know her number.
We
So we got to DM her. We're not quite sure if that's cool.
Nick, no one knows that.
Gordon presents all the information, and he's like, "Hey, 8 Star Labs people are missing." And then Cyborg shows up, and he's like, 9. The head of Star Labs just got kidnapped, and they're like, "Oh my God!" And Wonder Woman's like, "You showed up. That's great."
Now, Greg. This is my favorite thing you're doing.
I like to give you guys a visual. You know what I mean? If you've made it this far, you deserve a treat. You know what I mean?
Abs.
Oh
Stop!
God.
Abs.
We told you not to do that.
Anyways,
I
so that like, hey, all these people are getting kidnapped, and Gordon's like, Jiminy Jitlickers, I can't find any kind of pattern. They're all just getting snatched up. And Batman and the group take one look at like, oh, it's Stryker's Island. These are all events that go back to Stryker's Island. Stryker's Island from Man of Steel, where he died, and there was things, and Lois almost drowned. That's where we're going. We're going to Stryker's Island. And Gordon's like, of course, Stryker's Island. All right. And he's like, that's interesting, yada yada yada. And then he looks up, and everybody's gone except for Flash. And Flash's like, wow, they really do just disappear. Rude. And he shoots off too. And we get a thing of Jim Gordon like, these characters.
Those scrappy kids.
From there, we're right into the vents. We have Steffi is there now, and she is interrogating all sorts of the Star Labs people, asking like what's going on, where's the fucking thing. They got Starros on their face. None of them fucking know.
Poor Jen has no idea.
Yeah, and then the Justice League shows up in Batman's spider tank, and they get out, and they're like, all right, we're going to go in there and do the fucking thing. It's pretty by the numbers here in terms of them talking about what they're going to go do, right? I'm going to say anything. They're just like, we're going to go in there, we're going to fucking get it, right? Yeah, go.
Oh, my God. And then they walk up 3 flights of stairs.
We need to see it. You need to see it.
With a
you need to
cool
understand.
ass song, though. I don't even remember what the song was, Nick, but it was rocking.
And Ben Affleck is just trying to get up the fucking stairs. Oh my God! Why would you leave that in? You don't need to see them climb. Just Cut to
The
that's what
vision,
fucking
Nick.
editing is for.
No, you can't
Cut to the
edit
top
this.
of the stairs. That's the fun part. Them
Eventually-
walking, and then,
Nick,
Go
this
ahead,
is
and
the
then when they
edited version.
save people later, he's like, "Get in there and
so
save
bad.
those.
So
Get in there and
bad.
save those people." And Ray Fisher just kind of slowly walks them, as if he doesn't have anywhere better to be. Slowly walks them out of the room, and then slowly walks them up out of the thing. It's
You're
all,
saying you're putting on Ray Fisher. The Flash is just speeding ahead, going, "Come on, guys! Come on, guys! Come on,
Yeah.
guys!" It's like
Oh, God.
fucking grab somebody.
You could.
What are you
they're all up
talking
there.
about?
The Flash, 3 seconds, all 9 people up the fucking stairs. He's
so-
the Flash for Christ's
I'm
sake.
so
Heavy,
fucking
dude.
sick of the Flash. I'll tell you why I'm fucking sick of the Flash.
Tell
Why
us,
are you
Andy.
sick of the Flash?
Why did you
Andy?
waste this whole goddamn sequence to poke back Diana's sword to her as if poking the sword back to her was going to result in any sort of cool thing? You got her sword back to her and she landed with it. That's all that fucking happened.
Yeah.
What you could have done is gotten any shard
Grab
of
the sword and
anything
stab
and
somebody.
stab Steppenwolf's
Stab
fucking
Steppy.
head. You're so fast, dude. Steppenwolf does not have the powers of super speed. It's not like the Superman sequence we're going to see later. This, like,
will
Steppenwolf
you?
is...
So good. So
Oh, will
good.
we? Oh, fuck.
You
I
know
don't
what?
know.
We're not
I'll be
going
honest
to?
with
I
you.
hope so. That was
my
the only good
favorite
thing about the
scene.
last one.
I'll be honest
Remember?
with you. I think I started this off by saying I think this scene was equal to the other one. I think I'm wrong. I think the theatrical cut had the action in that was better because there's a moment, remember, when he stumbles and Batman saves him from like falling to his death, basically, right? Isn't that the
This
whole
one
point?
he
Like he
just
pushes her
trips.
sword back, she keeps fighting people, he stumbles, and then Batman grappling hooks him and like swings him back up onto the thing, and it's like them gelling as a team together. Also,
I think there's
there was
equal
that moment.
stupid parts in both one.
Oh,
one,
you're
but I like the
right.
Snyder one more.
You're right. Because what I didn't like about the Whedon thing was, like, why does Batman have super speed now? How can he see, Flash running
can he
at the
save
speed
him?
of light?
He
That
just saw him.
made
He,
zero
he
sense.
saw him stop running and like falling, and he caught him. But then in the original one, if I'm not wrong, I haven't seen it in a while. But we do have that moment where Flash is running in and grabbing people and pulling them out, which makes a lot
Yes.
more sense.
Well, that
So,
was
I
the
think-
the buildup where he's like, just save one and everything
Just
else
save
will
one,
make
and then
sense.
you'll
Which
figure it out. Yeah.
I missed from this.
I missed that
one.
part. I did. Too.
Yeah, but like that, I think that's the only moment so far where I'm like, that sucks. I like that little development there of him being new and not like knowing what he's doing.
I can't wait for them to do the penultimate, the ultimate cut, where it's not the Snyder cut, it's not the Whedon cut, it's just like a 2.5 hour version of all the good parts of them, and then it'll still make no sense.
So all that happens. Batman's in the spider tank, and he's like, "My turn." He starts shooting shit and shooting people. We skip past it. I really I liked the Steppenwolf Wonder Woman fight when they got into it in the very beginning, and they were going at it. She slams him through the wall, and they brawl a bit, and then they both land on the catwalk, and like the parademons come in, and he's like, "No, this one's mine." And he also calls out the fact of like, "Oh, an Amazon, but stronger than your sisters." Like he can sense.
he says
he has a great sense of smell.
Yeah, he says one of my favorite lines is, "You have the blood of the old gods," and it's like, oh, that's so cool.
How scared you got to be if you're Batman, though, and you're like, I'm gonna kick
Just
so
a
much
dude.
ass. I'm gonna kick so much ass in this Nightcrawler thing, Spider Bot, and then Steppenwolf jumps on you and hits it with an axe and like impales it. I was like, oh my god! Like I was not.
made a
I
terrible
thought
mistake.
someone else would have like intervened, but no, you're on this machine right now. It's terrifying.
Yeah, Flash helps Wonder Woman get her sword. He gets hurt, so he can't run fast. Not that he was doing that much with it to begin with. There's the showdown with the tank in the water tunnel. He shoots the thing. Steppenwolf grabs it, throws it into the wall. That has water rush in. They're like, "Where are we? Gotham Harbor." Steppenwolf bounces. Aquaman comes in, stops the water to keep them all
I
from
like
being
that you
drowned.
see him coming through the water that's coming through. You see the dark little mask pass through.
Yeah,
It's like, oh,
yeah,
he
yeah,
just slid
yeah.
in. He just slid in.
From here, we get a little private convo between Steffi and the mother boxes, in which the mother box, now that there's two of them together, they're like, wait a second, we remember something. And Steffi's like, what you remember? And like,
Hey,
the anti-life equation is here on the planet. He's like, what? And he gets the visual, and he gets to do the same dirt thing that both, I guess, Zod kind of does and Darkseid did. And he's like, oh, what? And he comes out of it, and he's like, holy fucking shit.
I was wondering
like-
how much of that was just Snyder being like, we could reuse the shot and just replace the CG of the hand. Like we could like just tie the same animation to it because it's like it definitely wasn't the same shot, but I thought it was like a cool little
Andy, I'll
neat
give
nod
you
earlier.
a crisp $10 bill, and no, don't do any tricks here.
No cheat,
Don't do
no
any more
tricks.
tricks. If you can see the most egregious reuse of footage in the next half of the Snyder Cut, okay? So keep your eyes peeled for next time around, and you tell me the most
Damn. 'Cause
egregious.
I think I already found one that maybe not have been super. It may not have been super egregious, but in the age of the god or the
Heroes.
what was that?
Age of Heroes.
Age of Heroes. I'm pretty sure they reused the same shot of Zeus shooting the lightning twice at the ship.
Oh no, I don't
Like-
mean that. I mean from a different movie, from one of the DCEU movies.
That
An
you
asset
remember
is
and know
used.
so well, Andy. Can't wait.
I think you might, Andy. You know what I mean? You're not like
It's
Tim.
just
You don't
Shazam.
hate these movies and drink.
Just 5 minutes of Shazam. They're like, it was a better movie. It was a better movie. We decided to throw it in there.
Fuck. Where do we leave? The mother box teaches him about the thing, and so he
Now, to
so
clarify this part, Greg, because you know more about this stuff. So the mother box says, hey, the anti-life.
they both woken up. They're like, there's two of
Greg,
us
can you
now."
explain this to Nick? But can you make sure you use the word boom tube at some point?
Sure.
Yeah.
I love a good boom tube.
Okay, so Darkseid came to Earth to conquer it, just thinking, hey, this is Earth, right? Another planet, another day, another dollar, right? Just out there doing my fucking thing. Slams his axe down like he does all the time just to make a cool statement, which reveals the anti-life equation. And he doesn't see it because it's too big and he's a small little guy. And then he gets repelled from the Earth. And then years later, the mother boxes are like, hey, bet you didn't know something fun. That Omega sign that he does all the time that actually revealed the anti-life. No, how is that what it is? Like, did he just not know?
I would need a rewatch of this because I've only done 1.5 so far. But I believe Darkseid's original intent for for him moving around was looking for the anti-life equation to begin with. So he comes here, he smashes on the ground and finds it written into the surface of it, yes. And the mother boxes, when they're united and awake, are going to do the unity, but they get broken up before they can do the unity. So they go to sleep and can't ping back to Apocalypse to say, hey, we're here and this is where that is.
Okay.
Kevin?
Does anyone ever explain what the anti-life equation is?
No, because
Anti-life.
it's silly.
Oh,
I've always thought it's a very silly thing in the DCEU or
I-
DC universe. Do you not know what it is?
well, see, I've read that one comic book that you gave me that a long time ago. Remember? With Miracle
Anti-life.
Man.
What is it?
Miracle
Let's talk
Man.
about it.
Is it Miracle Man?
Oh yeah, Mr. Miracle.
And like they talk about it a lot, but
Yeah, well, it's
That's
like
the one.
Darkseid's thing. Deceased that uses it too. It's one of the reasons that the zombie stuff happens. Yeah, the general idea of it, if we don't want to get into it and actually get into it, because it's very dumb, I think personally, and I don't like old gods and I don't like new gods and all that stuff. Is the
What
idea is that
deceased?
that's Tom Taylor's DC Zombies book.
Whoa, that's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
that's a cute little thing.
Yeah, it's DC East. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, though, the idea is that it's an equation that gives you control over sentient life. Like you can just mind control everybody, or like you make them do your bidding, kind of thing. And so he's slowly right now going planet by planet conquering, but he'd much rather just Thanos snap and have everybody under his control with the equation, or however it would work in the DCEU. I'm not 100% sure. Like in Deceased, right? You had to see the equation to then be programmed by it. And of course, if you actually like the Kirby interpretation of the equation is like grief over sadness divided by, it's like it's an actual equation.
Kirby.
I don't like any of this shit. Kirby. And then also, of course, he travels by boom tube.
Thank you.
You're like, sorry, I
love you
almost
so
fucked that
much,
up.
Greg.
I almost fucked that up. I'm sorry, my apologies. So
Thanks.
outside of the Strikers Island thing where everybody's being held, there's cops, and then there's all the heroes, and then Cyborg shows up, and they're like, we don't know where the last box is. And Cyborg is like, yes, you do. I have it. I dug it out of my own grave.
buried
They're like,
in a
great
hole.
job. Yeah, what a great way to. I'm surprised they couldn't smell it. Meanwhile,
It's a tradition our people have been doing since the beginning of time.
we go back to Chernobyl. Steffi calls home, and Desaad's like, "What the fuck? Did you find the last box?" And he's like, "No, I haven't." He's like, "Fuck off!" And he's like, "Real quick, moron! It turns out Earth's the planet you've all been looking for
Fucking
forever."
asshole.
And
Yeah.
Desaad does, like I was talking earlier, the alien tongue stuff, and then he disappears, and everybody drops to a knee, and Steffi's like, "Why is this happening?" And he turns back around and fucking turns into Darkseid, and fucking Steffi can't believe he's finally seeing Darkseid again. He drops to his knee, and
So wait.
Darkseid's like, "This is
Yeah.
you're sure? Yeah, I've seen it with my own eyes." Yada yada. He's like,
But
"I've
didn't-
burned
but-
100,000 worlds have been destroyed looking for this thing. Once
This is
you
what-
find it, the box, I'll come."
Why didn't he know it was there though?
So
He didn't
again,
communicate with the mother box.
No, but he saw the fucking thing when he was on Earth.
No,
Did
he
just
was
not
too
remember?
small. He just saw fire. He just saw fire, Nick. He was too small.
yeah, I mean, so there's a whole bunch of different things here. So for the first part of, I think where your question was going, I go into where Tim, did a little bit of headcanon in there. My headcanon, is that when they dropped the mother boxes and evac'd out, whoever did it evac them out so far so fast that they can't remember where exactly they were. I think that's a completely flawed concept personally of everything I know about space travel.
Because what I was hoping they would do
Fuck
is
do
he
you know
goes,
about
"Hey,
space travel?"
It's
just
complicated, but you know
discovered-
where you're going. You write it down.
No,
You
you
at
get
least
the
put it on a
random.
pad of
It's not
paper.
fucking Jerry O'Connell sliders over here. We're
Nick,
just jumping around.
You read what's this book called? The one that's 42, Hitchhiker's Guide for the Galaxy. Remember they have
Sure.
the random drive, right?
Yeah,
It puts you at all points, and if you don't calculate it, it can spit you
Is
somewhere
this science
random.
with Kev right now?
Yeah, it
You
spits
know
you
what
out
I mean?
as a fish."
Same thing. Same thing.
I
Spits you
totally
out
get
as
it.
a whale.
But what I thought they were going to do with this, all kidding aside, was I thought he was going to say, "Hey, I found the freaking equation," and then Darkseid was going to be like, "Yeah, that's why Earth's so important. That's why I want this planet. That's why you can't fuck up." But it was just really weird when he's like, "You did? I had no idea it was on Earth. I've been looking for this everywhere." I'm like, "How did you not? Then what was the point of showing it originally? Like,
Maybe
he
we
clearly
find out in the
knew
second half.
he discovered it was on Earth. He wanted to take Earth. The Earth fought back, and now we got to take it back because it's got this incredibly important thing here." But it was just very weirdly muddled and didn't make a lot of sense to me. So I don't know.
I'm with you on that. I don't disagree. We then bounce back to the hangar. All of the Justice League are assembled around the mother box, and they're talking about what it is. Aquaman's not very trustworthy of Vic in this scene, right? He's like, you could be part of the box. You could be, an implant kind of thing. He's like, I'm not, but whatever. And then it was like, what is this thing? And they gave. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, it seemed really out of character for Aquaman to be the one to be like, "Hey, maybe you're part of this alien thing."
Prove
It's
you're not a bad guy.
You're the cool guy. Chill out, cool guy.
This felt really off to me. I agree, Kevin. I agree.
And okay, so they go through that, and then Victor's like, "Look, I'll prove it. It's not me. I'll tell you the history of the box, right?" And it turns out that they found it in World War II, as always. The fucking Nazis, who are always our problem, they were looking around for the super. You watched Captain America, you know what's up. They were looking for supernatural shit. They found this thing. The Allies took it back. They didn't know what the fuck it was because they're stupid. They put it in storage next to the Ark of the Covenant. Eventually, though, when the Superman ship showed up, Silas Stone was like, "Hey, you know what? I remember another thing that is alien that nobody cares about. I'm gonna grab that and bring it over here and do this." And so he did that. And then when I got turned in, when I got into a car accident, he used it to turn me into the cyborg man. It's a change machine. They drive that home. It's a change machine. It can change, atoms and molecules into other things and yada yada yada.
Oh my gosh! Just just they have to drive it into our brain that the house that turned to smoke, they could turn the smoke back into the house. And I thought they were going to go. I thought they were going to go somewhere further with it because they're rotating around the table, and you expect the next thing to be the coolest, smartest thing said until the next person says the coolest, smartest thing said.
Yeah.
But it's just so they could so the house can turn to smoke, and then they cut to Ben Affleck, and the smoke can become the house.
And then it goes, and then it goes to Gal Gadot, and she goes, "A boom tube."
Why is she
It's
Italian?
like, why the accent? And they're just like, you know what? We don't know. We don't know.
Why are you from
Italian all of a sudden.
Transylvania?
It's a me, a boom, a tube.
Instead, from this conversation, we bounce over to Lois Lane's apartment where Martha Kent is in town. Yes, Nick.
Sorry, by the way, this is one of those instances where you can definitely see that the shot wasn't framed for 4:3 because there's a lot of headroom in this, and I think this would have been one of those shots that I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, that they were going to crop in for that 240.
At Lois Lane's apartment, Martha Kent shows up and walks in, and basically, to start at the top, watching this, and I'm a big Diane Lane fan. You know what I mean? Unfaithful, you fucking kidding me? And then her
God.
Martha Kent interpretation's been great too.
Closer to God. Wasn't that in that movie?
I don't think so, but it's a great song. Cool. I'll sing it with you. When she shows up as Martha Kent, and I just watched BVS the night before, I was like, why? Did she forget how to do Martha? Because she's super country about it, and she's talking about Mr. Perry, and I'm like, She means Mr. White. That's like, so I understand what they're driving. That's a weird. So when she steps out as the Martian Manhunter, I was like, you fucking got me. All right, good one on that.
Of course.
But
Everyone saw it coming too because of how well it was set up in the
Totally.
100%, 100%.
Martian
What the
Manhunter.
actual
I should have
fuck?
known.
It's
The world
insane.
needs you, Lois Lane.
Again, Tim, what happened was
who
they
coulda
saw
guessed?
they saw
Who
Captain
coulda
Marvel
guessed?
and they were like, guess who? It's not really Samuel L. Jackson. It was someone different the whole time. We could do the same thing. Put him in there.
The drive here, of course, is that Lois has not gone to work since the death of Clark. She's kind of lost, and Martian Manhunter wants to give her a push because the world needs Lois Lane, which I think was driven home by when the Daily Planet got delivered in the beginning of the movie, and we looked at it. It had a really boring headline on it. It was literally like, "Oh man, this fucking guy works at this bank now." And you're like, oh,
What was the point of that?
I think it was to show that
Maybe,
Zeus sucks
like,
without
no one was
Superman.
doing their job.
I think it's just super boring news without Superman. You know what I mean?
Right, but you know what it also
You
showed
really,
was
like, you
that
think that was
the world.
the purpose of that?
I do think that it was like, man, this is a boring newspaper page, which is not. When you see a Daily Planet, it usually is something exciting. You're like,
I
know-
thought
you
it
know-
was gonna be some Easter egg or something.
sorry, I wish I could help you there.
You know what would have been better though if it had a headline where it was like, "Wow, the world's really fucked without Superman." Instead, it had a benign headline where you're like, "Do we need Superman?" I don't even know.
Well, it seems better. It seems like a lot of people,
I
you
think
know,
it seems like it's going okay.
the fucking center of Metropolis isn't getting barraged with spaceships and reanimated
That might be
corpses. It seems pretty great.
happening
You could actually get an
regardless.
insurance policy to build a building in Metropolis
I know,
now.
right? And so then it turns out it's the Martian Manhunter, who is also Colonel Swanwick from Man of Steel and BVS, and like,
This
oh
isn't
my
a big
god,
moment for everyone else. Like this is a huge moment.
I mean, it's
'Cause,
not
like
a-
I lost
it-
my shit when this happened. I got so
Oh, I
excited.
loved it. I thought it was like, I was like, why
For
is this
multiple
stupid?
reasons.
Oh, neat. But it's more of the fact of us like, oh, well, like they've talked about this for fucking years. You know what I mean? Like Swanwick's
yeah,
been
but now
on
it's
so many
real.
different shows. Sure. Nick,
Weird that this was the only scene for me. I don't know about you guys, but that filled my screen. Did you notice this?
What sequence?
The
notice.
sequence where he becomes Martian Manhunter went.
I didn't
I'm on
notice.
one of those ultra wide monitors. It went all ultra wide for that second, and then went back to
Really?
4:3. It's very weird. Yeah,
Andy, you're
What?
in the scene or
I'm
what's
jumping
up?
that scene. Look at
I don't know why.
That's
I'm here.
Check it out. It was just
Crazy.
one. I was like, oh, that's cool. The rest of the movie's going to be in this now. I don't know. Maybe this was a pivotal moment. And then the next scene was 4:3 again. I was like, that's fucking weird.
No,
Did you?
it's
Were you
4:3
watching on
for
the
me.
app or on HBO Max?
I was watching it on the screener link that we had. So,
Okay.
but it was
I'm
everything
looking at
else
it
was
right now.
letterboxed. Yeah.
For me, right now, she's transitioning.
This is still
and
4-3
it's
for
still
you.
Yeah,
4-3.
4-3.
Oh, that's weird.
Man, he looks so fucking bad too. His face, like
he looks like that
sure.
disease. I don't remember the name of it, Kev. If you can help me out here. But the one where like the people's eyes look like bloody, like skin kind of.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Not tryptophobia.
I don't know what that
Triactic. I'll figure it out. Doesn't matter.
Tryptophan.
But I when Martian Manhunter came up, I was like, God fucking bless you, Zack Snyder. Like,
They did it.
just when you think that it can't get any more insane, it does. And we have more movie, guys. We have 2 more movies 2 more hours that I haven't seen of this. Oh,
I'm
Strap
legit
in, Timmy.
excited. I'm legit excited.
Before we
Hawkman.
get to our excitement, we go from this scene back to the heroes who they figure out. They have the great line that we already talked about, right? And Flash is like, do I have to say it? Is nobody else going to say it? What are you going to? And then Cyborg makes
that a
the
great
Superman.
line?
I liked it.
Liked it.
I liked it because it is this
I
weird
think-
like thing of like, are we going to reanimate Superman? I liked that. And then this finally shows, what the internet tore apart for years. When the little piece of Superman's holographic cape showed up in TV spots, people swore it was going to be Supergirl, that it was going to be all these different things. Then when it wasn't in the movie at all, people lost their shit, and that was the Snyder cut. And here we are, just seeing Superman
Damn.
fly above the box. And ladies
Wait.
and gentlemen, that's the end.
Oh, so
Of
that
part
wasn't in the
one.
Whedon cut. That was not in the Whedon cut.
No.
Okay, got it. I was about to say, I don't even remember.
Batman
that
says
shit.
there's no us without him. He gives that rallying speech, right? Of like, what is it? There's 6. There should be 7. There's no us without him. Like, we have to bring him back. This is the way. And that's the
the
end
music starts
the way
playing.
of part 4.
I was like, it was pretty high. The Man of Steel theme.
It
Little
was
hints of it.
awesome. Like it was hype, but also it was perfectly cheesy. I'll say that because I did kind of think like this is kind of lame, but I like it. Like I'm okay with this
Absolutely.
level of corniness right here.
My mistake. It did not go anamorphic. It's just the sides of the screen are really, really dark, and I thought it was just a continuation.
Oh,
of
got it.
My bad.
No worries, Nick. No worries. No reason. to-
Well,
Thanks, Kev.
everyone, this has been part 1 of Justice League, the Snyder Cut in review. Our second in review of the Justice League. I love it. I love how
We
much
did it,
talked
guys,
about
too.
this.
We're
Goddamn it.
we're 22 minutes longer than the movie itself so far.
Of the whole movie.
Of it, no, just of the
Okay,
first part we
okay.
recapped.
The first.
I was like, I don't know how long we've been going at this point, but we will be back. You guys will be able to watch it on Monday when it posts, or if you're a patreon.com/kindoffunny supporter, you can watch it live when we record it tomorrow, Friday. Very exciting stuff. But until then, love you guys. Be nice to people. Welcome back to Kinda Funny's DCEU in review. That's right. We are ranking and reviewing every movie in the DC extended universe. As always, I'm Tim Gettys, joined by the Nitro Rifle, Andy Cortez.
Is Greg frozen? Nah, he's chicken.
I'm just fucking around, bro.
He's
I'm here.
chicken.
We got the Frozen Man, Greg Miller.
Hi, I'm frozen. Brr.
Yeah, feeling chilly. We have the big dog, Kevin Coelho.
Hey, I'm pretty warm. I just took a shower. It was hot.
The producer/seducer, Nick Scarpino.
Not impressed, Tim.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
You
He got
remember
a
this
rug. He
movie
got a rug
when
and a mirror.
Superman.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
He
when
gets
got
hit with a
by the
giant
thing.
axe.
Yeah,
Remember
Gotcha.
remember the best line in the other movie where he's like, "I believe in truth, and I'm a big fan of justice." Whatever it was, Greg, you probably know it better than me. And I was like, "God, that's a good fucking line. They should keep that for this one." No, they threw it out.
Today we're talking about the Justice League Snyder Cut, the second half. This is chapters 5, 6, and the epilogue, along with our final ranking. We did a review of parts 1 through 4 that you can find now, just like this show, on youtube.com/kindafunny.
It's a breezy 2 hours and 40 minutes.
How long will this one be? Let's see. Strap in, everybody. You can strap in on roosterteeth.com, or you can check your favorite podcast service for Kinda Funny reviews, and we'll be right there for you. If you want to get the show ad-free and watch live as we're recording it, you can go to patreon.com/kindoffunny, just like the nanobiologist and Sven McHale did. Thank both of you very, very much. I want to get right into it. Nick, you've now finished the movie.
I have.
What do you think?
Overall, I can honestly say, just top level, that I think it's better than the theatrical release. I think the second half was a lot more fun, and it kind of delivered on a lot of the action that I was hoping I would have seen more for the first couple hours of the movie. And then we get to the epilogue, and it's really weird. But overall, I think that they made some, again,
really
same thing that we were talking about last time, where it's like there's a lot of couple steps forward, one step back in this one. But I enjoyed the second part of the Zack Snyder Cut a lot more than the first part.
Kevin, what do you think?
I mean, I agree with Nick. I enjoy this cut better than the last cut. But like, this isn't a movie, like we've said before, where it's like we wouldn't have, if we were like, hey, it's a 4-hour movie that's about Justice League. I don't think any of us would have gone to the, well, Greg would have. Greg would have gone there and thought about how amazing it was.
Could have been there with it.
But the rest of
dressed
us,
up, man.
yeah. Well, I would have gone if we all dressed up. Just to be clear.
Yeah.
God,
First
and
off,
I
Kevin,
would've-
you would have
when
gone no
Martian
matter what,
Manhunter-
because Kevin's down to party.
That's true. I am down to party. I
Kevin,
liked it.
party.
I liked it. I thought it
Are
was.
you cooler on it than you were yesterday? Because yesterday with part 1, you seemed high on it.
Surprisingly, I'm not.
You're not
Cooler on
down
it?
on it.
Cooler
You're
on
not
it. I'm not cooler on it.
Both ways.
I'm
What?
still just
No,
as
you
hot.
can't.
But like, I want to preface
But
that.
are you just tie now? What's happening?
Yeah, there's a lot of ties.
You
It's
a
wouldn't
real
even
bad
let me
job
start
explaining.
games daily or whatever. You're like, ooh, it was a good movie, Greg. We got to talk about it. And I like, I want to go see it if it was in the theater.
I'm just saying, like, it's like I like it way more than Josh Wheaton's.
Yep.
No? Yeah, I got there.
Yeah, we.
Josh Wheaton. Good old Josh
I thought we were
Wheaton.
pulling. I was like, what? Kevin's been talking on Twitter to a Josh about this movie.
All right, my bad. I'm screwing up. Yeah, no, I like it better than that movie. But is it a good movie on its own? I don't know. It's not really a movie. It feels more of like a weird, bigger thing, but not a show.
Kevin, I feel you. It's kind of like a
Thank
cheat
you, Andy.
code. It's kind of like a cheat code to say that, like, Zack Snyder did it, but it's like he had to do a lot of other things to actually do it. I thought the second half was so much fun. I had a fucking blast with the second half. As soon as that chapter starts, it like we're off and running, and I am seldomly rolling my eyes at things and at moments. And Aquaman's moment of going,
My man.
no, not even that. The all right. is now followed up by Wonder Woman saying Kal-El, he's here. You know, like there are so many moments that now make sense when they are cut in the way that they were supposed to be cut. And I had an absolute blast. The action sequences I thought were awesome. And then and again, they didn't feel corny or bad. I like that the whole final sequence, the final fight is at nighttime. I preferred that to the other sort of weird lighting thing that Whedon was doing. I don't know. I had an absolute blast with it. I think it definitely makes it a redeemable movie for sure. Now, we had to go through a lot of bullshit to get there. I didn't enjoy a lot of the first half, but I think the second half totally makes this a really fun superhero movie.
I enjoy. Greg, go for it.
I mean, I'm in the same place as I was yesterday. I was grading more on a whole because I had seen the whole thing. I really like it. I really enjoy it. I think the second half is great. I enjoy what they do here. I enjoy where it goes. You know, literally right before this, well, not now, I guess 20 minutes ago, I was watching the epilogue just to make sure I watched the entire second half again, but I was like speeding through it and stuff just to make sure. I was like, wait, what happened here? What happened here? Like the amount of times I stopped and just let it play because I was like, oh, well, this is a good moment. Oh, well, I like this line of dialogue. Oh, I want to see this interaction. And then the epilogue in general, I let just play the entire time because I really like it. But yeah, I really like it.
I'm so happy for you, Greg. I can't believe you actually got this. I agree with everybody that the second half is significantly more entertaining than the first half. I think that you guys are a little higher on it than I am because I still think that there's a lot of things that I'm just like, this movie's too complex for me, where I feel like there's so many things that if they just focused on any of the one or two or three complex ideas that it has, it would work really well. But adding the rewinding time and all that stuff, which to me is really interesting and cool as just another factor on top of the rest of it, kind of creates weird moments for me where, it's cool seeing Flash run fast and beat run faster.
Break your rule. Break your one rule.
For you, Dad.
But then he does it again. You know, it's like we always talk about Superman, punch harder. It's like Flash, run faster. And then, okay, cool, I did it. What do I do the next time? Run faster than you did last time. And
but
it's like, holy shit, they actually did this.
But it's definitely one of those things where, like, in a Flash movie, that would have been the climax. That would have been the point. That would have been all the culmination of Flash's whole journey up into that point. And in this, he just has a one throwaway line where he's like, I gotta be honest with you guys, when I run really fast, weird shit happens with time. And I'm like, if I were Batman,
wait a second, Barry. Let's stop, Barry. What does that mean?
What? You can run back in fucking time?
Barry's like, listen, the last time I did it, before I did it, Aquaman, you were this white guy. Then I did this run, and now you're Jason Momoa. I don't know, man. This is how it is.
One of us was taller. I'll just say that.
Years ago, we watched Batman v Superman, and Flash has a weird moment when he comes back and like, did it actually happen? Was that a weird nightmare? Oh, the papers were flying, so it must be real. But it's like, was that Flash? It didn't really look like him. He had a weird mustache. I don't really know what the fuck's going on. And it's one of those things that over time we talk about it, we hear what the director says and stuff that explains it all. And then this movie, much more so, Bruce is like, yeah, that happened here. And it's like, okay. And then we see him run through the Time Force and all that stuff. And it's like, this is pretty cool, but I guess I want a Flash movie then. Like, I want you to kind of like focus on this and like tell this story. Justice League, Snyder Cut specifically, kind of feels like not only is it not finishing the story totally that like in a comprehensible way that I was missing from the first one, it's also adding all of this nightmare stuff that Batman v Superman did, where it's like, okay, Justice League answers the problems of Batman v Superman. So now all this nightmare stuff is we may or may not ever get. And it's like, maybe if it was throughout the movie a bit more, it would make more sense. But it kind of like where it's at as an end cap, it's just like, are you, what? The draw between this, the connection was Martian Manhunter, who we get a scene of in the middle of the movie as Martha. I don't know.
No, I mean, Tim, I think you're super right, and I think that, I mean, listen, I think this movie clarifies a lot of the stuff that was wrong with the first one, but it still doesn't make it. It still doesn't make it a very, very cohesive experience. It feels like Zack Snyder is just sort of like kind of trying to plug the dam everywhere he possibly can, but then when you pull out the bigger picture, you're like, oh no, it's still fucking flooding. Like, there's still lots of different problems with this that we can point to. One of the disappointing things for me, though, is that he was so kind of dead set on making his cut, which I respect because that's the whole point of this whole thing, right? He could have used some of the other stuff that Whedon had filmed, and I think overall the product would have been better. But I get that the whole point of this is, hey, this was my original vision. So take it or leave it, good or bad. Here's where it is. But a perfect example of what I'm talking about is I really, really, really liked the part in the theatrical cut where he's like bringing the big gun, right? Batman thought ahead and was like,
totally.
The last ditch effort, if he fucking goes nuts, is that we bring in Lois, his one real connection to humanity, right? I guess you could bring in Martha too, but that gets confusing. Who's Martha are we going to bring in? Am I right?
Are you my Martha?
Are you Martha? Who's Martha?
No, your Martha's dead.
You can't use the MacGuffin twice unless you're Flash.
So there's that, right? Where and I brought up the truth lines, things like that. Like there's just those little moments where that kind of lightened Superman a little bit. I think they could have put in here more, but that scene kind of fell flat for me a little bit because Lois just kind of shows up on her own, and I thought that would have been a good moment for Batman. But I don't know. I think. I understand what Kevin's talking about here, where it's like we do get 4 hours and we get a lot of the stuff, but it's just at the end of it, I still have a ton of questions as to what the hell's going on with this reality later in life, and I wish I just don't. It's just not set up at all.
For me,
But
the
that's the
biggest
problem,
thing when it
right?
comes to Justice League and the Snyderverse as a whole is that I know people are going to have their opinions on my opinions, but at the end of the day, where this all starts from is these are not the stories that I like being told about these DC characters. I don't like seeing Batman in a giant mech spider. Like that's too advanced of a Batman for me. I like the more smaller scale stuff. And him working with Justice League, traditionally he has to, kind of power level up a bit. But then I want to see the people around him kind of doing things that are a bit more my taste. And from Batman versus Superman on, that has not been the case. I think Man of Steel was a little bit more like 50-50, but even then, like Superman's not really in this movie that much. And when he is, it's not that interesting. And like that, it's the only part of this movie I can say is boring and a drag over the whole 4 hours is the Superman Lois stuff. It's just kind of like, all right.
So I like that because I think, again, to my earlier point, like I think some of that worked better for me, right? When he takes her and doesn't know what's going on, but he recognizes her and he flies off and she takes him back to the farm to help him figure this stuff out.
He takes her there.
He takes her there. That part to me, I was like, this to me is working more. It's a lot more heartfelt. I like that they're spending more time together. I like that he's coming back to it, right? It's when he finally remembers that he's Superman. And then he's like, I guess I should go figure out why they brought me back from the fucking dead. That's the point where I'm like, the guy can fly around the world. And we've seen him literally fly out into the sky and listen and hear trouble and just go for it, right? Maybe not in
Dope
this one,
shot
but
in
that's
this one of him going up.
Right, goes up, and I'm thinking, oh shit, he's gonna go up and he's gonna look at fucking Cracovia or wherever they're supposed to be,
We're gonna keep calling
and he's
it
gonna
Chernobyl.
just boom, go straight there. No, he goes to fucking Alfred's house first, and is like, "Hey man, you're Alfred, right?" He's like, "Master Cat." He's like, "What's going on, man?" He's like, "Oh, crazy."
Hey, man.
You got a second?
Yo,
Crazy
there's a long
story,
movie
man.
that you need to watch. Like, this is the extended cut, and there's like a whole bunch of other ones. There's sequels that
Right.
are actually
And
important
see,
too.
And that's
But
what I
that's
liked
like the
about-
double-edged sword, though, right, Nick? Where
In
if
what
he was
way?
to fly up there or fly around the world and find it, oh, Superman's too powerful. This is boring. Like they want, like he has to have that moment with Martha and Lois of like, this is awesome, and I'm back, but they need me. Like clearly, there's a reason.
absolutely.
They brought me back,
That's
and
what
I
I'm
need to
saying.
go find that.
What I'm saying is the way the movie's cut is that we see Superman come back, right? And then we see the Justice League getting all together, right? And then we see Superman go to the farm. And then we see the Justice League go. And then we see Superman hanging out with Lois and putting on a fucking shirt that he used to wear. And she's like, "This used to be your favorite shirt." He's like, "I like the feel of this shirt." I'm like, and then the Justice League starts to fight.
I'm sorry. Did you need a song? We could have got you a song there.
No,
where
no,
this
no,
is
no, no, no.
Clockwork Jonathan's old
I don't
shirt.
need the song. I'm just saying, editing wise, it feels like Superman could have joined the fight about 30 minutes earlier, right? They
Well, that's the
break
thing, right?
through-
When Steppy puts together the boxes, I was like, oh fuck, I didn't think they were gonna do it. And then he's like, all right, now I gotta wait for him to synchronize. I'm like, oh man. As they like spin around, I'm like they're fucking cubes, they're boxes, they're all they're squares.
The internet's real bad in Chernobyl, Greg.
Exactly,
The
right?
internet's real bad over
Yeah.
I love that scene too. It's like with the editing, it's just like this truly
That's
is the
real
vision
bad.
that has absolutely no cuts at all. Where he's just like, they're synchronizing, they're
Can I get a Coke?
joining.
Can I get a sip?
Right.
It's like they say it in two different ways. It's like you're not supposed to keep both of those takes in there. Like choose
Right.
one line.
Well, that was also the thing too, going back to the dream that he has, right? Where like in the script, she's like, "What's wrong, Bruce?" And he's like, "Oh, I had a weird dream last night. We didn't see him sleeping. We didn't see him waking up from the dream. At no point have we seen Bruce Wayne near a bed in this whole thing either. He's just like, I had a weird dream. Oh, what was it about?" And I'm thinking, oh, we're gonna cut to the dream, right? I
No,
just
but
had it weird. And he says this
What are you talking
incredibly
about?
complex.
The dream
When
was
he's talking to
in-
Diana.
But the
Everybody's
dream was
talking
in,
once.
in another movie, right?
Yeah, it was Batman v
Yes.
Superman. He's talking
Yeah.
about being in
He
the
had a
chair and
dream,
having
like,
Flash
go-
come to him
Oh,
and big
okay.
BVS.
I apologize. That wasn't the other movie. I thought they cut that out of this movie. My bad.
You're fine. No, you're fine. You're fine.
I was confused about it too.
No, but the why Nick is confused is because it sounded like he had just woken up and
I
remembered
thought
this
that
dream.
was the dream he was referencing. Did he have another dream?
No,
No, he
no,
was referencing BVS. He was referencing
Yeah.
BVS.
that was in a different movie. That dream.
yeah.
I'm so confused.
And
dream?
it's not great. It's not great right there, Nick. I totally agree because
So wait, he
when
had
I
the
first
dream with
see,
Flashpoint coming back in Batman v Superman, and then he waited 3 months and then told Diana that he had that dream.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean he also didn't
The
meet
idea is that
Diana
he's sitting
until 3
back in
months
that
later.
chair, and it's also as he talks about it, right in the moment, right of like, she's like, "What is going on?" He's like, "I had this dream. Barry Allen came back to me, and he said Lois is the key." And Diana's like, "You're right. She was the key to Superman." And he's like, "Nah, it's something else. It's something darker." I mean, I'm just
okay.
telling you how it plays out. I mean,
No,
I think,
that-
and why he's
that makes no sense.
sitting there processing it at that moment is the fact we're all united.
That makes
I think I've achieved what this guy wanted me to do, but it doesn't feel like I did.
it's just in the way that Ben Affleck acts it out. It seems like he had just woken up from like he dozed off in the seat.
Yeah,
They're
that's literally.
sitting
That's,
in bed.
I
Just flying
literally
behind
thought
him.
they cut the dream sequence out of this because how you would normally do it is he wakes up from the dream and someone goes, "What just happened?" He goes, "Oh, craziest story," but the audience already knows because we've seen the dream. As opposed to him just saying, "I had a fucking weird dream like 2 months
That's
ago."
the-
I feel like I got to
the-
tell someone about it. You're
Yeah.
here. Let's talk.
As much
We
as
had
we're
the
talking about
unintentional hand touch on the mouse.
the
Let's
4
go for
hours
it.
we're talking about here, right? And how I think it's not unfair at all. It's the opinion of the movie and yada yada yada. But to be like, oh, nothing. They introduce new questions. They don't explain them here, right? Again, this is something they talked about in the run up here and press tour for launch day with Snyder. Of like, he's like, this is my vision of the movie and what the movie was supposed to be, and there were supposed to be more movies. So I'm just giving you what I would have given you, right? And that's. I think even as much as we're talking about this movie and this cut in particular being a work of art or being what did you call it? Artistic, an art film, an art house film, right, Tim? That's what you're calling it in V1.
I said art.
I think you said
Okay.
art
Art doesn't
installation.
need to be good.
Sure, of course. And it's Eye of the Beholder shit too. Anyway, it's the idea that even though we're talking about that here, I think that's also the step back of the entire way he's done Man of Steel, BVS, this, and what would have been Justice League and the one after that, right? Was the idea that he was thinking of the whole time of, and I think I'm getting this right. Chat, tell me if I'm wrong. With a 5-picture deal, it was going to be right. It was going to be 5, not 4. There was one after Justice League. I forget at this point. It's been too many years. But this idea, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying I think that's why like there's all these weird things introduced here that weren't going to be the end of it, right? And that like they're calling back to BVS and not making you see the dream again. Is that they're expecting it to be in his mind? It is one. What would that have even been? The 27-hour picture or whatever. And I'm just throwing that out there.
That makes sense. I mean, yeah,
It's just unclear
I misunderstood that
most.
point. Yeah.
I'm not arguing that fact.
Are we all frozen?
What just happened? No, Tim. I
I want to see if we can all freeze. Kev, I wanted to ask you a question. A second ago, Nick
yeah,
was
it was
saying
five
that,
movies. Thanks for being in the chat.
I forget exactly the words you used, but you said that like it is clear. And the question I want Kevin to explain is how is Lois the key?
Lois is gonna die in the future. Superman is gonna go bad, right?
Did they do an
You see that
episode
here.
of the animated show? Or a
Well, no,
movie
you
about
see that. At one point, Superman
When
is
Cyborg's getting dialed into the box,
Yeah.
he gets his own vision of the future. Sorry,
and
Kevin's
it
supposed to answer my
no, go ahead. And it looks like Cyborg is seeing Superman in what kind of looks like the Ark, right? Holding a burning
Batcave.
body with long hair,
right?
and he's upset about it. So it's
Right.
either his mom or Lois Lane, and since we know Lois Lane is the key, and then he goes bad. Yeah, so
That's
Greg, how much
that's
of
been
that
a st-
is your vision of it?
I mean, that's what Zack Snyder said. What's supposed to happen here is that Darkseid kills Lois Lane in the Batcave. Superman shows up too late, blames Batman. Superman shows up too late, blames Batman for this. If you look, you see Robin's suit in the back of this, and they're in the cave. He's holding the body. That's also when Darkseid uses the anti-life equation on Superman to get him. And Andy, where's the most egregious piece of reused footage?
I couldn't tell you because I ended up
When
watching that part of
Darkseid-
the.
was it when they used the same clip of Batman shooting the guys in the gun like 5 times?
Nah,
Because
it's
that
when
happened a lot.
Darkseid puts his hand on Superman crying. It's from right after Superman snaps Zod's neck in Man of Steel.
He puts it on the shoulder. That looked really bad.
And so that's him giving the
looked
anti-life
bad.
equation, or about to, and take control of him, which then sets off the nightmare future. And so then what's happening with the epilogue, and this is again explained from Zack, right, is that even before the epilogue, we understood that the idea here was that everybody's working towards Batman realizes all too late that fuck, Lois Lane is the key. I can't let her die. I have to go back and sacrifice myself there. And so that's what they're doing on this thing, is that they're all pushing forward. And I'm sorry, this thing being the epilogue, the whole motley crew of people here is pushing forward to get back to getting there's one mother box that'll be in the future, I believe, because these are all broken now, or whatever it is, to then make a cosmic treadmill to send Barry back to be able to send Batman back to go die in that place. Or to go back in time to die.
Hold on, but like, what I understood, and I've read none of that stuff, is that line from the epilogue where it's like, how many people have to die till you like stop? It's like, oh, okay,
Timeline
clearly
stuff, yeah.
Batman like fucked up and needs to sacrifice himself to save.
Yeah.
Right? I mean that also was clear too, right?
Yeah, I mean, all that
totally.
stuff, all that stuff came through.
The reason I was asking that is that because it's weird to me that there's two reasons that it's bad. Lois is the key because Lois dies, so Superman turns bad, but then Darkseid has to use the anti-life equation to turn him bad. What turned him bad? Lois dying or Darkseid? Or did Darkseid only be able to turn him bad because Lois died?
My interpretation, and I don't know if Zach's given a point for point breakdown of that thing, would be that when Darkseid shows up and puts his hand on his shoulder, Superman's in mourning and has that momentary, like, what the fuck, like, what did Bruce do? I think it's more the Darkseid, I think at this point blames somehow, if memory serves, Bruce gets blamed for Lois getting killed.
Like, I wasn't even here.
It opens the door for Darkseid to use the anti-life equation on him.
Yeah, that's where I assumed that he broke mentally. You know?
Yeah.
Also, just for a moment, I'd like to shout out the Darkseid, the shooting the rays and
Yeah.
Oh, dude, is Omega
It's
Blast?
weird.
Come on.
It's weird that how they did it. I didn't love that it was like underwater when they were doing it. I'm like, oh, that would have been so much cooler. I thought that was going to come into play during the first part when he was fighting like all the gods and all that stuff.
Yeah, I was waiting for it there. When they didn't do it, I was like, huh.
That's
And
so
then when
rad.
they did it there, I was like, that's cool.
It looked dope though. It looked really
good.
cool. So that all I guess makes sense, but and I understand that we're obviously like, you know, we're dealing with what could have been. All that sounds cool, but it would have been way cooler if it was like this movie and then that happened in a movie and then the next movie after that was we have to go back in time and fix this. So like it's just so weird. And I understand that a lot of this was going to play out over 5 movies, and he's sort of just trying to triage it a little bit as the projects do what they do in Hollywood, which is sometimes fall apart, or sometimes get consolidated, yada yada yada. But it just this project still feels to me standard Zack Snyder, which is like, let's fix the plane while it's in the air. Let's just kind of throw some stuff in there that'll make it cool and put more toppings on the pizza. And it's still at the end of the day, this 4 hours is a fascinating, enjoyable experience. But I think to Tim's like very first point yesterday was like, is it good? Is it a good movie? Is it a good experience? I can't say I was bored. That's for sure. I don't think at any point I was like,
I love that this exists and that there are streaming platforms that are going to change how movies are made and TV is made and all this stuff, and things like this can happen, and there doesn't need to be a reliance on a necessity of a certain box office number and X, Y, and Z. That's going to come with a lot of cons as well, but I do think that this is a huge first foray into what this could potentially be.
It's interesting. For sure, you're going to get like when there are movies that are polarizing, you're probably going to get a bigger swells for this now because the proof's in the pudding. If people bark enough about it, they can get a cool cut like this. But
release the Ayer cut.
The Ayer cut?
Suicide Squad.
For Suicide Squad.
I'm still waiting for that Missed Out Fire cut, man.
The NC-17 one?
It's coming.
One thing I think that's interesting to point out here as we debate if it's a good movie or if it's a good experience or were you bored or whatever. In my standalone 10-minute spoiler-free review or whatever, right, I talked in it. It was right off a few hours of sleep and then right into it, right? And so I was still processing a lot of it there. And one of the things I was talking about is like, I like this movie a lot. I don't know if I love it, and I don't think I do or whatever. Yeah. And I caught a lot of grief in comments and on Twitter about that. Like, Greg, it's okay to admit you love this, yada yada. And I'm like, no, you're missing my point.
I loved Batman v Superman, bro. I'm not worried about it. I'm not scared.
I didn't. Don't do that. You know that Batman v Superman was a good movie.
What I'm saying is you're not afraid to love something just because if it's not popular.
But that's my thing is concept. Like I'm saying, especially knowing for so many people what my words mean and what they carry in terms of you know, a thumbs up or thumbs down or whatever. I don't know, that sounds weird, but you know, I don't have a God complex, but I'm saying that I know that if I say something's good, guess what? I fucking loved it, and now for the rest of my life, I go, why did you fucking love that movie? Like, I think, you know, watching it again, but more importantly, watching Spider-Man Homecoming in between it is like literally like night and day. Where like from the moment Homecoming begins all the way through to the credits, I'm like, I fucking love this movie. I love the performances. I love the story. I love the colors, the characters, the twists, the turns, and everything else like that.
A little too high on the MCU list. That's fine.
You're a fucking crazy person, Andy, and that's why I voted for years to have you get off of In Review. You know what I mean? Get off of In Review.
Eddie, this is what killed KFAF.
Don't turn into a villain again, guys. It's too soon for this.
And so then, you know, coming back and watching this again over 2 days, I think Tim nails it. Where I think this is art, and it's very much like you're gonna come in and take it. And I think it's fascinating. I think it's interesting. I think it's definitely head scratching at times and all these different things. But it's not what you would sit down and say is a superhero movie, and that's good. I'm glad that exists. I'm glad people are doing that. I wish I was still getting a fucking normal Superman movie at some point, but again, I got Superman Lois, and I can't bitch.
I mean, I still stand by the fact that I know that they would never do this because you'd have to spend another like, you know, $40 to $70 million on it. But I think there's a pretty decent cut somewhere in between these two. I think if you took all the good things from the theatrical release and all the stuff that got clarified and like, you know, some of the action, there's a lot of good stuff in this. So I don't want to come off like I'm totally super negative on this, but I would love to see a 2.5 hour cut of both of these things together, where someone that's totally impartial, who's not in either camp, which is probably impossible right now. Blessing Jr. sits down and goes, I'm going to take everything to craft a simple story out of this and just tell like a 2.5 hour long movie. I think you get something pretty cool out of it. But
more importantly, I think for especially where they're leaving this, and especially off the pop this has gotten, I'm excited to see what happens next. I do not in any way, shape, or form think you're getting another Zack Snyder movie, but I wouldn't think it's beyond possibility you're either getting an couple animated films to see this through, with them hopefully bringing Henry Cavill in to be Superman's voice and shit like that, or you get a comic book that actually is like, here's where this would have gone. Sure. Yeah,
totally. But I wouldn't be surprised.
That would make too much sense though for DC Comics.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Zack Snyder gets more like influence or whatever on Flashpoint what is it called, Flashpoint, or is it?
There's calling it the Flash. There's calling it the Flash.
Yeah,
so far
of the Flash.
I mean, they'll definitely get a subhead and everything else.
I mean, it doesn't make sense for this movie to be what it was, and then know that one of the upcoming DC movies is Ezra Miller as the Flash dealing with this stuff, and have it not connect to this. But I don't know.
Yeah, you never know. Like it's actually, I mean, I have to imagine that some of this is going to be accountants in the back end going like, hey, this worked really well for us, so Zack, let's give Zack some more work to do, right? Like someone's got to
I'm interested in how well it's going to do.
Well. Me too, right? Because when you talked about the financials of the first one, I didn't realize that. I mean, I guess I had realized at the time, but I hadn't thought about it in a while that it wasn't the financial success that they wanted it to be. And so it's going to be so weird to see what this does for HBO Max and what that means, the grander ramifications of that in the industry.
Totally. Let's get to the plot, Andy.
Here we go, Andy. Here we go. This one's
Please play the Indiana Jones plot song.
So this one's a little bit more emotional. Everybody out there.
Oh, good.
The plot, there's no shot, it's not longer than 2 hours.
Go ahead, Greg.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the second part of the plot of Zack Snyder's Justice League. We begin with part 5, all the king's horses. I'm excited to hear what you guys had to say, because this is where we actually left off yesterday, talking about how weird and off-tone Cyborg and Flash digging up Superman was in the Whedon cut. What was everybody's take of Cyborg and Flash digging up in the Snyder cut?
Cackled out loud. Couldn't believe it was still there, man. They fucking did it. I thought that was a Whedon shot for sure.
I mean, it was worth it for the she's 3,000-year-old Barry. Like everybody's a younger man to her. Yeah, like that's like the only thing it was worth it for. And then they also mentioned, you know, we could do this in like a nanosecond, right?
Yeah.
like
I
don't understand.
I think out of respect for the
it was respect.
Yeah.
It was
respect.
Yeah.
I mean, you're free to freak out.
There's more respect.
I mean, they're in a graveyard digging up a dead body. I think it was very much that they were trying to be like, as much as you could be revering the space. That's what
Yeah,
I took
like,
away from it, because
I
it was
guess,
that thing of
yeah.
like, I could do this in a nanosecond, and Cyborg it gives him the look of like, yeah, but, and then it's this conversation of, he's my hero, and they start talking a little bit about him as they dig him up.
I think, yeah, I read that as respect. Hey, this is a difficult thing. We don't, I don't know.
I thought they would want to
it
get in
kinda
and out
worked
of
for
there
me.
as quickly as possible.
To respect the other people that aren't being brought back to life. Yeah,
That's fair. I mean, hey, maybe.
Why
look,
don't we
maybe
dig
it's
up
like
everybody
this.
and bring them back and toss the cube in with them?
Maybe it's down to like when you do move fast, it's dirtier. You get dirt all over the place,
Sure.
And so you don't want to.
headcanon. I like that, Nick. You know
Kevin-
what? I'm gonna stick with that.
I also noticed that
Headcanon.
Henry
I love
Cavill
that
looks
term.
really clean. Was he a little too clean?
He's super. He first off, it is a little.
Corpses with Kevin
I've
knows
got
about
lots of
corpses.
them in my basement.
I don't like this. I don't like any of that. Just to be clear.
Don't check my basement.
No, stop, Nick. You have to imagine it's bubbly water, right? Don't double down, Nicholas.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's bubbly water, right? Like the it's not water they're putting him in. It's soapy. It's cleaning him. It's cleaning him.
Well, no. When they take him out, he's like he hasn't degraded at all. And Greg
Oh,
is
but we
like
don't
a-
see
is
him.
a-
He's
that
all,
'cause he's
he's all
alien?
fuzzy. No. It takes a while to break down when you're.
Well,
in a
he's only
box.
been in there, so yeah, I was gonna say he's only been. I mean, you assume they did the normal thing and drained his blood and did all the chloroform and shit, and then your body, yeah, Kevin, that part I do know that.
And then
I don't need
Omega
Kevin for
and
this.
the
I've seen
Buster-
it. I've seen a 6 months later corpse. All right, trust me.
They
it's gonna be
probably
fine.
didn't
Omega
drain his blood
Buster in the
considering
chat
it can't pierce his skin.
It says
Would that
bacteria
be-
can't harm Superman.
True.
Not a bad call.
That's
He's
actually
got a
that
gaping hole
actually
in his
does make a
chest,
lot
right?
more sense because bacteria probably couldn't get through like the toughness of
yeah,
his skin.
there would be a
right?
gaping hole in his chest, but they covered
Big
that. He's
old
wearing
hole.
clothes.
How would the people at the
once you put
funeral
the
home be like,
tie in front of it?
I mean, are you gonna do the how do we do the chloroform? Like this is nothing we've ever seen before. It's like
Headcanon,
a-
Batman took care of it. Batman took care of
his
it.
Andy,
lungs
they're
are
on-
where his bladder should be.
They're on try 5 of trying to stab it with the needle. It's like, fuck it, let's just go to Wendy's. Like, can we just put the thing about
Toss
No
him
one's
the
gonna
fucking
notice.
thing, be done with
Get the
it.
jackhammer.
Meat.
Yeah, as much as you want to laugh at it or whatever, I liked this digging up Superman better than last time. I thought for me we do this in a nanosecond, at least acknowledge that this was awkward and why are they doing it the way, and then I thought the he's my hero kind of thing worked for what they were doing. Meanwhile, though, while that conversation is happening, Aquaman and Wonder Woman are over at the car not helping out at all. And they're like, man, fucking look at us, an Atlantean and an Amazonian working together. My father had a saying that was like, what? I don't even remember what the fuck it was.
My
It doesn't
human
matter.
father had a saying.
My human father had a saying, right, of like put the blood in the mud, and she's like the mud.
Yeah,
I'm like,
put
oh
the
my
blood
god,
in
we
the
have
mud.
we have the same fucking thing.
We're
you
more
know what I mean?
alike
Like,
than we know we are.
Wow.
You can turn a
high
house into
five.
smoke and a smoke into
Can't.
house.
But you
Yeah.
can smoke the house. And when
And
you
then
smoke
he's
the
like-
house, you get real high.
And then he's like, I never thought I'd die fighting alongside an Amazonian. And she's like, what about fighting alongside with a friend? And he goes, I can do that. Lord of the
Yeah,
Rings.
that's Lord of the
everybody. What a
Rings.
moment.
Great.
Fucking movie.
Great movie.
Great
You
movie.
know, talk about
Why'd they
weird
make
ass
3 hobbits?
bodies, back at the cave, Alfred and Bruce are just chilling out there, getting ready for stuff. And this is where Alfred is the first to be like, listen, I know your heart's in the right place, but reanimating the dead is weird.
Fucking
and
weird.
I wrote it down. Your guilt's overcome your reason. Like you should probably not bring back this space alien to fight another alien. And Bruce's like, nah, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it at all. You know what I mean? So we go back. They put the coffin in the car. They drive that to Metropolis. We meet back up with the heroes outside of the Superman ship, crashing downtown Metropolis. I like this moment here where Barry's gonna go in undercover, so he's trying on the different hats. He's like, Arthur is a friend. Option A or option B? Or option A?
Definitely
he's like,
not
definitely not
option
A.
A.
And he puts on B. He's like, let me see A again.
Let me see A again.
I
And see,
appreciate
but like
that.
this is the thing where I'm like, there's some humor, and we don't get humor in Snyder movies, and we got some in the Whedon cut, obviously, right? But this wasn't from that. This was unique to this, and I'm like, okay, like you can do this, like you can make these characters fun, and like there's no moment that I enjoyed Aquaman and Flash more than right there, and I'm like, I would love to see that type.
Totally
of
agree. Totally agree. That moment, I had a good little chuckle, and I had the exact same feeling of why I want more of this. I don't need you to make a Marvel movie, right? But I want the humor to be like this and not Barry Allen walking into the Batcave when they're all first meeting Alfred, and he's like making these goofy, weird face. It's like, what?
Yeah.
You're too much right now, Barry. You're too much.
Dial it
Just
down,
slow
Barry.
down.
This is why your dad killed your mom. You get away from you.
God.
You know what I mean?
Well, no, but I mean, like,
Wait,
my father,
why?
my son,
Why do you
right?
have to-
Remember at the end of this,
It's a
when Barry
different
comes-
universe. He doesn't know if he's innocent or not.
But you remember when Barry comes in and he slams the paper? He's like, "How do you like them apples, Dad? You told me I couldn't be." He's like, "It's the shittiest job in the fucking, but I'm a cop now."
It's
And his
this is
dad's
a
like,
real
"Yo,
job?"
my boy's a fucking cop.
Dude,
I'm
the
gonna tell
dad goes
everyone."
crazy.
It's like, Dad, you're in
Chill.
prison still. Dad, you're still in
Fucking,
fucking
they come
prison.
over, they start tasering him to the ground. You're going to Arkham.
Shit,
Your wife murderer. Get out of here.
This guy's gone crazy.
Meanwhile, then, so they all pile into the army truck, and Barry drives it, and they drive up, and the guy checks his ID, and there's nothing, and then the cyborg hacks it, and he puts it in there, and it's like, whew, you're okay. And so they go in there, and they're
Took a
they
little
meet
too
up.
long for Cyborg to do. Like, what was he doing in the meantime?
Yeah, he didn't know immediately. Like that's what needs
Like
to
took
happen.
a little. I mean, he was
got the
able
nuclear
to.
codes, bruh.
He was able to shut down the whole plant in a millisecond.
Yeah.
But trying to do this, Barry Allen's, and
You know,
and then I do
honestly,
like that.
Andy-
Okay, and he goes, okay. Oh yeah, okay. Like and
that
that's
was
a
the
good
dumbest
reaction
part.
from Barry Allen.
You know what reminds me,
Is
Andy, is
it?
like when
I
I have
felt-
to recreate one of your projects and it takes me a couple seconds to like figure out how you did what
Damn.
you did. I feel like he had to go in and be like, "Oh,
Seconds,
that's where the picture
sure.
goes." I'm sorry.
Got it. Yeah, I was putting
Put
the
it
JPEG
there.
in a different area of the website. my
You were
bad.
you were 720. I was using 1080. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's right.
They all meet up and get into their suits, and they're all having a good time. And Cyborg triggers a contamination breach, and so that sends everybody out of Star Labs. Because inside Star Labs, Silas was back, and he was talking to Ryan, and they're like, "Oh man, it's cool to be back. Let's see all the shit you saw," because they were in quarantine from getting with Steppy and all his cronies. And like I told you, I wasn't sick with alien biomes. Get out of here.
Alien
And so they're like, let's look at all this shit we figured out. And then immediately like, "Wah, wah, contamination." And everybody's like, "Well, let's peace out." And Silas is like, "No, it's impossible. Don't go anywhere." And they're like, "We're
checked.
fucking."
There's no possible way with all of the fucking aliens coming in and out of this place every day that we're contaminated again.
Yeah, a little bit too much of an overreaction from.
Yeah, he was like
I
that.
was like, what? Like,
Man,
what,
he just
dude?
wants to get it done. And he
Like,
also knows,
when-
I mean, this is Miles fucking Dyson from T2, all right?
know,
He
dude.
knows he's going to die. He's always
Oh my
destined
God,
to
I didn't
die in these
realize that.
facilities.
Really?
You know,
I get so
I will
excited
say
about
before we glossed past one of my favorite parts, and again, it's anytime Batman is Batman, right? And I'm gonna start this new podcast with the podcast. Top 10 moments Batman is Batman in this.
Andy, hit the
Andy,
song.
Hit the song.
Top 10 moments Batman is Batman. There's probably only gonna be 2.
This is the second one, ladies and gentlemen, and Andy's spot fucking on because I can't remember any other one. I just love when everyone is like running to the door and Batman just comes from the sky and then like releases the grappling hook and then they all walk in together. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. You
Batman's
took that
funny in this
opportunity.
movie. And like, this is not a criticism. This is like, I do enjoy it for the Batman reasons where he's always a little later than everyone else. Like, yeah, always just kind of showing up.
He's a human.
like, yeah, because he's a fucking human. So it's like, everyone else is like flying or running super fast or whatever the fuck Diana's doing. And then, we just have Batman later just showing up like, oh, shit, you guys fought already? Good. That wouldn't have been good for me.
Oof, I could
Yeah,
not
I
have
feel
done
like-
that. I'm glad you did that for me.
They also make them like stand around a lot of times when they're fighting. Like waiting for the ship to come, or like I'm just gonna look down this hole.
It's
Oof.
the right call. It's the
It
right
looks
call.
like, yeah, it looks like
Big
some
drop
shit's
there.
going on. Yeah.
Greg mentioning in the
kicking
last
some
episode.
shit.
Greg mentioning in the last episode that he thinks Ben Affleck kind of just looks like a dude in a suit. And I've never felt that more, Greg, than there's a sequence coming up later where Batman drops them all off, right? He drops them off and he's like, all right, do your fucking thing. And he just kind of like walks back to
That's the best impression of him, for sure.
and it just doesn't look like a superhero.
You gotta do,
Like
you gotta
this-
do I got too much. You gotta do this a little bit, where sometimes his face is pushed too far up in the mask, and it's just like, oh, it's so uncomfortable.
Yeah, the suit just looks really.
Alfred,
But he
help
also
me.
has like little stubby arms too.
I mean,
it just doesn't look like a superhero. Like
That
I
was one
don't
of the
feel
reasons
safe
why
with that dude.
He said he didn't want to direct the Batman, right? It was because he was like, it's so impossibly hard to do anything in that suit. It just crushes your soul, and he didn't have any energy like working with it.
It shows. I think it shows, honestly. Because, again, I think he's a great Bruce Wayne in Justice League Snyder Cut, but I don't think he's a good Batman. And I think it's mainly the suit and the look, that throw it all off. However, they all march in with the body, and then Silas is the only one in there, and he's like, oh, it's my son and his friends from school. And then he calls out, and he's like, you know what? Don't worry. There's a huge alien poop in here. You're right. I'll come out, everybody.
It
Everybody
smells
stay
so
out.
bad. It's
Dog,
so
it's
big.
just huge.
It's everywhere.
We found Doomsday's doo-doo. We got to get
It's-
everybody out of here. everywhere.
Nobody
It's in
cleaned
my
it up. It's been here
wounds.
for a month.
So he goes outside with everybody. And then they start walking him in. And I thought it was cool where they have the moment in, like, I think it's Barry or maybe it's Cyborg Barry, I think, who's like, the ship knows he's back. And because, like, all the Superman suits or Kryptonian suits start opening up in their little chest of drawers or whatever. And I was like, that's really cool.
Do you think, is that like a Tim Gettys Hue Light thing? Like, do you think those things can be programmed to not
Voice
open up every
animated.
time you walk down the hallway?
Probably
100%.
not.
No, because
No, these ships.
They're running
later,
old tech.
later
when-
when
They're on the old firmware.
when what's his face Cyborg connects to it and like it learns Cyborg as a person, like I'm pretty sure.
Hello,
like,
Victor.
leave it closed. I don't wear these suits.
They don't like him.
We don't
They
need
told
this.
him
This
don't
guy's
do it,
dead.
and he did it. They don't trust Victor anymore.
So before that happens, though, we start the Lois Lane. Lois Lane gets interwoven here. And so we get the first one where she's in bed, still sad that Clark died, but she just woke up apparently. And, you know, she gets out of bed and then she opens her drawer and you think she's getting a press pass. But what does she look at? Pregnancy test. Oh my God, she's knocked up with Jonathan, a Kryptonian baby. And so and I think actually they name it Bruce, actually, was how this is going to end, by the way. They go and she goes.
So
and takes
she
the
actually
test.
was pregnant during this.
Correct. Yes. She actually
That's
is
why he says
pregnant.
congrats at the end.
And Batman says congrats, but I mean, also it could be congrats on coming back from the dead. Congrats on your mom getting a house. But
I thought
it's
it was
definitely she's
things.
pregnant.
I thought it was congrats on the wedding because remember he has that line where he's like,
I'll take that as a yes.
I guess I'll take that as a yes because you're wearing the ring.
Yeah.
And I thought he was like, hey, congratulations to getting married, or not. Hey, congratulations. Did you not see Superman Returns and how terrible of an idea it is to throw a kid into this too early in the series?
Well, I mean, remember, this
Maybe.
is going to be 5 movies and then reboot the whole universe. So we were almost done anyway. The ship was docking. But yeah, she is actually pregnant. That was that whole shirt I was talking about before that showed the baby that then came back around and then Batman gives himself up and they name it Bruce or whatever in memorial.
Amy Adams reports to the set again. So how do you want me to be in this scene? You're sad again. You're just sad.
I really feel like you could have
you're
filmed
always
all this
sad.
in like 2 days. Why have I been here 3 weeks?
You're always sad.
We weren't sure if you're going to nail the Martian Manhunter Martha scene. So
You're either sad in a room, you're sad in a cornfield, or you're sad in this other room. You're just sad. Just be sad.
I've noticed I don't have many lines though. So yeah, I'm gonna put it here. She goes and gets the coffee again, and she walks over to the memorial park. She sees Jimmy Olsen, who's not Jimmy Olsen, who's named after the creators of Superman. She's like, he's like, oh, I didn't think you were coming today. She's like, last time, and she goes up there, and I think has a sweet moment of saying goodbye non-verbally to Clark and everything else, of finally, you know, taking the words of Martha/Martian Manhunter to heart, and you know, trying to get over this and move on with her life and actually start living again. Yeah, Kevin.
Did they rewrite the thing that was written on that statue's chest on the ground? was white graffiti on
if
the
you
ground.
seek his memorial, look around you.
Oh, is that what it was? Was that what it said on the floor?
Yeah,
No. What did they write on his chest in Batman?
False
versus
God.
Superman? Oh, okay. Yeah, there was
The
something.
graffiti.
But I guess
I think it's just I think it's just if you seek his memorial, look around you.
weird. that
And then she walks away. And I know that didn't happen in order, but I think you'll all forgive me. All right, it's been a long fucking movie. Meanwhile, back at the ship, they put the body in the water. Cyborg looks at the thing and scans it and puts his Kryptonian key in, and it's Victor. And they're like, all right, cool, let's bring this fucking back. And Victor's like, yo, listen, I've been talking to this ship. She's sweet. And it turns out that Luther fucked everything up when he did it. She is
We got some plans
sweet.
to go to Cabo later after this whole thing is. Let's wrap.
Hey
this
guys, real
up.
quick, in the end. You know what? I'll stop. Where are we going? Where are we gonna go? And you know, he's like, hey, you know what? It's all fried and shit because of Luther shit. And he's like, I can't get enough electricity. And this is where Barry's like, well, actually, you know, I can run really fast. And I have a rule that I don't break. You know, I don't run faster than the speed of light. But if I get close to it, I can get you enough electricity to jumpstart the mother box. And he's like, the one thing is though, the more I run towards it, the crazier time gets. Yes, Tim.
You're muted.
Tim is muted.
With the whole one rule thing, Greg, is this based in Flash stuff? Like, it seems like a very specific call out for him to be saying, like, what do you, in your mind, what was the past that led him to this?
Oh, I think Flash is always tied into fucking up time. You know what I mean? And running so fast and the speed force and all the weird stuff that goes on inside of that and all the repercussions you've seen from that, right? Like, I think even if you looked at the CW, right, Grant Gustin's Flash, you know, he's run back and changed time so many times and fucked it up, you know, so so much to the point that like, you know, Superman and Lois had a baby in the CW universe. And then when they, I guess that was Crisis actually, wasn't it though, that rewrote that. That wasn't it. Erased that. When Flash ran back and did other time stuff, he changed like the sex of Diggle's baby and did a whole bunch of different things like that just changed like the outcomes and some of the things that were going on. So like, to me, I don't know. To me, and you know, this would be maybe even a Corey Cudney question. Honestly, he's the Flash expert. That's not referencing a specific thing Barry's done before. It's just that he's run enough and done and probably crossed that, or maybe knows not to cross it, or has, like you said, things get weird when I get close to that. Time gets weird when I get that close to it. I think that was him, what we see here, where he realizes when he runs, he can rewind time a little bit forward and backwards. And then I would guess the payoff to that later is when he's like, I'm going to break the rule here, is like, I've gotten close enough to know that I can change it by a few different seconds. But here, I forget, I wrote it down later on, but it's this thing of like, you know, the future is what you make it, the past is what you make it kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. That he's going to go back and do. Oh, and that was fucking what, that was similar to what Arthur and Diana were talking about, right? Where it was like, if you pull one from the darkness, you lose another from the light, or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Saying that there was going to be there would be a cost to this. I think that's what it is too. Yeah, like I don't know a specific thing he's doing, except for the fact that he's gotten close enough to know that if he goes beyond this, it's going to be uncharted territory.
Cool.
So anyways, he goes all the way back and he's like, I can do this and I'm at the engine, so I'll fucking do it or whatever. And they're like, all right, cool. And Aquaman's like, yo, bro, maybe we shouldn't do this. Alfred seems pretty smart and he didn't like it and I don't like what's happening. And the ship's like, yo, bros and broette, don't do this. This is bad. Like, this is not a cool thing to do. And they're like, no, we're going to do it. And Cyborg's like, ignore the fucking ship. I can launch nukes. And he's like, he's penetrating the ship and he's like, all right, 5, 4, and the ship's like, please don't do this. And Barry's like, I'm getting fast. And then Aquaman's like, don't do it. And Batman's like, yeah, I know, right? The ship gets this just fucking shit
Every
on
single
left.
The ship is like, don't worry about me.
Be...
I'm just trying to save you all. Don't listen to me, I guess.
I told him not to make Doomsday too, but no, I don't know fucking shit about what I'm doing. And so
humans.
So like, right, he's like, it's the one or whatever, right? Like the ship / mother box / whoever. I think it's probably the ship, right? Since it's been talking out of him, or maybe it's the mother box, just the mother box parts inside of him. He gets his own nightmare vision, which isn't even the nightmare. It is what we're talking about, right? They set off the unity and the synchronization, turn the planet to apocalypse. Darkseid and Granny fucking Goodness come through. Holy shit, yes. Wonder Woman dies. All the Amazons mourn her.
Wait. Darkseid and who come through?
Granny Goodness.
Fucking
traitor of the Furies,
so
the torturer of souls on Apocalypse.
Go back and watch the old lady at the end.
Yeah, she's the old fucking lady. She's badass.
I was like, who the
really
fuck
tough.
is this? Who's this lady who taught choir to me when I was in elementary? Like,
dude, if you, go ahead, read Mr. Miracle, get some Granny Goodness in there.
The Granny Goodness,
the
Granny Goodness from the animated show is always
totally
amazing. So off-puttingly fucking fucked up.
Oh, the animated series show, which is all on HBO Max right now, by the way. Superman the
also,
animated
series. Her CG looked awful.
I think. First off, you're cutting corners, right? But I also think it's probably that maybe not. Actually, that's not true. I don't know what the deal was.
We couldn't afford an old lady. We had to
cast somebody else there eventually. But again, you want to talk about like things that I marked out on for fucking trailers or whatever. Seeing Darkseid, Desaad, and Granny Goodness. Holy fucking shit! Yeah, all right, cool. Anyways, we see them like, okay, cool. It's our time to shine. Wonder Woman's dead. We see Darkseid invade in Atlantis. This is what we were talking about earlier. Omega Beam to kill one Atlantean. Then he fucking kills Arthur, and the crown falls off of Aquaman's head. Then it's the Superman in the Batcave holding dead Lois, who's smoldering from the Omega Blast from Darkseid, and then Darkseid coming up, putting his hand on him. And then it's Superman under the full control of Darkseid, the crushed Hall of Justice, a dead Green Lantern, Superman there, parademons everywhere, Omega symbol in the ground. It has come to be the end of it. Victor pops back out of that and goes, no. And Barry goes, go, and fucking takes off. And so he runs.
Did you say go?
No. Yeah, exactly. And the box falls. Barry runs. He actually misses it. It hits the water, and he doesn't get it at the right time. And so Barry, again, running so fast, manipulates time to move it backwards a little bit to then be able to touch it at the exact moment he needs to. Box goes off. Superman comes back. Superman shoots into the sky. Box shoots out of the thing, narrowly missing Silas and all the other Star Labs employees who are outside because of the Doomsday turd. And then Superman's fucking up.
I really like that. That's like kind of him figuring out like, oh, I can tweak time a little bit as I'm doing this shit. And I thought that was really cool.
Wow, Greg, I'm sort of I'm rewatching that spot just as you're describing it, and you're right. That reuse shot of Superman, Henry Cavill looks so much. He's a baby face there.
He's a baby, man.
He's a little baby.
Killed his first kid, didn't he?
Did they reuse the scene from him launching later in the thing too, or no?
What did
Killed
you
his
say?
first kid.
Yeah, I mean it's odd, but whatever. Let's
Go
keep
check
moving.
the
God,
basement.
Killed his first person. When he does the power up move?
When he does the power move, yeah.
I don't think
do
so.
you think
I mean,
they
it might
redid
have
that
been
from-
because the whole thing obviously is a callback to Man of Steel, which I fucking
good.
adore,
Well,
right?
come on,
Especially,
it's awesome.
actually, we'll get there.
It's so fucking good, dude.
We'll get there. Before we get there, Superman shoots out. Like we said, you see him, then he comes over and he goes to his what's up? He goes to the memorial, right? The box had already flown out, like I said. Justice League runs up on him, and it's the pretty much frame for frame what we saw with the Whedon thing, right? I'm sure I'm missing some things, but
I watched both, and they are very, very. I watched both back to back. They're
Yeah.
very, very similar. But this one kind of besides the obvious changes they made, it just lets it breathe a little bit more,
Yeah.
and it kind of lets each of the heroes have not just a moment to themselves, but also moments where they're more working together as a team against him. Which I think this is superior to the other one, with the exception of how it ends with the Lois thing.
Yeah. So this is something if I remember correctly, we all liked in the Whedon cut too. So it's I think a dope fucking fight scene here of how do you stop Superman? We get everybody facing off against Cyborg's arm. Superman starts scanning them. Cyborg's arm identifies him as a threat, which then sets Superman off into the fight, and they all brawl. We get the thing of Superman holding everybody back, Barry running around, knocking Barry down.
The fucking the look. I was like,
Yeah,
when
so
he
still so
started, I was
good.
like,
It's
please
amazing.
keep the look. Please keep the look. And when he looks over, Barry's eyes are perfect. I
Yeah.
laugh
There's
out
just-
loud every time I see them.
There's
Such a
something
good
about
moment.
Ezra Miller's acting is that when he is trying to be the lovable doof, he always looks like he is trying not to laugh. Like it looks like the outtakes where he eventually breaks into laughter in the
Yeah.
shot. There's so many sequences where he's supposed to look serious and scared, but it looks like he's trying to crack a smile. But that moment, that's the best moment of the movie, I think. I love it.
I
So
agree.
damn funny. And first off, I love how Wonder Woman is. They see Superman. They're like, we have to restrain him. Fucking Aquaman's first thought: let me throw my trident in his chest.
Yeah.
For real.
Kill him. I just kill him.
It's not
all he knows,
restraining
guys.
him.
It's all he
He'll
knows.
pause. He'll pause.
Now, I do have a question though that
He's
I'm
had
a
the
little
trident for
surprised that we
3 minutes. Sorry, go
blown
ahead.
past
Tim.
this. Were they born?
Oh my god.
Andy, hit the song.
Were they born in labs? Now it's time to rank those abs.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to part 2 of Rank Those Abs for the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League. I'm going to take this podcast in a slightly different direction.
Please do.
Because obviously the people who got fit for this movie got very, very fit. Everyone looks great. We've talked about
Are you
everything.
about to nail Ben Affleck?
No. Although there was moments at the end where with the Martian Manhunter scene where I was
This
like,
is
what's he
filmed a
doing?
few
Keto?
years
What the
later?
fuck's going on with that? Cavill has built amazing in this, obviously, and not the least of which is I have a lot of respect for him because he's gone on record and saying, "Listen, I'm doing this whole thing naturally. I'm not doing any sort of supplements, like steroids or anything like that. I'm just building straight up bulk." And you see it, very defined, good muscles, but he's not overly muscular until he turns around. I don't know how a person gets a back that defined and that big. His waist is this small, and his fucking shoulders are 7 feet across.
It's an
It is
action figure.
unbelievably cool looking. It's just is the perfect what builders call the triangle, right? That little the waist to shoulder ratio, unbelievable. And I was like, dude, there's a moment where later Lois is like, here, put your dad's favorite shirt on or whatever. I was like,
What are you doing,
It's fucking
Lois?
work I did to get this body. Put that shirt away. We'll get that later after a couple of pizzas.
I
digress.
would like to have a taste. He's got big shoulders and a tiny waist.
Thank you, Andy.
Corpses are in houses. I didn't say whose house. And also, isn't Joey lives in your place?
There's
It could be
3
her corpses.
floors. Don't go to the
maybe
third floor.
they're Sexy Spencer's corpses. Nobody knows.
I said stop. We've talked about
We
this.
said about you. You didn't say Corpus is about being at the same address as you. All right. All right. So the fight continues, obviously, and they brawl through, and then eventually Batman shows up, right? And this is, I thought, a dope moment of Superman seeing him and starting to march towards him, and everybody coming and trying to stop him, right? And so, like, he throws Aquaman's coming at him, but then Flash is coming at him. He just throws Flash into Aquaman. They smash into the stairs. Wonder Woman has that moment of "Don't make me do this," and maybe that was earlier, but I think it's here.
It's here.
Yeah, they come up to each other to fight.
Don't
right?
make me do this. I disintegrated a man earlier.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. And I love exactly. The move she saves for fucking stepping a little bit. She fucking did to bowl her hat, man, for no reason. I told Jen about that in the car today. I'm like, she's like, "How's it go?" It seemed like you had a lot of fun. Like, it was some of the best content we've ever made because like we all have varying opinions on the film, and no matter how much you like or dislike it, there's nonsense in it. Like Wonder Woman just killing a guy, blowing out the wall of a building. Anyways,
Turning him into powder.
this is where we get that fucking thing, the dope thing too, right? Where she headbutts him, and he's like, "Oh, fucking really?" And he flies up and then headbutts her into the fucking ground, right?
Well, before he
And
does that, she tries to do the thing and he catches it, right? He catches one of her arms.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, he puts his hand in between the gauntlets, the bracers.
Grabs
So
Batman
badass.
And so he keeps marching over to Batman, who I think I somehow I think in all of this, I skipped at one of the points that him and Alfred were working on gauntlets that absorbed him. That was the T scene, is that right?
That was in the
Yeah.
prior movie,
Wow.
I think.
No, that was
Alfred had a dream in Man of Steel that he could make things that would absorb heat.
No, it was. It was. Oh, sorry,
it was very much in
part
this movie.
one
part one, yeah.
of this movie because he used it in the underground sequence where he was like deflecting the bugs.
Sure.
Yeah, and it's
so-
Gal Gadot is like, "Oh, you're absorbing this and that," and he's like, and she's like, "What?"
She's like
how
gauntlets that
about- how
absorb
about make
energy. How about a
make
black lasso? Yeah.
Make a black lasso, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
so it was
that's
the
it.
She's like, let me. I'm sorry. I'm working on my Gal Gadot impression. Can I try it real quick?
Oh no, I don't
I'm
think
gonna
this is
try
good
it.
for
I'm gonna
anybody.
try it. Mamma mia! Making the gauntlets. That's my Gal Gadot.
See, last time
I-
I called him
like,
out for
honestly-
making it sound Italian, and he doubled down.
I was scared, Nick. I didn't know what you were gonna do, and I knew it was gonna be offensive, but I didn't expect it to just be that not worth doing.
Because I remember when he did that same Italian gal impression in part one, but I remember even then being like, that was a weird choice. Like,
Listen,
why?
Well, Greg, what you don't
I've
remember
come-
is Nick made the same reference in Batman v Superman in review when we did it a long time ago. But
I
you need to
don't-
remember all of this stuff
Listen,
to,
I know,
to keep
you're
going forward.
I don't know how to do impressions. I can only do. I've come to the conclusion that I can do a broke ass Christopher Walken and Mario. That's it. So if I'm impersonating anyone, it's going to be either of those two. I
Sure.
digress.
It's kind of like how, Oi Governor is, are you European, Australian, New Zealand? That's what he is. That's what Greg can give you. You know what I mean? Well, you're majoring in Latin, a
At
3,000-year-old
least we
dead
have
language.
Andy.
Oh, God, thank God we have Andy.
3,000-year-old dead language.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, I got Latin. It's
Sanskrit.
the best I can do for you. PCU, when are we doing Jeremy Piven's in review, Tim? Huh?
I don't know
Stop
about
being a
that.
coward.
Damn.
Could be John Favreau. You know what I mean? We get the more. Anyways, back to it. So yeah, he starts heat vision and he's like, Clark, and he takes off his gauntlets. And then, it's like that final time he's heat visioning, Lois runs
Clark,
in.
Martha, Clark, it's Martha.
That worked for you, not for me. Lois runs in. He stops. He unheat visions. He comes down. They embrace. And she's like, "Let's go," and they fly up and away. Okay, yeah. I was like, is it time for part 6? It is not time for part 6. I apologize. Steppy shows up and gets the mother box. Steppy shows up to get the mother box. Silas has already run back inside with the mother box. Steppy tracks him because he can smell his mother's box and goes in there and inside. This is where they're heating it up. Okay, so he's using the electron microscope to
That
heat
looked
up
painful
the
as
mother
shit.
box. And then Cyborg runs in and he sees the box heat up, and then he sees his dad get just fucking cut all up like in Resident Evil with those cool lasers that spun around in that hallway. Andy, you remember?
Love
I
it.
think he
yeah,
just got
which turns
super
into
hot,
cubes.
Greg. I think he
I'm just
burned
saying
his
a lot of shit happens and it's cool.
And his dad
dies.
was like, "Oh fuck! I thought I was on the outside of the booth. I didn't realize I was on the inside of the booth."
Oh fuck! I fucking this up. He did try to get out. Anyways, though, he does that. He dies. Oh no, Daddy! Cyborg's knocked down. Steppy
Suddenly
runs
he
in.
cares,
He
you
gets
know
the
what I
box.
mean?
He
I thought you were
boom
tries
tubes
to
out of
run.
there. You know what I
thought you
mean?
didn't like your dad.
He-
Guess not, you liar.
Well, it turns
No,
out Greg's a
yeah.
liar too. He's a great cyborg impersonator. Oh no,
my daddy! Oh no!
Nailed it.
Mom was very much looking and being a responsible driver. Oh no!
She wasn't
the whole time. You
She's
can look at
looking
me.
over at him. I've looked at it. The chat agreed with me. It's ridiculous.
Some of the chat agreed with you, and it's because they're Kevin stans, and I
Chad,
can't
you
help
don't want
that.
Kevin on your side. when it
First of
comes to
all,
driving safety, right?
I don't know what that means for anyone. So stop it, Andy. You're hurting my feelings.
Man, I'm watching this. See, we
And
just
then we
get
go to
burned
dark.
Up. It's
Then we go to
wild,
dark.
man.
Part 6.
Andy, can
something
you go
darker.
to 1:30
Part
and
6,
see where the
something
car
darker.
comes in?
No, I won't.
That's not even the right time code. We start in Smallville where Lois and Clark land, and she's like, "Oh, you brought me here," and he goes, "Yeah, it's home." And she goes, "Oh, you spoke," and he goes, "Did I not before?" Because he's still piecing it all together. He just came out of a
His
a
brain's
long
still all
winter's nap.
mushy. We've been there.
Yeah, totally. You know what I mean? It's all slowly coming to him, but he starts.
Kevin was there at the
remembering,
start of the episode today.
Still there, Andy. Give me a chance. Don't let me
That's
talk
Kevin's
too much.
secret.
I was talking to my friend Josh Whedon. What, Kevin? What are you talking about?
What's this prick's name? Come on. What's his name?
My friend Josh Wheaton.
Whedon.
Hold on,
What did I
see
say?
I want to see what Cecil does.
You said Joshua
Joshua Wheaton.
Okay, so a T to a D. Is that what I did? A T to a D? Yeah, I'm a bunch of
but
idiots.
also Josh.
Add a S to an
instead of
H.
Joss.
It's weird. It's a very weird name.
Joss.
It's Joss.
It's
J-
Joss.
S.
It's Joss.
Kevin just melted. That's
It's been a long week, and we just destroyed Kevin's brain. He was not.
It's Joss.
He was so hung up on Wheaton, he had no idea what was going on in the front. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Anyway, yeah, he puts on the shirt here, Greg.
No, we go back to the cave real quick, and I think, yeah, this is when they all show up at the cave. This is what we were talking about earlier, where like Alfred's like, or I'm sorry, Flash's like, Alfred, and like, badass Alfred. And I do like the line of when they get there and Bruce Wayne's like, "This is Alfred, I work for him." I was like, "Oh, that's cute. That's a cute little line."
Yeah. cute.
But they go there and they figure out the thing of like, oh man, they already knew this actually.
He only has one cup.
Yeah, that was funny too. I'm not to love enough cups. I'll put on some tea. I gotta look around. Or no. Yeah, we gotta look around the world. They figured. Well, I don't know. We look around the world. And before they figured out he had heated it up and what his plan was or whatever, so they can track it. They can track this stupid thing to wherever they aren't now. And yeah, they track it down, and that it's in the Chernobyl. And bye, Nick. It's in Chernobyl, and they're like, cool. There, it's like, oh, the place is toxic, and they like, no, it's not toxic anymore. He used the toxicity to build out Apocalypse or put the power into the fucking thing or whatever. So Batman can go there and not get cancer. Is what that's all for. That's all just to tell us that.
Could I, shout outs to getting rid of the Russian?
Right?
No, let's come on. Let's
Out
move
of the
past
fucking
it.
blue. Out of the fucking blue. He's like, wait, let me make a point while holding a cookie I had half 2 seconds before.
Shout
That's
outs.
a desk cookie right there.
Shout outs to them getting rid of the Russian people. You know what I mean? Like in the first movie.
Yeah, big time,
Oh
big
my
time.
god.
Oh, the Russian people were the. That's just such a terrible decision. To put
Terrible
them
decision.
in the movie.
And I'm glad they're gone. Good riddance.
Well, it makes sense, right? Because they were like, when you start thinking about a nuclear like plant that's
Sure.
irradiated,
Sure.
you're like, why would there be a village anywhere close to that thing? Why would there be any living inhabitants?
That's a real thing though. There's like for Chernobyl, there's like areas
Yeah.
around that are irradiated that like
That people
the
still
Russian
live in?
government paid people to live in to see if everything's gonna be okay.
That's just.
I'm not joking.
hilarious.
I'm not
it's
joking.
funny 'cause
A lot of
you
them,
have
a lot of them
chocolate
are fun. A
chocolate
lot of them
chip
are fun.
cookie.
I'm so sorry. I have to fucking say this, Kevin. There was a YouTube comment yesterday that was, how is Kevin so confused with following timestamps on an email? Why is he always confused? Why is he always eating?
I'm hungry, man. Like
But you're just popping back with that fucking cookie.
It was just like he was like the way you'd be on fucking Capitol Hill and you look over and AOC would be like, and hold on a second now, owner of BP, I have things to see. Like, you know what I mean? Kevin's like, wait, I got a cookie and I gotta make a point right now.
here's
Oh
the
my
thing:
God.
the good people that watch our content, they have to like put up with Nick's horrible jokes, Greg's terrible
true.
accents, Tim,
My-
just in general.
my great-
Andy, you're
yeah.
perfect.
My great Alan
Andy, you're
Rickman.
perfect.
My
Your
Alan
music
Rickman.
is beautiful and it makes everyone's life better. So they have to put up with my cookie eating. All right, tough.
I'll fucking deal with it. I'll deal with it, Kev.
Oh my god, I almost vomited from laughing so much, dude.
Hold on 1 second.
Damn. What's going on, Greg?
man.
You doing some
Also,
research?
FYI, this is a great goddamn cookie. Look at this.
What
fucker.
is it? It looks
Isn't
very
that
good.
beautiful?
That thing is
Paula made this.
thick.
Paula made this. I know.
Shit.
Been working on our cookie recipe. Look at that guy.
She
Whoa.
made that. That looks delicious.
Yeah.
What's the crisp to chew ratio?
Well, these I was watching some stuff that I can't talk about with Spencer and
Oh, okay.
not porn, embargo things. Just to
Yeah. I was
No,
like,
we
what do
know
you
it's
add?
embargoed things.
Embargoed things. Embargoed things. Nothing weird. And I forgot the cookies, and they burned a little bit, but they burned like the perfect amount. But it is a little bit. It's not a biscotti level, but it's 2 steps below that. On like
Yeah, I
crunch.
like that, though.
On
This
crunch.
stretch of 10 minutes is the best thing that's ever happened in the company, man.
The fucking cookie. The cookie episode. God.
Okay, Greg Miller, where were we in the plot?
Everybody's there. They figured out to try to track the thing. It's in Chernobyl. Took away the toxicity. Back in Smallville, he's in the cornfield, and this is where Lois comes out. He's like, I assume that means yes, and she's wearing the ring, and she's like, oh, you remember? And it's like, yeah, I'm back, and this is cool, and I'm live again, neato. And then Mom shows up, and he's like, wow, Mom's here, neato. And he's like, yes, they woke me up. I'm kind of combining a bunch of stuff. They woke me up for a reason. I gotta go check that out, guys. Okay, cool. Back in the cave though. We had a nice conversation here where Flash and Aquaman are talking, and Aquaman's very much like, this fucking sucks. Because the plan, of course, is that Victor's going to dial into the mother boxes, and he'll separate them, and they need Flash will give him a charge or whatever, yada, yada, yada. But maybe not even that. It doesn't matter. They know that Victor is like, has to do all this. Like, Cyborg has to go be the man here, and that sucks to put onto this guy. And Aquaman says as much, and Flash is like, I thought you didn't care. And he's like, I never said that. And again, don't get me wrong. I'm not making excuses for the film at all, but I do see what they're trying to do here with the conversations that we're starting to like more, or at least I'm starting to like more between the team members of they're together now and they're getting a camaraderie and they're finding common ground, which then I guess pays dividends in 2 more movies. But you understand what I'm saying here. I like what's happening. I think it's one of the reasons we like the second half of the movie more than the first. Sorry. So, and then this is the conversation between Batman and Wonder Woman, where Bruce is like, I had a fucking vision 2 movies ago, or a movie, a movie and a half ago, about like, all right, over here, and fucking Barry came to me clear as day, said Lois Lane's the key. She's like, yeah, and he was to Superman, and he's like, no, I don't think like that. I think it meant something more, something darker. Again, just that feeling of like, it's kind of like in a video game when you beat the boss and you're like, this doesn't feel like, oh no, there's another boss, and that thing comes up and it's huge and epic, and you're like, fuck, now it's really gonna be hard. I'm glad I saved all my potions. Yeah. Then they go out and they call in the ship that Cyborg finally got working. He's like, she wanted to fly. She wants to fly. I'm like, whatever. Why are you talking to this fucking ship? They all climb on that, but right before they climb on it, Bruce is like, you stay here, Alfred. He'll come. I know he will. And he's like, how do you know? And he's like, faith. And he's got faith in Superman or whatever. Faith. Kind of like how Missouri fans had faith in Haith a long time ago, but that didn't work out.
So does the ship just fly itself? Not that that's that crazy in this world, but the fact that Alfred and Batman made it seems weird that it does.
I don't think so. I don't
come back to them at the end. Is that Alfred picking them up?
It's probably
Sure, that seems like an autopilot
No,
thing.
but
Yeah.
you gotta think like Bruce is stealing a lot of like information from the companies that he owns, right? Like they're manufacturing weapons and stuff, and he's just they're making planes, and he's just like, I'm gonna take the autopilot from this one. The whatever.
Cyborg can also just tap into anything,
Yeah.
Like
He can just go do. I mean, like, I'm not even making a joke here.
Mr. Robot.
He's
yeah.
Mr. Robot. And like whatever he does, the robots are like, oh, fucking cool. We got to go do this.
Because Nick, if you didn't know, in Mr. Robot, Rami Malek plays a flute into computers.
Yeah,
and then controls them.
That's why they call his company Pied Piper, which is weird
exactly.
that they
That's
decided
the
to remake that into Silicon Valley.
That's the one.
Yep.
So, but we go to Chernobyl where Steppy has all 3 boxes. He puts them together. He's like, it's time for synchronicity. And then they start like vibrating together. He's like, it's going to take a second, everybody. Just chill. It's going to happen. Don't worry. Parademons, sit down. It's going to happen. Make yourself some lunch.
He's like steady. It's okay.
He's looking at them and he's like, all right, the It looks like the download finished. Oh, it's got to finalize the files. What does that mean?
What does copying over
I gotta
mean?
search
What does
for
it
the
mean?
driver. I gotta search
What
for
does
the
it mean when
driver.
it's got to copy
It's
it?
copying over to the PS5. I thought it was installed already. What the fuck?
Ah, God damn it. Anybody got a WinRAR file here? That's what I really need. The Justice League shows up and they're like, all right, time to enact the plan or whatever. And so Batman's like, I'll fly up and they have this protective dome and I'll shoot the dome and I'll fly inside the dome from the little hole I shot inside the dome. And then when I'm in there, I'll shoot the tower and the tower will come down and the dome will come down. And everybody's
It's
like, all right, cool.
disgusting because the dome looks like a testicle with a flashlight being shown.
It
through
does. Weirdly that you know that.
It does. It does. We've all done it.
It's,
But I
it's
Don't
red.
act like you
It's
don't
got
know.
it's got the little veins all over the place.
My
couple
question.
hairs.
My question for everyone, Greg, are you going?
Oh,
Okay, Greg's
good.
getting the light out. He's going to take a look. This is going to get us
Okay,
banned
you know
on
you have
Twitch
to
for
do it.
sure.
Oh
have to
man,
do
I
it.
really hope. No, Lord.
I'll be
I know.
damned.
Yeah.
I'll be damned. Oh no.
Wow. So I'm going to say this though,
I'm
as
so
one
uncomfortable. Just
as one critique for this particular scene. What is the point of putting up a protective barrier? If
Yes,
missiles,
100%.
if missiles can shoot through it very
well,
easily.
lots of missiles, Nick. No one thought
Independence Day,
shoot
you know,
that many
aliens, they
missiles.
didn't have this problem. They put up their thing and it was done. They were fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
it
know, we had to
worked.
hack them
It just
with the
worked.
virus.
He was like, "Don't worry, I'm going to take the shield out." And they're like, "How?" He's like, "Pretty easily with a couple missiles."
Then what are you
Okay.
gonna do? I'll find a gun.
Probably just, I'm going to sacrifice myself. You don't have to. There's a lot of us. We can
You
go in as
really
a
don't
team.
need to do
It's
that.
Really
Yeah,
actually
they
better if
could
we all
have
stick
all
together
gone
on
in
this.
together,
Together.
found a
Yeah.
building, opened,
Landed
they hop
on it.
out. He hops out. The ship
Yeah.
crashes into the pillar. You know?
Yeah.
I really
Superman
just
carries
want to
everyone.
rewind.
A good
to the
death
part-
is its own reward.
Exactly.
Christopher Maloney, never forget.
Benson and Stabler coming
What's the
back.
deal? Yeah, I asked you that in Assets. Did you respond?
No, I didn't know the
He
answer
just
to it,
retired.
actually.
He just retired from the force?
yeah.
Okay. Now he's
Yeah.
back.
He's coming back, man. April 1st.
In the live chat, Donnie C just says, hanging brain. So while this is starting or happening, we skipped, not skipped, I guess it's happening at the same time. I might have missed it. Superman flies to the ship.
I do just really want to point out really quickly point out a timestamp for everybody. At 3 hours, 9 minutes, and 42 seconds, this is where Ben Affleck kind of just walks around. Like he just looks like a short dude who's real built in the gym. Like he just
Somebody give me
looks
my
weird
water
as
bottle
hell.
with a sipper.
3 hours, 9 minutes, 42 seconds.
So Superman, after he left, he went to the ship, right? And we have him walking through the ship, looking at the different suits while it goes back and forth between Jonathan Kent and Jor-El, giving him lines of dialogue previously in Man of Steel, hyping him up, building him up, and then new dialogue, right? Where, as we've joked around many a time in the show, Jonathan Kent actually not that supportive of him actually being a superhero or doing anything, but this time there is that of "I'm proud of you," and Jor-El's like, "The world is ready," and they had to see your sacrifice, whatever. And then the new dialogue that I like a lot from Jonathan is, "Fly, son, it's time." And that he walks outside and things open just like Man of Steel, but he's in the black suit now with the silver S, and then he goes to the ground and does the vibration flying, and it all kicks
fucking
up, and then he
dope.
fucking shoots off. Yeah.
And it's the music and everything's swelling. But what I really wanted was Jor-El to be the motivational one, and then cut to Jonathan and be like, "What are you doing, son? Don't do this, man." Like, what are you
Back
doing?
to Martha, and
Come
she's
on.
like, "Be there, Simbler. Don't. What do I care? Fuck
there,
it. Fuck
Simbler.
everybody.
Just
Fuck us."
don't.
Jonathan,
Wait.
you got to encourage him, okay? No, the kid doesn't know what he's doing. You just hear him talking in the background.
That was really good dialogue. It's fun.
Batman, he goes in there and he shoots the hole and he gets in the thing, and then he crashes the ship, and the ship goes down. He's like, "It's over. Everything's down. Come on in." And he's like, "What does that mean, Bruce? Bruce? This is Flash. What does it mean, Bruce? Bruce?" And he's like, "Just come in or whatever." And then they're here, and he hits the thing, and then he climbs in the Batmobile. And he starts fucking shooting everybody with the Batmobile. And then you go out there and they're like, "All right, we got to go in there and fucking fuck shit up." So they fly in, they start fucking shit up, and Flash is running in, and Aquaman's getting kind of dragged in, and they're all fucking shit up or whatever. And then Batman comes roaring out in the Batmobile, and they go, and then we get the hero shot, like very fucking Age of Ultron's hero shot of like a little bit of a spin. And this is the part where I was like, oof. Like I've let a lot of the graphics go in this game, but this is the part where I'm like, this is the one that does not look great. This is the one that stands sore thumb of like, this did not get the budget or time needed to make these guys look great. Bye, Nick. Why do you keep hanging up on him, Kev?
Sorry.
No, he's pressing the wrong buttons. He gets it all.
Were you hanging
No.
some brain too?
No, my
No.
So can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Yeah.
you. We hear you.
Sorry, my mic keeps disconnecting because I gotta swap out these USB cables.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Sorry.
interesting. I did want to add that when who was it? Bruce stops responding on the radio call. Like, there's no reason to. Like, it didn't
He's
disconnect.
got to do this.
Does he?
It's really, I mean, look at his suit. Look at how he's doing this thing. It's hard to get your hand up there. Like, give the poor guy a second. You know?
I just feel like he could have just been like, oh, okay, no, they're in here, but I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's like, it seems like the gun's working.
Well, it feels like he's definitely doing the thing of like,
oh, my upper lip itches, my upper lip itches. Like,
he's definitely setting himself up right to that sacrifice his life, like leave me, but he doesn't need to because he's Batman and he breaks out and we get the moment of them doing it. And they barrel through a building and Aquaman gets on the thing and he's like, "You really are out of your mind." And like, "Yeah, Aquaman,
It's
yeah,
cool,
you are,
man.
right?"
I
Yeah,
like
no,
this.
yeah.
Is cool shit.
This is super cool, and this is the part where, Parademon grabs Aquaman and flies him up in the air, and Aquaman's like, "Fuck you," and pokes him, and then he starts falling, and Cyborg grabs him, and this is the my man thing, and then Cyborg throws him, and he grabs the Parademon and fucking stabs the Parademon, and then rides him
Through
down
a
like a
goddamn
surfboard,
building.
and it's like
Fucking Legolas
that's
on the
fucking
shield.
dope.
That's
That is
awesome,
fucking
dude.
amazing. I love
And-
all that.
And it's a night shot. It looks better aesthetically. It isn't this weird orange tinty kind of whatever the fuck Whedon was doing. All of the sequence just fucking rocks, dude. This kicks dick every
It's
part.
an
Of it.
interesting choice when you see the coloring in this, and like I know Andy, I think you said you liked the saturation from the movie prior, and Tim, you liked this one, but I think that like, why would you not keep this a night shoot? First off, everything's vastly more dramatic at night. It just adds to the drama of what's going on here. I'm like, why would you not just keep this the way it is and maybe saturate it a little bit? I don't know. It's fucking weird.
The Russian people would be sleeping, and it's hard to move a house, a building.
I'm
when
so
people are
glad the
sleeping.
Russian family's gone. Holy
Right?
shit. Can we just talk about
Kid with
like
the bug spray.
the best
We
omission?
already did. We already did.
Oh, okay. I'll talk
Yeah,
about
Brett
it.
made
It
a
happened in
big
the
deal
show.
about it.
You were here.
Because I just remember
But when
in
did they
the
have the
first
dream?
time when like I left to the restroom while they were on camera and I came back and they were on camera again. I was like, Jesus, that's enough with his fucking family.
Around, well, they get in, and then they get into. No, I guess not. This is right around here is the Superman meets Alfred scene where he flies to Gotham. He's like, "What's up?" And it's again like, it's more the thing, you're hung up on that Superman had to go to Alfred to find out. It's more to me the thing that Alfred's like, well, the world might end right now, so I'm gonna go work on this car. Like,
Yeah.
I understand, like, I also kind of get, like, hey, it's out of my hands and I got to do something.
Yeah,
but
you
how
gotta
many
do
times
something.
have we seen Alfred sitting there at Mission Control being like,
Yeah.
what do you need, Master Bruce? What do you need? If I was going into Chernobyl to fight the alien that might unify the thing and burn the
Bring
entire
the
world,
spider.
I'd
Bring
be
the
on
spider. It's a good
standby
call.
to take over the spider, to take over the jet, to take over the Batmobile.
Well, not only that, but there's just a general lack of urgency throughout all of the Superman stuff that's not mirrored in obviously the action sequence that we're cutting back and forth with. Like, so to me, it's just that's difficult to craft. And when he lands, it just seems like Jeremy Irons should have been like, "Holy shit, stop, get to wherever this thing is. Like, they need you right now." Instead, he's like, "Put
Master
on the
Kent.
tea.
Master
Why don't
Kent.
you have a seat? You need a blanket? I'll light the fire for you. I got a yarn to spin for
Take your
you,
shirt
my
off.
friend."
Show me that back. How'd you do that? How'd you get that back?
Pull-ups, all pull-ups, probably.
In Chernobyl, then we're into Endgame here. They all come in, and Aquaman and Wonder Woman start fighting Steppy, and then Cyborg runs to the thing, grabs him. He's like, "Barry, I'm in place," and Barry's like, "Cool, I'll run around for a long time." And so Barry goes and he's running around, just blue light, just running, and he's just running, and he's and everybody's like, "Man, this guy's running."
Greg, I thought you were gonna try to harm him.
running to get a cookie. He's going to run it.
And so Steppenwolf faces off against them and starts fighting them, and I love it where he's like to Wonder Woman, like, "I fucking killed your family, by the way, and your mom, cried for mercy or whatever." And then Wonder Woman's like, "Liar." And then they fucking go for a second. She gets knocked back, and Aquaman's like, "Hell yeah!" And he gets knocked down. And he's like, "Oh no!" And then some stuff starts falling on him, and he's like, "Oh shit!" And the Wonder Woman runs over there, and she protects him, leaving Cyborg completely vulnerable. And so Cyborg's about to get in there or whatever, and Steppenwolf comes up there, and he yanks him away. And I guess actually I put it this way: he yanks him away, and then Wonder Woman pulls him down. Wonder Woman does this thing and doesn't kill a normal human being, instead evaporates a bridge. Then he falls and then they fall, and then Steppy goes back up there.
When she killed
Yeah,
that guy.
exactly right.
You know what I mean?
And so-
she just blew up a fucking like rock bridge.
Yeah. So yeah, Steppenwolf has an unfettered access now to Cyborg. Gets his axe, hauls off to hit it, comes down, and boom, Superman flies in, takes it like a champ on the collarbone, and just goes, "Not impressed." And I was there with Nick, where I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
all right, it's not a
Like
great
this-
one-liner."
this
And then, but then he
should have
does the
been-
cool like blows the ice on the axe and just knocks it away.
Dude, this is supposed to be like this should be the most hype moment in your film. Superman has come back from the dead. He's finally Superman. He's going to do the first cool thing he's done since being Superman. And that's the line that they wrote for him to say.
What they needed to do is recreate the Fast and Furious moment in the jail breakout scene of Hobbs and Shaw, where he goes, the guy comes up to Superman. What's his face? Steppenwolf walks up to Superman. I've been waiting for this, and Superman goes, "Keep waiting, bitch," and just fucking punches it. Like we needed something way cooler than not.
Superman said,
impressed.
"Keep waiting,
Keep
bitch."
waiting,
Like,
bitch.
fuck yeah.
Honestly, in a
Zack
Snyder
Snyder for
movie, I wouldn't
president.
be surprised.
And that would be
would've
akin
been
to
amazing.
when he told Jimmy to turn it up. You know what I mean? In the
Yeah.
comic books after he came
Keep
back from the
waiting.
dead. Instead, he comes out, and you want to talk about just again, like let's for the mainstream audience, just set up that Superman's way too fucking powerful. He just clowns Steppenwolf out. You know what I mean? This guy that has been fucking up hundreds of Amazons and all this shit, every Atlantean. Superman sidestepping and dodging and heat vision. Aquaman and Wonder Woman are like, oh, this is cool. We don't have to worry about this thing. They're fucking punching and kicking. Superman just gets him on the ground at one point and just fucking heat visions his horn off. You're like, oh my god. And like,
So
keep
brutal.
in mind
so
again,
good.
like. Superman knows that Steppenwolf's a threat because, like, they must have brought me back for a reason. Shows up. Alfred's like, Master Kent. They're in Chernobyl. They're fighting this bad guy who wants to ruin the whole world. Superman's like, got it. Superman shows up, and then it's just like, guess what?
dead.
I pulled my punches with Doomsday. Apparently, you are fucked. Like I am.
Yeah.
I heard my friend Diana is just icing purse snatchers in Paris now. So if the rules are cool and everybody's chill, I'm not even fucking trying anymore.
Yeah,
And he's like,
I'm
They
killing
weren't
you.
purse snatchers. Come on,
I
I
thought
thought
the
a little bit more than that.
Greg, I thought the same thing. I thought the idea of this, giant monster Steppenwolf with a magical fire axe not doing it. Like I would have rather it just been like a deflection or something. But this just shows that he's untouchable, and maybe it's just because Abomination has some of that Kryptonian inside of him. Greg, what like?
Abomination's a Hulk villain. You're talking about
Doomsday.
Doomsday, but yeah.
Oh, Doomsday. Sorry.
Yeah, Doomsday
Like,
was Kryptonian. Like, I mean, there's a bunch of. I understand why that Doomsday would give Superman more a run for his money, but I just, as somebody who, my interpretation of Superman isn't that he literally nothing can hurt him at all points. Like, you're like, all right, like okay, cool, whatever. Doesn't matter.
it's
I
just,
also-
it's just
That's
not
been-
even a competition.
But that's
I
been
appreciate
Zack
that
Snyder.
he uses his heat vision on Batman earlier. And like he had the
Oh,
gauntlet
yeah.
thing that they didn't
Yeah.
set up, but it's like, Jesus Christ, he is a human being. And like if that thing cut off Steppenwolf's fucking horn, how did it
Yeah.
not just destroy?
Dude, I don't
Bruce
even
Wayne.
started on that, right? Where it's like Batman is like throws it up and then is that pinpoint of accuracy. Because remember
fall.
too, at one point Batman falls down
blast.
while he's getting blasted. So Batman's falling and like doing complex geometry in his head about where Superman's eye line is gonna
Yeah.
go. So he doesn't
Listen.
catch one errant blast to the fucking chest.
You guys don't understand what it's like to lift that many weights and have forearms that are that big. Okay, only
wow.
me,
Good
Ben
point, good
Affleck,
point.
and a handful of other human beings, The Rock probably on there, can really understand that.
So
I
while
think
all this
for-
is happening, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think for as a response for that, I think it was more Superman's accuracy of just going after his face, right? Like you shooting lasers at his face, and that's why it's block your face.
I don't know. I mean, a second ago, he just like kind of just went crazy and blew up a bunch of fucking trucks.
Yeah.
He was going crazy.
Man, I'm just scrolling through this whole fight.
You having a
and
good
it's just
time?
So good.
Yeah, it was some
It's
fun,
just-
right? It's a good fight.
It's so fucking good when I had rewound a little bit when Cyborg and Steppenwolf both fall down, and then Cyborg goes back up, and then Steppenwolf's like,
Wonder
"I'm
Woman,
coming for you,
Lasso.
motherfucker!" Lasso brought down, like so cool. All of this is just miles better than anything in the earlier version of it.
Yeah, Kevin.
Quick question for you: why does Wonder Woman keep calling him Kal-El?
Because that's his name.
Yeah, there's
Well, no,
I
but,
mean,
like,
like
Did he introduce? He was
Take-
like, "Hey, I'm Kal-El."
no, and it's not I don't think it's something that's well established in
Can I-
the DCEU. In the comic books, as
don't-
you know, Diana often calls him Kal-El because of
But
I
I
don't
mean,
know
like,
the way she identifies more with him as an alien / Kryptonian than Clark. I think
In
she thinks
movie
Clark's
canon.
more of a disguise. I know, and I'm telling you, it's not set up well in the DCEU for why she would do
Is
that.
it
now.
set up at all?
That she knows his name's Kal-El?
Yeah. Because I'm wondering if I'm missing a scene where someone was like, his name's Kal-El, not Clark.
Oh, but you have to imagine they talked a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
And he was like, hey,
I
guess
really
they only
didn't.
messed that
I
one
mean,
time,
remember Superman
She's with
meets
you?
Lois. Yeah, exactly. And then they
Good
immediately,
point.
or I'm sorry,
Good point.
Diana. And then they immediately go and fight.
I
But I
like
mean-
to think of it as far as like maybe she's just the only person in all of the DCEU that actually gives a shit about your secret identity. Because everyone else on the fucking planet's like, Clark!
In front of
Over
the cops
here.
and everybody else. Yeah.
Over here,
Jesus,
Clark.
For reals.
Clark Kent, let's over here. And then I was like, oh, okay, he's just gonna be Superman from now on. And then the fucking movie is like, put the glasses back on. Nobody
Clark Kent, he's back
knows.
from the dead. Remember Clark Kent?
Yeah.
Like, check the obituary.
They came
He
back from
died.
the dead at the same time. They both came back at the same
Oh
time
my
from the
God.
dead.
I do want to
Like,
point
it
out
makes
One of
sense.
the biggest missed opportunities of the DCEU, if you're really shaking it up and doing different stuff, is I'll never forget
Dude, right
watching
with
Man
it.
of Steel, and it was that Lois figures out he's Clark Kent, and Superman flies back to Martha, and Lois gets dropped off by a police officer in the Kent driveway, and I was like, and Pete knows, like Smallville knows. I was like, this will be so dope if they just don't do a secret identity, because of course, how does that actually make sense in the real world, right? And then the fact that at the end he's a stringer reporter riding a bike, I was like, oh god.
It's okay. Apparently,
I do-
everyone knows who Batman is too. So it's okay.
I do want to point out throughout this whole sequence that I like how everybody is being utilized a lot more. Like I feel like everybody gets a bit more of a piece of the pie in this whole fight sequence.
Except for
And
Batman,
well,
Well, he's taking
yes
out the
and
gun
no,
turrets
Kevin.
outside.
yes and no, but
stretching.
No, that's true.
I'm mostly talking about Aquaman because like the fact that Aquaman is the one that gets the final like stabbing blow and lifts him up. I think that giving Aquaman that is such a cool little like, hey, you could take this, dude. Hey, we're all the Justice League. We're all doing good stuff over here.
Oh, that's when they fucking all go ham and fucking destroy him in a second. That's
badass.
But before then, oh my god.
No, I was just gonna say, what a show of strength at the end when he gets his head chopped off.
I mean, we're gonna get there. So again, Flash is running around. He gets shot by one of the turrets before Batman can get there, and he gets hurt. And so then Cyborg's finally in position, finally dialed into the unit, and he's like, "No, Barry, no." And Barry's like, "Heal, heal, heal," and he can't heal in time. He can't force it, obviously. So then the boom tube opens, and Steppy's down, and Steppy's like, "He's arrived." And this is where we see Darkseid, and we see Granny, and we see Desaad on the other side of it, staring through, and everybody looks at him, and then Superman looks back, and Cyborg's like, it synchronizes, and he's like, "We're too late." And he goes boom, and starts turning the whole world into apocalypse and flame and all that stuff. Everybody gets blown away, and Flash sees it coming, of course, because of being able to go slow, and he starts vibrating, to stay in and out of phase or whatever. He's in the space between spaces, and this is where he's like, "All right, cool. Time to break the rule, Barry. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I have to just run faster than the speed of light." And this is I wrote it down. Make your own future, make your own past. And this is where he's talking to his dad. Just no, Dad, your son made it. And like, your dad's Ash right now. Don't worry about it. Just run real fast. All right, just do your thing. And so he does. He runs really, 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 really fast and really, really fast. And we see the whole world start coming back together and people getting back assembled, and we're time traveling backwards. And he runs all the way to when Cyborg's got it and he's synchronized and he's part of it. And he taps Cyborg to give him the power to then throw him into it, to then pull apart the mother boxes to break the unity. He then yells for Superman. Superman comes over, helps him split them apart. They do it. The boxes drop down there. And that's when everybody's like, oh, and like they're all watching through the boom tube. Oh. And then Steppenwolf's like, oh, and then Aquaman's like, yeah, and just stabs him in the back, and he's like, oh no, and he lifts him up, and then Superman's like, fuck you, and punches him, and then Wonder Woman's like, here we fucking go, and chops this motherfucker's head off as his body tumbles into the tube, goes into the tube, lands in the Apocalypse throne room, slides up, Darkseid stomps on his head to stop his head, and then
breaks the other horn off.
Yeah, exactly. They all fucking look at Darkseid. Darkseid looks at all of them, and then boom, they close the fucking tube. And when it's done, Desaad, of course, being the little bitch he is, he's like, I fucking told you, Master, he'd fucking fail. And he's like, now that the mother boxes are destroyed, he says, how will you retrieve the anti-life equation? And Darkseid is like, yes, you did fucking tell me that. Thank you very much. This is a dangerous fucking thing to tell me. I don't know why you'd say this right now in this moment. And he's like, ready the Armada. We'll use the old ways. Of course, meaning that now the mother boxes are not there. He has no tether to boom tube there. So instead, they will climb in their giant spaceships and crawl the galaxy until they get to where they're going, which is exciting.
I want to say Barry Allen's or Ezra Bridger rather. Bridger, did I say no? That's the Star Wars character.
Yes.
Ezra Miller. Ezra Miller's despite his line delivery and despite the writing in a lot of that moment, in a lot of that sequence, I thought it was still really awesome, and I thought the music was fantastic and built up great, and it reminded me of that sort of emotional Guardians of the Galaxy type thing where there's just a flood of emotions I'm feeling, and the music is kind of amplifying all of that. And then Ezra Miller's kind of saying some silly shit that I'm just like, I don't love this. I kind of wish it was a little bit better. Like, I don't love the acting here, and the writing's not super great. But I'm immediately brought back in because all the moment is super emotional and awesome. And also, I don't need to see fucking Superman and Cyborg's flesh being put back together. Nah, man, that's gross, dude. Like, this moment,
dude.
This moment is magical. This moment's magical and heroic, and I don't need to see bone turn to tendon, turn to muscle, turn to skin. Like, it kind of.
It's rewinding in
gross,
time. It's
Greg.
cool. You're crazy.
It's gross. Nah, I don't need to see that. It's gross.
Then we get, of course, our hero shot. The Justice League finally united, standing there in Chernobyl, looking down on a world they've saved. Everybody smiling, everybody happy. Word at the Justice League. Huzzah. Black. Epilogue.
And they have a fist bump with that. Coincides with a music beat of like.
Did you like that?
That's really cool. That's cool.
Black screen. Epilogue. A father twice over. This is Victor back in the apartment, back in his sweatsuit because he's embarrassed. I'm cyborg, but I don't like being a cyborg. And so he sees the smashed up tape recorder. He uses his cyborg powers of telekinesis to reassemble it, and then hits play, right? And we pick up with Silas talking to him and picking up again as a father. Your father twice over, of course. I brought you into the world once, and I brought you back to the world. Just giving him a pep talk or whatever, and telling him how great he is and how proud of him he is. And he smiles, and he's like, you got to go be one of the heroes now. You got to go. You have a bigger place in this world, kind of thing. You got to step up to the plate. While this is happening, we get to bop around to see what's happening with the rest of the Justice League and the people we were introduced to in the film. We go to Star Labs where Ryan Cho is, this is his real, or Choi is his real introduction, where they're like, you're the boss, you're the boss now, boss, and you're in charge of the ship. Nanotechnology. He's like, yeah, that's my thing. And I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna be the Adam Nito. For Aquaman is on the shore talking to the Green Goblin and Mara, and he's like, yeah, we did it. And they like do that like bro Atlantean Green Goblin handshake thing, and he's like, all right, cool.
Hair, man, it is insane.
Defoe.
Volko, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Good.
And he's like,
Lord.
I gotta go see my dad, and winks at the camera because that's gonna be Aquaman. It's gonna be a much brighter, happier movie. Then Bruce is at the his manor, and this is the whole thing. Like, we'll have a giant fucking table, Alfred, 7 chairs, and Diana's there. She's like, but room for more? I'm like, yeah, we're gonna make it. It's gonna be a hall of justice. All these fucking heroes are gonna be chilling at my place now. This is cool. Get some pizza rolls, Alfred. Alfred's like, exactly. Barry goes back to the crime lab. He's like, I got a shitty job he goes back to the penitentiary. You know what I mean? I got a shitty job. And he's like, this is a real job. Yo, my boy got a job. And everyone's like, what's your fucking problem? You know what I mean? You told him to leave you alone and give up his dream.
We're all still in prison.
Yeah.
For a while. Chill, man.
Didn't know your fucking son's a narc. You know what I mean?
For a while, I thought his dad was like sarcastically cheering.
Yeah.
Like, oh, these things got a fucking oh, good for you, Barry. Like, I thought it was
I'm in jail.
Like,
I didn't kill your mom. Figure it out. You got rich friends now. Can you vibrate through the wall and get me out of here? Wait, you can go back in time? Go back in time and save your mom. That'll be the whole fucking problem we have in the next movie for Flash. Bruce, then we get the thing with the Smallville house, Martha's house. They're moving her back in. Fuck
About
having
the
a
bank.
nice little apartment by the job, Martha. You got to live in this giant house and fucking sit here and be sad all the time because Jonathan's
yourself.
dead.
Live
Your
by
son's never here.
yourself in this giant house. You were living in town before. We had lots of life, but we'll get.
But
you
her
a
and
dog.
Lois are being all cute going in, and this is the thing of like, how'd you get the house back? I bought the bank, and then congratulations, meaning that she's pregnant. Or at least that's how we all interpret it, and how the movies were supposed to play out from what we understand. And it ends with, you know what? Cyborg's like standing at his mom and dad's grave, and he's like, the tape ends, and he's like, you know what? I am pretty cool being a robot. He just gets all naked and
I don't need
shimmies
this,
out of his
hoodie.
sweatpants.
Egg? No.
Nah, he's like, I'll leave this trash here because I'm shedding this thing and I'm cyborg. Booyah. He doesn't say it, but he does. Everybody fucking thinks it. You know you're thinking it. He gets up there, Beast Boy pops out, Teen Titans Go. Great cartoon. He flies away. Then it's a bunch of quick stuff. What the fuck?
jail sequence.
Yeah, no, we're not there yet. There's still more in this montage. Wonder Woman. Oh, Wonder Woman's got the arrow. She's looking longingly at Themyscira. Batman's on his bat tank from Dark Knight. He's looking at Commissioner Gordon flipped on the signal. He's looking at the signal. Barry's just running, and he's super fucking happy to be running. And then
With
Superman.
Batman, like, why the fuck was he in a tank? Is he in Gotham still?
He's
Like,
ready
why
for
is
anything now. Ready for anything now.
A tank in the middle of a city? That seems like a
Hey,
bad
Darkseid's
call,
coming.
right?
Darkseid's coming at some point. Darkseid's coming at some point.
All right.
Just
You gotta be
sit and wait. You gotta be ready.
Gotta get ready. And then we get the we get the Superman moment from Justice League. That's very classic Superman of him in like the 3-piece suit with the trench coat on or whatever. I guess not 3-piece, but the suit and the trench coat on. And then here's something, takes off the glasses, puts his head down, and runs into the alleyway, rips open his shirt, and it's not the red and blue back. It is in fact him still wearing the black one with the silver S on it.
What'd that do for you?
Oh, I didn't think it was black. I thought it was like a different blue color scheme. I thought it was just like a brand new sort of thing. It looked a lot cooler than
What did it do for me? It did not do what it did for me in the Whedon cut. As you know, again, I don't like that movie, but I always talk about that first 15 minutes is where I would have started the DCEU of the Truth or Justice. I'm a big fan of Justice. I'm also a big fan of Truth. And it's all fucking fun, and they split apart the boxes. And he's like, I wish I was dead. And they laugh like they're old friends, which of course they aren't. And this is a forced moment in a bad film. But then, like, I remember, I've talked about it obviously on the show before, of him running and doing it and having the red emblem on the yellow with the blue. And I fucking love that. This one, I still love, but it doesn't give me chills like it did before. I think it narratively makes sense for what they're doing. I think it's an interesting move that he wasn't going to go back to the blues in Snyder's, that he was going to stay in the black with the silver, as we saw. Because when they get the vision of Darkseid putting his hand on him, I was like, oh, this is just based at the time of a vision of what could be. But you see it here. Oh, he was going to keep that suit. That was what he was going to do. Very interesting. I would have liked to have seen. I assume the end of all of this would have seen him go back to the red and blue, right, and be that kind of Superman. But either way, still a cool moment. I still like him doing it and running and yanking it open or whatever. However, then is the Lex scene. Then we get the, again, extended Lex scene of Arkham where everybody comes out of their cells, but Lex doesn't. The guard goes in there, spins him around. It's not Lex. It's some other bald dude. And then we get, a shot of a yacht and a boat coming up to the yacht. And then the boat is Deathstroke. And they get out of there and they come up there and Luthor's there, again, looking very much like the Luthor you would have thought they would have started, bald in a fucking dope-ass suit, baller-ass yacht, champagne there, right? And Deathstroke comes up, and he takes off his mask. It's Joe Manganiello, and he's the guy. He was the werewolf on True Blood. It's that guy. He's that guy.
Joe Manganiello.
Award-winning, Rank Those Abs winner.
Yeah, award-winning.
3 times in a row.
You missed it, Greg. Well, we can go back and do Magic Mike series if you want, Greg. We'll do it again for you.
I mean, I could watch him. I don't have to.
Joe Manganiello's goatee looks just like so crispy and crunchy. Mm-hmm. Peanut buttery butterfinger, like
yep, exactly.
It looks like each hair follicle is at least a centimeter thick. I don't know what it is and what they did to like dye it, but it just looks ridiculous. It looks a little too much.
I love Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. It's dumb and it doesn't work most of the time, but I still love it.
It works here, right? I think it works here. Like,
I don't think it works because it works in the sense of like he seems like Lex Luthor, but he just has too much information. And like, who the fuck is Deathstroke? Like, why are we adding more shit to this movie with characters? Like, I get that it's the end and it's like, oh, we got to set up the next one, but like that's not what a movie should be all the time. Sometimes,
sure,
but it's like even those teases should be built up a little bit more. Like at least with the Atom dude, we saw him earlier in the movie. They kind of like had moments that showed him doing those things, and like we saw Lex for a second earlier, but
also like Jesse Eisenberg. Jesse, sit down, Jesse, real quick. Like you're hiring an assassin, and we just saw them take down an alien force. Let's think bigger, Jesse. Let's think bigger.
Well, he already tried that, Andy. And
you had a half Kryptonian.
Yeah, too big. Somewhere in the middle.
Now, real quick,
maybe
keep in mind-
Clayface? Can we get Clayface in here?
keep in mind, Jesse's information came from Steppy, though, with the mother boxes and stuff. So there might have been a promise that I'd eradicate the heroes that were troubling you, and you can help rule Earth or whatever. We'd get what we want, and you'd still have your thing. So it could have been a lie. They've shown him great power and given him great knowledge, right? Because that was his thing when he showed up in BVS, and he was like, show me everything. Or, that's not exactly
I would
what he
love
said,
that
but
the
you-
mother boxes are like, we told him to get just a regular human to take on Batman and Superman. It's fucking
Dude,
idiot.
we
Mother box-
fucking
Mother
told him.
Mother box
It's
is like,
fucking stupid, dude.
and then the guy showed up in full costume. He's just in costume for no reason.
He came up on a little speedboat.
They made him ride it. If that guy falls into the ocean, he's dying. He can't swim in that costume.
And he tells him, in fact, that Bruce Wayne's Batman. And then Joe Magnoliolo has a bunch of, she's asking him champagne because he's like, you know what? Let's celebrate after all. And then boom. It's Nightmare Part 2, ladies and gentlemen. We have parademons in the orange sky flying around. All hell's breaking loose. It looks like they fly off, though. And they're like, we're clear. And Batman stands up, and then Cyborg shows up, and Deathstroke's there, and Mara's there, and then Flash is there in the outfit, or a very similar outfit to the one he ran back in time with for Batman v Superman in the Nightmare sequence there. In fact, some would even argue probably just the same CG model, because he does not look good and does not get featured heavily in this.
Looks
So
awful.
probably the same thing there, that it was, because it even does like the same opening thing from Batman v Superman, but I could
But
totally
it's
be
like,
wrong
man,
about
we
that.
could like deep fake technology can
It's so good.
make stuff look better than what
Ezra
this
Miller
is.
could have zoomed into this call and like
we
you
could
know, they
have
could
put
have
a
figured it out.
We could have put a fake mustache on Ezra Miller. What? I don't get it.
And the final person, of course, the Joker is there, who's not in there. And Mara is talking about how much she fucking hates Superman and how much she hates everything that's going on. He killed Arthur, and we're going to get him. And Batman says something. She's like, what would you know about losing a loved one? And Batman kind of clams up about it. And that's when Joker intervenes. Like, oh, he know a lot. He know a lot about it. Yeah, mother, father. And he's like, choose your next words very carefully. And he's like, an adoptive son. And Batman comes over there, and him and Joker just fucking jaw at each other, and I fucking love it. I'll give me an entire fucking movie of these two just yelling at it, just talking to each other. You know what I mean? And they're going back and forth about Jason Todd or whatever. Robin is dead. We're not 100% sure, or I'm not, at least. Maybe it has been in some other millions of interviews that I've seen. Yes, Andy.
They also didn't I'm kind of just watching it right now, and just to make sure that I didn't listen to anything, because I always do. But this whole time, I didn't know that they were talking about Superman until we see Superman come down. Because they just keep saying, let the bastard come. I'll fucking kill the bastard. I'm going to kill this man, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So to me, as a viewer who doesn't know that, I assume they're talking about Darkseid. I assume they're talking about any other bad
I think
guy.
they
So-
might want you to. I think that's, if you
so
don't
that
understand
reveal
it,
is
that works for
pretty
you?
cool for me, yeah.
Yeah, of course. And so, there's the ups and downs of this conversation, I think, are as usual, right? I really dig it. I enjoy the fading in and out of focus, the punching of it, of, why send a boy wonder to do a man's job, and them going like that. But then it's like the weird thing of like, you want to kill me? Who's going to give you a reach around? And like, feel free to go back and watch that. Who's going to give you a reach around? They hang on Batman's reaction. Even he's like
thinking about it. He's like, fuck, you're making a good point. Who is going to give you a reach?
who will give me a reach around? Very weird one.
What you need to do is go back and watch, Ben Affleck's reaction, because it's not that he really hangs there. He
just kind of falls asleep for a second.
No, he like adjusts himself in his suit without the suit moving. Like only his face moves in the suit, and it's just such a weird fucking moment. Like
all the footage they
I
had.
saw you tweet that you loved this, Greg. I just like.
Oh, I know I'm in the minority. You're all free to tear it apart. I loved seeing Batman and Joker talk finally on the screen. I love the idea that they're finally talking about the jokes on you, Batman, ha 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 thing in the fucking Batcave. I like the performance of Jared Leto here as Joker. I think the Suicide Squad was a whole different story or whatever, but for everything that happens here, I really enjoy. I enjoy the flourish with the card. I enjoy the idea of this truce, Bruce. Whenever you want to talk about it, you can tear it in half, and we'll discuss why a boy wonder was sent to do a man's job. And it's layering in the same thing that we talked about way earlier, right? Of like, this is Lois's death is what kicked this all off, right? You created this by letting her die. How many alternate timelines are there where you still are so stupid you don't save yourself, or you don't give yourself up, let yourself die to save her, to not let this happen, kind of thing. And then the card and the truth, and then and granted, it's like fucking Ben Affleck from a Kevin Smith movie, which I dig, but like the whole like, when I kill you, and I fucking will kill you, right? Blah, blah, blah. And he does the whole thing of like, and it's funny when you, because it reminds you so much, especially for us as the in review crew, it reminds you so much of like a Holden moment yelling at Banky, or even a Shannon moment, I guess, from Mallrats yelling at Jason Lee there, Brody. But here, there's that, and then it's it's funny you mentioned somebody dying, and how many people are going to die in my arms, because when Harley Quinn was dying in my arms, bleeding out in my arms, maybe, she begged me that when I kill you, and I fucking will kill you, to do it slowly, and I plan to make good on that promise. And then he takes the card. And that's then obviously when he's here, and it's Superman comes down, and everybody's like, everybody gets ready, and Joker just laughs. And then Bruce wakes up. I do want to deconstruct this scene, because I've said my piece. I really enjoy it. You're all free to take it out back and beat it to death now.
I mean, it's not even so much that. It's like, because it's weird. I enjoyed this scene a lot, and it's not good at all. It's, I think, really, really bad, actually. But it's different and it's an exciting look at what these superheroes can be in a way we've never seen them before. At least I've never seen them before. And that's kind of my problem with so much of this, is I'd rather have seen this story. Like, let us see this. And I understand it's like, oh, that's what the next one would be. It's like, well, I didn't really like what this one was. Like, you could have just not done this. Speed up a lot of the process to get to these cool parts, because you already set up the Flash coming back in Batman v Superman. Like, let's just get into the story. You can work backwards because it's a parallel timeline. Like, we could start this movie with them all as the League. We don't need to see the League form. If you're going to jump to making the League this quickly with only 3 movies, just have them be the League, and then we can work backwards and be like, okay, this is how they got there, because that stuff's cool. That stuff's interesting. I mean, they're doing it somewhat with like, oh shit, Joker's here, which is random as fuck, really, for Snyder. Like the Snyderverse. It's like this Jared Leto Joker we've only seen in Suicide Squad, which ties into this stuff, but like loosely, And I just think that it's confusing, and especially coming after the movie we just watched, it's just like, you really just had to have some little extra moments of taking your vision to that next step. And I love that it ends with Bruce waking up and Martian Manhunter showing up. And it's like, okay, why not?
Real quick, the Joker card, was that this, like, that card looked very similar to the card that was in Dark Knight, right? Or
I think it also looks similar to the Joker card that blew in the wind in that teaser thing they'd put out about the nightmare scene.
Which is in the Cyborg Vision thing.
Yeah, but Superman's there now, and a dead Green Lantern's there.
But it's cut in half.
Oh, neat. I didn't know that. Thank you, Tim.
But like, I was just trying to think that through, and like, I can't think of a reason that actually adds up and makes sense, because that's a whole movie that they didn't make. I don't know. But that could be interesting.
The events that Cyborg saw would have happened before this nightmare dream that we see, right? Because if we really want to get fucking dorky about this nightmare scene, I tear the card in half and I'll get fucking dorky about it, right? Let's do
they
it.
Get out of this.
Tear the card in half. I'll give you that reach around.
Batman gets out of this. They might not all get out of this, but Batman gets out of this because the BVS nightmare scene is him getting captured and murdered. So either these are just possible futures, or for sure they go to war with Superman and they have some ace up their sleeve that gets them out of this. Maybe, and Batman gets away.
But what I'm saying is the Cyborg dream, in it, he sees Aquaman get like stabbed and someone else get the Omega Beam's dead.
Yeah, Darkseid.
That's probably what they were talking about, right? When they're like, oh,
I mean, yeah, it's Darkseid conquering Earth.
Joker says there's Batman fucked this up a whole bunch. So the Batman vs Superman one could just be a different timeline.
Yeah, he mentions how many other timelines have used.
How the fuck does Joker know that?
That's my thing, is with all the, I don't know if that is an actual timeline thing. I think that could be as simple as you and me being like, we're bullshitting around about like, what if we didn't leave IGN in an alternate timeline? I think it could also just be, the plan is to go back and alter time. So like they would know that there are alternate timelines, but I don't read it.
That's the thing. There are multiple timelines. We know that because that's the whole thing with this, and with Flash going back and Flash doing the things he's been doing is fucking it all up, creating different timelines. So
Kevin, I sent an image to assets. Can you bring it up?
But to them, this is their first time doing it. They don't know they've done it a million times. I mean, they know that there's an.
Joker straight up says that. So it's like,
he's a Joker. So but again, like, I mean, then we're just talking about the possibility of alternate timelines. I don't think that whatever. We don't have to go over and over again. I'm sorry.
I mean, to me, this is the point of this, is like trying to actually make sense of what we just watched, because it doesn't make sense.
I mean, I think that you're thinking of an MCU explanation.
I'm not.
I mean, you are. Like, we don't, like, perhaps them going back in time changes the timeline that they're on. And Joker is just talking about, like, multiverse stuff.
Perhaps.
You know what I mean? Like, but
come...
assuming the opposite is just as true as assuming what I'm saying. Because they haven't defined how time works. Because what we've seen is, in this movie, they went back in time, and that affected their reality. In the MCU, that wouldn't work. If you go back in time, you would be in a new reality, right?
Branches off.
And then you'd have to use the watch to resync to the original reality.
Oh, wow, that's not
where the changes don't.
You get
what I'm saying?
MCU into this,
but that's what I'm saying. In this,
who cares if they're
DCEU
actual parallel timelines or if it's just one timeline with a bunch of different changes that keep going back and forth and rewriting over each other? The Batman scene from Batman v Superman could have been rewritten over and not been the same timeline we see at the end of this.
I mean, I just don't know why we would assume that. Like, shouldn't we assume that it's the same timeline that leads into this?
Well, just because Joker literally said, like, how many times did you fail? And that's one where he fails.
What I didn't like is that we didn't get to see Superman race Flash.
Bruce wakes up from his nightmare, and as we already said, he comes outside. Martian Manhunter's there, being like, you know what? I'll finally fucking do something. I've been around. I saw Zod come to town. I was like, I'll still be Swanwick. I saw you fucking Superman lose faith in everything and leave, and fucking Lex Luthor try to make you guys kill each other. I'll stay on the fucking sidelines. I saw Doomsday. I saw them launch nukes and kill Superman, and I was still like, I'm gonna stay here with Colonel Ferris and not go out there.
I hate this because, like, Bruce Wayne just being like, cool, yeah.
He was so
See
weird.
you around, I guess.
He was like a different character.
It would have made sense if he walked back in and be like, we got the Manhunter, Alfred, or something. Like, maybe if he knew about him beforehand, but acted like he didn't know, acted a little coy with him. But he's just like, this green man comes floating down, and he's like, cool, yeah, you can join the team.
Well,
and he's so trusting right off the bat, it makes no sense. Like,
at this point, he trusts everyone.
Shit, man.
He trusts everyone because, hey, we have Superman. That's our trump card. No one can stop him. You know? Like, I'm not scared anymore. Doomsday come. We'll get him. This Martian Manhunter, he's bad.
Doomsday come. We want to go home.
Also, this is clearly a reshoot because Ben Affleck looked like the thinnest and most fit he's been.
He was not the same Ben Affleck.
But in some of the moments, I wanted to cut this out because it's a little harder to tell here. But in the movement and my mind wants to say animation because some of it looks fake, and I don't know what's weird about it. But it might be the lighting. But when he's kind of talking to the camera in those moments, it looks really weird and off. And I thought some of it might have been fake, but I think it's just maybe the lighting that they're using. It reminds me of the PlayStation conference where everybody thought people was CG on screen.
I can't believe there was nothing came from that. I'm shocked.
Dude, bring that up again, Kev. That hell looks like Nolan North. It's weird.
Oh yeah, you're kind of right.
It's really weird.
And Batman says, or Bruce Wayne says, I'll see you around, or I see you around, I guess, or whatever, something like that.
But he acted weird, right? Like he was acting really odd of like, yeah, come hang out, be part of the team. We do barbecues every Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, and then Wonder was like, did you invite him to the fucking barbecue? I freaked. I don't know. I didn't know what to say. I got nervous. I invited him to the barbecue.
Remember last time we brought an
very
alien?
much.
That made everything
it's a tacked
better.
on thing, and it's a weird. I think it's a tacked on weird thing, and it's definitely. What's your name? He's like, I've gone by many names. Yada yada yada. Talk. And to answer your question, some people call me the Martian Manhunter, and I'm a fan. And I'm just like, when you say your name's John Jones, like why would you
John
say it? Like, you know
Jones
what I mean? It's like me showing up and being like, some people call me CEO of Kind of Funny, and I fly away. You're like, what, you have a fucking name?
Thanks.
That's your title. I don't know.
That's like saying some
weird.
people call me Game Over Greg. We're like, well, what do people in real life call you? Oh, just Greg. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Mostly
Greg Miller.
Yeah,
That's
just
my name.
Greg,
Sorry.
usually, yeah.
Sorry.
That's how I- it's on my
Another
driver's
black
license.
screen and the words "For Autumn." Of course, this was dedicated to Zack's daughter Autumn, who took her own life when they were making it the first time around. And of course, then "Hallelujah" plays. It's sang by Alison Crow. It's a friend of the family who sang it during her Autumn's funeral as well. So of course, worth pointing out that if you ever need help, the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is 1-800-273-8255. And that's Zack Snyder's The Justice League.
Andy, hit me with a little haiku and review.
Give me like 2 seconds.
I'm gonna give you a build up, Andy.
I'm almost there. 1 second. So in the middle, you need 5 for the last line. If you're not poetic, no need to fret it. Haikus don't need to rhyme. Haiku in review. Haiku in review.
No, stop.
You can go to patreon.com/kindafunny to write your review in haiku form, just like Ignacio Rojas did, who says, more word music, more plot, more scenes, more word dialogue. Not better, just more. Cameron Kennedy says, somehow coherent, not bad enough to amuse. It just felt joyless. Zaid Wilson says, and there came a day,
Nice.
much unlike any other, when Earth's mightiest became united against a common threat in a league of their own. By Bruce,
Great
they were
movie.
led. Clark, back from the dead. Diana, she went for the head.
Aha.
There we go.
Nice.
Samuel Griffin says, a better cut, but Snyder wastes a lot of time. Icelandic singing? And then
Not on my
miscellaneous,
dime.
miscellaneous, of course, coming in with the plot in review. Mother box montage. Batman visits Aqua Lodge, forming entourage. Steppenwolf invades. Amazons show up in spades. Not enough. They're blades. Now here comes the Blur. Saves a girl. Gets weird with her. Start on Monday? Sure. Super life renewed. But his memories elude. Steppy got the cube. Team formed. They attack until the league starts to crack. Superman's back. Time. Barry must mend. Against Darkseid, they defend. Fuck the rest. The end. And there we go.
There
it is.
Good.
Ragu bagu, baby.
Ragu. Bagoo.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Rad Guys Talk Bad Guys, the podcast within a podcast where we rank and review the villains of the DCEU. I'm one of your hosts, Greg Miller, alongside Nick, Kevin, Andy, Cecil, and Tim. Right now, to refresh you and your memories, let's go through the current standings for the 9 villains we have on Ragu Bagu. Number 1, Black Mask and Zaz from Birds of Prey. Number 2, Zod from Man of Steel. Number 3, Doomsday / Lex Luthor from Batman v Superman. Number 4, Maxwell Lord / Cheetah from Wonder Woman 1984. Number 5, Thad. And I believe that's Thad's from Shazam. Is that right? Where's Thad from?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
it
Shazam.
was.
That's right. You nailed it.
Number 6 is Sir Pat from Wonder Woman. Number 7 is Ocean Master / manga from Aquaman. Number 8 is Steppenwolf from John
Manga.
Whedon's Justice League. And number 9 is Enchantress and her baby bro from Suicide Squad. Where do we want to put Steppenwolf and I assume Darkseid? We're tossing that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to, yeah.
I'd
What
go
was
somewhere in the
3?
middle of the list. I do like how desperate Steppenwolf was this whole time.
Number 3 is Doomsday Lex.
What's one below that?
Maxwell Lord Cheetah.
That's it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'll say I like Steppenwolf a lot. I
Yeah.
mean, I found him a lot deeper in this movie than he was in the theatrical release. I think they made steps to sort of round out his story a little bit. So I do think I would nudge him a little higher up on the list. We don't really know a lot about Doomsday, though. I mean, other than the obvious. Or Darkseid, sorry. We don't spend a lot of time with him. So
My thing, I would come higher than all y'all, and I'd put him at 3, right below Zod, right above Doomsday Lex.
yeah, I'd probably say that maybe.
I'd put
See,
it at 4.
I disagree because Batman v Superman, I think what it did well was kind of like set up the premise of the two of them coming together. That was totally Lex. And I again, like Lex in that movie. And Doomsday, whatever, serves its purpose, just being a thing that punches things and kills things. That definitely was not that interesting. But I think the Lex side is way more interesting than anything Steppenwolf does.
I think Lex is interesting, but I didn't like. And there's so many times I don't like the performance. Like I've come to accept it and like find things I like in it, but overall, I don't think it works as a giant thing. And like why he goes from being a running LexCorp to then being this maniac that wants to destroy everything and everybody. I don't like. Whereas I think this way all the way through, I really enjoy Steppenwolf's motivation of like I'm trying to earn my way back into the family here. I'm trying to get back in the good graces of this guy that I screwed over, and then on top of that, Darkseid being this, I think, truly intimidating, horrible bad guy on the other side of the world, right? And that moment where they all kneel for him and stuff like that. Like I like that. I think both of them are strong. Both parts of the villains are strong in this one. Whereas Doomsday obviously is just something that shows up to fucking get punched and kill Superman. Whereas Lex, I find things I like in him, but I don't think overall I'd be like, oh yeah, great villain.
Yeah, again, I was mentioning earlier, I love the desperation in Steppenwolf and how he wants to make up for the bad he's done, and he's so desperate to do so. And there's that moment when Superman comes back and he's like, fuck, god damn it, like I was so close to doing this. And then through the portal they see Darkseid. He's like, he's here, holy fuck, he's here. And you could see how much he adores and respects Darkseid, even though he may have fucked him over in the past. We don't know the full story there or whatever, but I didn't expect to like Darkseid or Steppenwolf at all, right? Because he was so shitty. That's why we have him ranked so low on the first version of it. And I thought, again, kind of a cheat code to have a 4-hour movie to flesh out a character more, but it worked for me. It worked way more than it did in the prior version.
I do want to say that Greg, I think you made a lot of great points, but Darkseid did get the axe to the thing, and then he immediately passed out because I guess he bled out too much. So,
well, actually,
not
backstory wise,
strong.
Zack Snyder wrote out that he has that problem where he sees blood, he faints.
Yeah,
that's a Zack Snyder thing. But
Yeah.
I like that though. I also don't like the DC comic book or animated series sometimes where Darkseid's just like, nothing could stop this guy. I'm like, well, I mean, don't get me wrong, you shouldn't get shot by a shotgun. That was a axe wielded by God, a literal God, right? Like,
sure.
I can get down with that. Anyways, let's get this vote in. I'm going to start it. I don't even know. I'll start at number 5. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So number 5 is Thad. Who thinks he's better than Thad? Or these people are better than Thad?
Jesus.
Everyone's hands up except Andy. Oh, everyone's hands are up. Number 4. Who thinks it's better than Maxwell Lord / Cheetah?
I hated Cheetah, but I thought
it's a
Pedro
mix.
Pascal's so good
Sure,
and entertaining.
Tim put his hand
I
down.
will say no.
Put it down.
I'll say no.
All right, so Andy and Tim don't have their hands raised. Me, Nick, and Kevin do. Who thinks it's better than Doomsday and Lex at number 3? I have my hand up. It looks like Nick does.
I'll throw it
and
up.
then
I'll throw
Kevin
it
put it down. It doesn't matter either way. So the new ranking then is number 3 is Doomsday and Lex, and number 4 is in fact Steppenwolf or Steppy and
Step off.
Darkseid.
Step off.
So now it is time to rank the DCEU. Currently number 1, Birds of Prey. Number 2, Wonder Woman. Number 3, Shazam. Number 4, Batman v Superman. Number 5, Man of Steel. Number 6, Aquaman. Number 7, Wonder Woman 1984. Number 8 has this nice little open spot. Number 9 is the Justice League. And number 10 is Suicide Squad. Where do we want to put Zack Snyder's Justice League? Greg Miller, would you like to start the conversation?
It's an interesting question, Timothy. I would like to start it. I am feeling my heart pull it to number 6, below Man of Steel, above Aquaman.
Man, I would have put it so much higher. Like
Go for it. Don't
all
let me
these
stop you.
movies have their issues. Like here's the
Of
thing.
course.
I think I like Shazam better, but I like this better than Wonder Woman.
You're in one of those spots.
Yeah.
We'll call it in those spots.
Yeah. I think, and again, it's more like 2 movies because of how much time we get. But I think I honestly would put it at number 2.
Andy?
I'm leaning more towards Kevin here. But I think back to how much I enjoyed the director's cut of BVS and feeling like that got fleshed out a bit more. Shazam making me laugh a whole lot. Not a great movie by any means, but entertaining through a lot of it. Like I had a lot of fun with Shazam. I think I would put this below Batman. I would put this below Shazam at number 4, above Batman versus Superman.
Nick.
I would be probably more in the Greg boat. I'd put this a little lower. I really, I had fun with the second part of this, but the first part of it's just so very long that I can't rank it. I can't put it above Man of Steel by any stretch of the imagination. I think Man of Steel just has way higher highs than this movie. The question is, do I like it more than Aquaman? I'd probably put it right below Man of Steel, I would say.
I go one below Nick. I'd put it under Aquaman, above Wonder Woman 1984. The real reason for the Wonder Woman 1984 thing is that movie just had so much potential that they just fucking squandered. Like I expected that to be good.
Trash. That
As
was
opposed to Aquaman, where you were like, huh, it was fun.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
even as
bad.
opposed
It
to
was
Justice
actually fun.
League, where I didn't expect it to be. So what it was didn't like upset me. You know what I mean? I'm just like, okay, cool. It was what it is. But yeah, I think it's better than Suicide Squad, Justice League, and Wonder Woman 1984. So let's vote here. Who thinks it's better than Wonder Woman 1984? Raise your hand. Everybody. Aquaman, raise your hand. Everyone but me. Man of Steel.
I'm getting close there. Now I'm fucking up because I'm in one of those spots. I think Man of Steel should be a bit higher. I'll keep my hands up.
My thing is, I mean,
Doesn't matter. You lost.
Yeah, Kevin and
it's-
Andy raised their hand. Everyone else put it down. So that puts this between Man of Steel and Aquaman at number 6.
this is I'm we have to go movie by movie when we do this because I would rather watch this than Shazam personally, but getting into the whole thing of like that's where it's coming down for me of like I can see on a rainy day wanting to kick on Man of Steel more than wanting to put on the 4-hour 5-minute long art piece and going like where are you jumping to, what are you doing, like where are you getting like the through line story for it or whatever.
I think of the movies that are like, oh, it's on HBO. Do I want to sit down and watch it for a second? And for sure, Birds of Prey, yeah, I would watch that. And Man of Steel, I would watch that. Everything else, Wonder Woman, probably. Shazam, probably not. I don't think I need to see that movie again. So this one, definitely not. I mean, for 4 hours more of a Justice League, I think this is the one and only time I'm going to watch this bad boy.
I just saw a great tweet from Ray Apollo, works at Twitch, and he said, how am I going to convince my wife to watch a 4-hour movie that she's already seen?
Oh, speaking of that, did Jen watch?
Oh no! I mean, like she did, but fell asleep. Like Jen is not somebody who is going to stay up and watch a movie at 1:30 a.m. with me. No, she tried valiantly, but fell asleep and has not expressed any interest in watching it again. But back to talking about things we love unabashedly, right? She was half watching Falcon Winter Soldier this morning and was like, "Oh man, can we watch it again tonight?" And I was like, "Fuck yes, we can." Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
See, I didn't even. I'm the opposite, but I didn't even try to talk to D about watching the Justice League, the Snyder Cut.
Sure.
I'm waiting like a little bit to try to like throw in Falcon and Winter Soldier, maybe episode 2, 3, when I know for sure. I mean, I know the series is gonna be great, but I want her to get on that boat. That's where I'm gonna put the energy.
Yeah, Gia is a completionist when it comes to watching TV shows or movies or stuff. So she loves doing a review, even if it's for stuff that's not normally her jam. And at this point, she's seen so many of these fucking superhero movies. And we started watching this about 20 minutes in. She's like, is it okay if I just don't watch this one? I'm like, it's
She's
totally
like, you know
okay.
I gotta get out of here.
But we will return with more in review. Later this week, it will be Godzilla, King of the Monsters, to continue the Godzilla monsterverse leading into Godzilla vs. Kong, which at the time of watching this now is next week. That's really exciting stuff. HBO Max delivering Justice League, Godzilla vs. Kong, Mortal Kombat after that.
Yeah,
Let's
keep
go.
me busy. I love it.
One quick, and I think, my math is right here. Snyder Cut, it was 4 hours, 5 minutes, right, on HBO Go, or was it 4 hours, 2 minutes?
I got 2.
Okay, 4 hours, 2 minutes. Kind of funny, Snyder Cut in review is 4 hours and 50 minutes. So we did it, y'all.
We did it. We did it.
It needed to
Good
be
job,
done.
guys. Until next time.
I'm going to sleep.
Not impressed. More than 4 hours for this. But you know something about wasting all your time, don't you, Nick?
I can't believe you killed my little buddy, Andy.
Nuggets everywhere. But not a nitro rifle to hang out with anymore. No more.
The best of us.
No, it wasn't. That's
He was the best of us.
That's Kevin. We all know that's Kevin. Don't worry about it. All right.
Smelled like a turtle.
I always liked hanging out with you, and that's the thing we'll keep doing forever and ever and ever. We're destined to do this forever, Nick. You and me reviewing movies. How's that sound?
It sounds terrible.
Well, I
But I'll tell you right now, make no mistake, when this is over, I'm gonna kill you. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but probably someday, like Thursday, and for the rest of your life, you're gonna be fucking dead.
I'll make you a little deal then, all right? Why don't you take this coupon for a free McSunday? And anytime you want to have it, you can go trade it in for a Sunday. But anytime you don't want to have it, you don't use it. And then when you're not using it, you can tear it in half, and that's when I'll give you a reach around. What do you say? Don't send a nitro rifle to do a man's job, Nick.
I'm not gonna say no to a reach around.
Oh, okay.
Batman's been kind of lonely for a while.
Wait, are you
This
Batman or are
is
you
me and
Nick?
Alfred in the back. Nick's been lonely for a while next to the back.
What a nightmare. Oh, what time? Oh man, I'm late for this Discord call. Oh, thank God you're still here. Thank you for joining me on such short notice. We just went through this gigantic in review, and so many people have said, Greg, in review's best when it's 5 people. But I say that's just not true. There are 6, not 5. There is no us without you.
There are more DCEU films coming, and Grover is here to help. It's time Grover started fighting.
That's so great to hear. I mean, we can definitely use the help. I'm so glad you're here.
Grover will be in touch. Oh, and some have called Grover Super Grover.